going on, party people? Hope you're all doing well, and welcome to our today, our show match that's going to be today. It's going to be, let me pull it up here. We have Davok versus Aspect, best of 3. Gojira versus Professor Pone. Aries versus the Salty Scarab, and Animal Mother versus Hellhound. And then after that, we're going to be doing FFAs, all sorts of fun stuff, and just living our best life. So, looks good to me. Let's get this over here and get this party started. All right. Cool. So I haven't played this in a while, but going to be great. So game 1 here. We do have Aspect on the Tyranids versus Davok on the Imperial Guard. So these are going to be best of 3 show matches. Just having some old fun with this, and yeah, revisiting a great game. So you two ready? Just going to be casting, and I will be playing later on as well. All right, Davok is ready, Aspect is ready, and let's get this party started. And once again, thank you guys all so much for joining here today. Might need to adjust the volume, we'll see. We are on the Calderis jungle. And it's going to be Imperial Guard versus the Tyranids. Now, I have a little bit of topical knowledge of this game. I have played it a bit a year or two ago, give or take. So I'll do my best to give you guys some insight on things. But again, just take note that I am a little bit newbie at this one. All right, guys. Spawning in on the north side of the map, it is going to be Davok with his dreaded purple or pink Imperial Guard. And he's going to be going for the Inquisitor, which has some nice upgrades. And we'll, of course, be taking a look at those over the game. Here we have the Pink Guardsman. You do have an Army Painter in this game as well. So they're going to be grabbing the generator or power node over here. And on the south side, it's going to be the Tyranids. So a Termagant Brood, and it looks like a Hormagant Brood. And the hero character is going to be the dreaded Lictor Alpha. All right, so we're going to see what this does. We will be doing team games towards the end of the stream. We have 4 best of 3s, and then from there, we're going to be, and let me know how the volume is, by the way. We got 4 best of 3s, and then from there, we're going to be doing team games and casual stuff as well. This is the Elite mod. This is the Elite mod. Players are going to be fanning out, and it looks like Davok is going to be rushing out a Sentinel. Now, for those of you guys coming from the Dawn of War 1 community, Sentinels in this game are very, very different. A little bit more anti-infantry utility in the beginning, and they do get a Stomp ability, which can knock back enemies. So Davok basically using his Sentinel to harry the Hormagant Brood over here, knock them from capturing this requisition point, and doing his thing. Over on the west side, we do see the Inquisitor, and it is going to be getting ambushed by a couple scary space bugs. It is going to be the Hormagant Brood, as well as the Termagants, which of course are the shooting variant. And immediately, Davok is going to be forced to retreat, not wanting any of that smoke from these big, scary space bugs. So he does retreat back. Meanwhile, though, Davok using his Sentinel down here on the bottom side to decap. So pretty cool about Sentinels, they can decap nodes. So here he is going to be decapping his opponent's requisition points on the other side. And the sweat is really, really going to get flown in this one, ladies and gentlemen. Back in the middle, Lictor Alpha going to be grabbing the central point. And this is pretty similar to like Company of Heroes, games like that. There's multiple victory points. You have one here, you have one in the center, and one in the northeast. And basically, whoever controls more of those is going to be winning on the victory ticket metric, which you can see at the very top. So pretty easy to follow right there. All right, so Guardsmen squads forming ranks. There's a cover system in this game as well, and the Guardsmen going to be taking cover and exchanging fire with some of the Termagants here. We do have the Toxin Sack, so increases their range damage by 30% and health by 10%, and also gets the Crippling Poison ability, so some upgrades coming out. In terms of the heroes, I don't think we see any early items or any sort of witchcraft like that, and the Guards are going to be taking the east side of the map, whereas the Tyranids are going to be taking the west side of the map, and they are going to be duking it out. Now, it looks like we might have a bit of a pit fight here. The Inquisitor does get grabbed. Oh, look at that! So the Lictor Alpha using his tongue pull ability, pulling in the Inquisitor and getting a nice little jump. Granted, the Guardsmen do have a lot of units nearby and are putting some good DPS down. Inquisitor fighting tooth and nails here against the Lictor Alpha, and getting a kill on an enemy hero this early would be pretty brutal. We do see the Sentinel has the Stomp upgrade and is putting some respectable DPS down, but these Guardsmen need to retreat right now. They're getting ripped up in melee here by the Hormagants. And a full wipe. Ooh, that's a really rough start. And we do also see the Inquisitor potentially getting killed here. Looks like she's barely going to get away, which is pretty clutch. But yeah, these Guardsmen need to retreat. Overall, a pretty pitched fight. That one is going to be favoring the old Tyranids there. As they do rip and tear, one Guardsman squad is going to be going down. And the Guards are going to have to go back to the drawing board a little bit, as the Inquisitor is going to be back here healing. Now, this is the Elite mod, which is... I mean, it's a pretty balanced mod, honestly. Like, when I played it for a couple months off and on over the years, and it always felt reasonably balanced. Like, there was no faction that was just disgustingly OP, and it doesn't have the same glaring issues that Dawn of War 1 has in that regard, where there's just, like, super OP stuff and all that sort of good stuff, right? All right, so over here, we do see the Termagants grabbing this point. Meanwhile, in the middle, the Sentinel is going to be decapping what it can, so Davok is going to need to gremlin pretty hard to get back in this after that early loss. Looking at the army composition, we see a Hormigaunt, a Termagant, as well as another Hormigaunt brood, and it is going to be a Lictor Alpha. And for the old Imperial Guard, they still have their Inquisitor, a Sentinel, the one Guardsman squad, and then we do have some Catachan Devils. Now, these guys are badass. They have power weapons, so they're good against heavier armor. They also can get shotgun ammo, and you can see they're going to be shooting their shotguns here. Uh-oh, Sentinel's maybe going to be dying. Oh, it does get the War Stomp. Davok needs to get that thing out. Losing a Sentinel here would be a disaster and a half. Okay, it is going to flee, and the Catachan Devils are going to be providing a little bit of fire support, and then running back when the dreaded Lictor Alpha does arrive. So there goes the Catachan Devils. All right, Sentinel does live. Catachan Devil's going to be engaging in melee here, and they're pretty good in melee. They can definitely go fisticuffs if they need to, but with an enemy hero here, the hero is probably going to be able to get some wipes. And we do see the Lictor Alpha getting poked by the Sentinel. Sentinel's got to be really careful. It's getting danger close here, and the Lictor Alpha is going to be forced to retreat. All right, all right. Now, let's assess the generator situation. Looking at Davok here, he does have 3 generators in his base. Meanwhile, the Tyranids are going to be doing the same thing. So the way it works on this map, it actually works the exact same as we're going to be seeing in Dawn of War 4. In Dawn of War 4, you capture a power node and you build generators on it, up to 3 if I'm not mistaken. So very, very similar system here. So this is going to be crucial to protect, and this is going to be crucial to protect as well. So the Catachan Devils going to be fighting down here. A little bit of a risky fight. They are fighting some Ravener broods, hybrid jump infantry. Ooh, very scary. Davok does not want to get these Catachan Devils wiped. That would be a disaster. We do see the Guardsmen putting a little bit of Overwatch fire down, forcing those guys back. The Sentinel really needs to get repaired. Really needs to pull back and just get repaired. Inquisitor going to be purging some of the Foul Xenos down here, doing some cool attacks, and it looks like overall is going to be able to punch those guys back. The Tyranid army is growing, though. It's getting bigger and bigger. We're going to see if that wipe is going to be affecting Davok. Tier 2 is on the way, the level 2 hive for the Tyranids, which is going to be unlocking some more advanced units as the Lictor Alpha continues attacking in, is able to get some good pokes on the Inquisitor, and it looks like the Sentinel was healed a little bit. He's just going to be using the Stomp here. So here comes the Stomp. Stomps the yard, going to be retreating back. A really good juke by Aspect. Aspect is able to flee the scene, and that Sentinel is going to need to get back. We do see a snare, and the Lictor Alpha was snared for just a moment, but the Inquisitor and the Guardsmen are going to need to run away. And the Catachan Devils are going to be replenishing the base. Ooh, nice grenade salvo coming in there. Beautiful from the Catachan Devils, really nailing the Hormigants, but map control is going very, very heavy duty towards the old Tyranids right now. They've got all the goodies. Looking at the generators down here, we do see 3 generators, but Tier 2 is going to be arriving in just a moment. Davok on his way to Tier 2 as well, but he's going to be substantially behind in that regard. And the Guards just healing up in the base. The Sentinel is going to be replenishing. The Guardsman squad going to be healing up as well, as the Inquisitor is going to be getting the, getting the Holy Brazier, the weapon there. Which, if memory serves, I think it gives an activated ability. I'm pretty rusty. I haven't played this game in about 1 or 2 years, so I'm going to be relearning it with you guys here today. In the middle, Ravener Brood going to be lurking with some Hormigants. Hormigants do have the adrenal glands, so it's like the Zergling speed from StarCraft. Yeah, gives them a leap attack, some other goodies as well. Not too bad. So the item is activated. Equips the Holy Brazier on Mace of Burning with Sacred Fire effective against heavy infantry. Also grants the Holy Pyre ability, which damages enemy and reduces damage output, so it's like an AoE. Nice grenade salvo right there from the Catachan Devils, able to blast back the Termagant Brood, and we do see some of the melee Tyranids really diving in there. And the problem is, if Davok loses this position and loses his generators, that could be a very, very quick game 1 here, as the Catachan Devils are pulling back, and Tier 2 is going to be on the way out for Tyranids. It is now out. Nobody has really capitalized getting Tier 2 units yet. The Sentinel looking for good stomping opportunities. Granted, I think it's on cooldown right now. And good usage of the Inquisitor to bonk the Ravener Brood, but now the Inquisitor could be going down here. Is the Inquisitor going to get away, or is it going to get sync killed by the Lictor Alpha? It's on the hunt, and the Inquisitor gets away with 24 HP. Man, just barely able to escape the scene. In the meantime, Catachan Devil's going to be shooting into the Lictor Alpha, which does have the Deadly Jump. Grants the Assault Leap ability, which allows the Lictor to jump and knock back units. Also increases your health. If the Lictor... Oh, look at that! Look at the jump! Oh, the Lictor Alpha fleeing. Davok coming for the kill, though. Lictor Alpha at 9 HP, and it escapes. That could have been a potential comeback play. Man, oh man. So shooting still activated here, and we do see the Guard losing their Sentinel, and the Catachan Devils, if they die too, probably going to be GG. They're going to need to pop a retreat right now. They're getting in cover, but we do see the Ravener Broods putting it on them, and that's probably going to be all she wrote. Aspect hasn't lost anything. Davok has lost a Sentinel, a Catachan Devil, and a Guardsman squad. So the casualties are really, really starting to pile up here for the Imperial Guard. They also lose the generator in the process. Now there is going to be some armor coming out for the Imperial Guard. Davok is going to be dropping in his beloved Chimera. So Chimeras are pretty cool. They can put a little bit of hurt down on things. You can carry some guardsman squads around, but man, coming back is going to be very, very hard. All right, Inquisitor going to be pushing out. I'm going to be doing Glorious Battle with the Venom Brood, who does have the ranged Synapse upgrade. So nearby allied Termagants and Ravener Broods receive 35% improved range damage. So kind of nice synergy there. Mass Retreat activated as we do see the Holy Pyre going down. So it did do AoE fire damage, forcing the retreat. And the Chimera is going to be shooting into the Venom Brood here. And man, if Davok could get a kill on the Lictor Alpha, that'd be pretty huge. Lictor Alpha, by the way, oh man, he needs to turn on the Lictor Alpha and get his tank to chase it down. Inquisitor is going for the fight. Oh, Lictor with the steel chair, getting a nice toss right there. Is the Inquisitor going to get the chase? No, going to be going for maybe a kill on one of these models here. We will have to see. All right, so one unit going down here. We do see the Venom Brood getting chased. Now, we did see the Lictor Alpha had some nice upgrades. We see the Scything Talons increases the Lictor's offensive power, grants a Scythe ability that suppresses and knocks back nearby enemies. Deadly Jump, which we saw, and the Lone Hunter. The Lictor Alpha does 40% more damage and takes 25% more damage when not in the radius of another allied unit. Oh, very cool. So it's like a Spec Ops upgrade. Davok calling GG well played as the Guardsmen are overwhelmed here by the Tyranids. Very, very good flavor on that. And that is going to be game 1 in this best of 3 series. That was pretty fun. Got to see some cool stuff. And always cool to see Tyranids in action. I really, really do hope they get added to Dawn of War 4. Very fun. But yeah, Aspect getting the wipes early on, really able to seal the deal. Gave him battlefield control, not much more to say about that. So we're going to make the lobby for round 2. Public here. All right, public, and that's going to be Davok versus Aspect game 2. All right, so they can switch factions if they want to. We're going to open the slot. We're going to move down here. And those homies will rejoin. So there's Davok, and we're going to be switching them out. We will do the... Fedrid's Folly. Yeah, this one seems kind of cool. So we're going to zap this, and then when Aspect gets back here, we'll see what's cooking. All right, so there's going to be Ordo Malleus, all right, versus Eldar. So the player's going to be switching up the matchup here, and we're going to be seeing what is cooking. So both players are ready, and we're going to be starting the match. Good luck, have fun. This is game 2 between these individuals. Currently, Aspect is up 1-0 in the series. And so it begins, the greatest battle of our time. Nicholas, you'll learn, slowly but surely. It's very similar to Company of Heroes and a lot of those classic kind of relic style games. All right, so hero for Aspect. So Aspect is the individual who won our Dawn of War 1 tournament with the Eldar. He's extremely skilled with them in Dawn of War 1, and we're going to see what he's got in this game. He is going to be getting his Warlock out, who's going to be grabbing the Power Node, and of course does have his Guardians. Now looking at Davok, he's going to be using the Eversur Assassin. Now this guy can go full brutal. I mean, he can do so much damage depending on the upgrade kits you get on him. It's pretty sweet. The Eldar are not OP in this game. No, in my anecdotal experience of playing, most of the factions are really balanced because it's a community-driven mod, and they actually actively balance it. It's usually, game studios will when you actually have players who play the game like actively and compete in the game, balancing it, it usually turns out a little bit better in my experience. We have that in Total War, right? Because Creative Assembly actually listens to the feedback from the players and whatnot, and obviously this is a similar situation. So, Eversur Assassin, double Inquisitorial Stormtroopers. One of them is going to be battling the Warlock here and kiting back. Warlock able to chase him down, obviously. It is a hero character, and these are just these are kind of like Guardsmen equivalents. Davok usually leans into the Guardsmen type units here. So we do see the resources being grabbed, and now we see a strike squad coming out. So you guys are going to get to see the dreaded Grey Knights, which is super fun. So these guys are awesome. Heavy infantry. So you're going to need some power weaponry from the Eldars to take them down, and they can do some heavy lifting for sure. Eversur Assassin going to be rotating in the middle, see what they can find, as the Guardian squads are going to be moving here as well. Over on the north, Guardians able to take the east side of the map, whereas the Guards, not the Guardsmen, but the Grey Knights have been able to take the west, and now are going to be contesting the central part. Howling Banshees on the way out. So Howling Banshees, I believe, I don't know if there's a way to look at the tooltip, but I'm pretty sure they have power weapons in this game. So they're pretty good against like big armored units like Space Marines and whatnot. But nice entrenchment situation. The Inquisitorial Stormtroopers getting a good engagement. And look at this, man. The Eversur Assassin putting in work. Strike Squad going to be jumping on top of the Guardians, forcing a rout. And a very early victory for Davok here, as Davok is able to win a pretty crushing victory in the middle, doing a lot of damage, and I don't think he's going to get a wipe in the Warlock. The Warlock is overextending. You got to be careful, man. That Eversur Assassin can get a kill on you if you really, really overextend here. So Davok might be able to get a power bash here, guys. His Stormtroopers, the Eversur Assassin and company, and now the Strike Squad of the Grey Knights is going to be moving in and attacking into the power generator. It's going to be hard to bash that, though, with the Guardians shooting you right there. So probably your best bet would be to just come decap all this and secure all the resources on the middle, which is what it looks like Davok is going to be doing right now. All right. Adversary Assassin coming back down, maybe going to want to heal. Davok has a triple generator, so that's a really nice play by Davok, capitalizing on the fact that he won a big fight, was able to do a lot of damage against his opponent, and he's going to be attacking with generators to try and get ahead of his opponent there, which is very, very good. All right, so we do see this going down here. Adversary Assassin going to be getting shot to pieces. He's going to need to retreat right now. Davok does not want to throw here by letting his hero get karate chopped, and honestly, the strike squad could probably just retreat as well to minimize the damage they're going to take. Stormtroopers have captured the middle. Davok for sure has the map control and has the resource advantage at this point. Going to be sitting relatively comfortable as the Inquisitorial Stormtroopers come across, and they're pretty good against Guardians. Guardians do have the battle equipment, so Guardians receive plasma grenades. Oh, that's pretty cool, and deployable energy fields and fleet of foot ability. So they do have happy feet in this game, but it's not nearly as overpowered. Inquisitorial Stormtroopers getting jumped by the Howling Banshees. Howling Banshees going to be moving in with the Warlock. And these Stormtroopers are going to need to flee the scene as the Grey Knight units do get caught in a plasma grenade right there, which did a shitload of damage. Very, very clean grenade coming in from Aspect. That was beautiful. Now, he's got to be careful. There's a big flank coming in, and the Strike Squad might want to just retreat right now or run to the north and then retreat because they're going to be taking some work. The Howling Banshees are pretty good at running units down. They do have the Aspect of Fleetness, so increases their health and grants them the War Shout and Fleet of Foot abilities. They also can leap over obstacles. Nice grenade coming in, and then a mass retreat from Davok. Oh, no, the Strike Squad killed to the last. Oh, the sync kill, the karate kick to the face. And losing a Strike Squad there is going to be very, very painful. But Davok has had the power advantage for quite some time. The Adversary Assassin's going to be back out, and it's going to be helping. The Assassin is quite strong. Stormtroopers getting hunted down by the Howling Banshees, so they're going to be all over him here. As on the south, we do see the Stormtroopers getting back to the base. And what is Davok going to be building to get back in the fight? Because losing the Strike Squad there is very, very tough. Adversary Assassin going to be fighting it out versus the Angry Ladies over here, and doing pretty good. Granted, he is getting knocked down and is going to need to retreat right there. And now Davok is going to be losing map control. So what we're really going to be seeing here is, did Davok have enough map control to compensate for the loss of a very expensive unit? You know, the Grey Knight units are very elite, and certainly it's quite painful to lose them. But we do now see a Purgation Squad coming out. These guys are super cool. So Davok gets the Purgation Squad. Fire Support Infantry, if my memory serves, they can teleport as well. Or maybe I'm thinking of something else. It's been a long time since I played this game, but it is going to be the Purgation Squad, and we're going to see what it does, because I don't remember. So we will see. Inquisitorial Stormtroopers popping out, shooting into the Warlock over here, and we do see the Stormtroopers coming up to back them up. Still a contested game. You know, one wipe isn't the end of the world. And now we do see another Howling Banshee coming out. So it looks like Aspect going to be leaning very heavily into the Banshees here and looking to get nice and crunk with them, getting the Aspect of Fleetness upgrade, which, as you saw, it gives them a lot of utility. So the fight is on. We do see the Plasma Grenade going down. Adversary Assassin able to rout off some of the Guardians as the Warlock is going to be forced to retreat here. Howling Banshee is going to dive in, but the Purgation Squad... Oh, no, I think they have a Flamethrower or something? I can't remember. Oh, yeah, Suppression Flamethrowers against Banshees. Pretty freaking money there from Davok. And now the Warlock is going to be getting... Oh, this could be a kill on this Warlock. Okay, Aspect notices and runs pretty quick. Otherwise, that could have been a wipe. So we do see the Adversary Assassin going for the Karate Chop here, but not going to get it. So the Purgation Squad is the Flamethrower unit. That's right. And the Interceptor unit is the one with the teleporting. Okay, got it. Thank you, guys. Thank you. We're gonna learn pretty quick here. So awesome. Purgation Squad extremely effective against the Howling Banshees. And now we do see Davok going tier 2. So he's going to be tier 2, quite a bit of quite ahead of Aspect here. But Aspect, again, did get that wipe, and we do see Howling Banshees threatening a generator, so they're going to be... Look at that. They hop over terrain, which is so freaking cool. I love to see that. Purgation Squad trying to cook these guys. He does dodge the Plasma Grenade. Adversary Assassin needs to run right now. Stormtrooper's getting hit as well. And, man, Aspect really, really using his range and mobility, but not doing a ton of damage in the process. But Davok is going to need some tier 2 tech for sure. Stormtroopers coming out, shooting into the Howling Banshees, but the Howling Banshees going to get melee. And unlike Dawn of War 1, in Dawn of War 2, when melee units are chasing range units, they can actually hit them. So it's something I really prefer about this game, is that, like, range units can... In DAO 1, the range units can just run and cackle, and you can't even touch them. But here, like, you can punish somebody by chasing them with melee, right? So, Stormtroopers coming out. We're going to see if a generator is going to get wiped. We do see the Adversary Assassin coming, and it looks like one generator is going to get bashed here. While we do see the Purgation Squad up in the high ground being shot by the Guardians. Guardians don't do a lot of damage, much like Dawn of War 1. But they do more. I would say they have a little bit more utility than they do in Dawn of War 1 in terms of the combat and all that stuff. All right, so retreating back are the Purgation Squads, and moving up here, it's going to be the Adversary Assassin and his two homies. Going to be trying to reclaim some ground on this side of the map. Tier 2 is out for the... oh, we got a Rhino coming. Okay, interesting. So the Grey Knight's going to be going for a Rhino. Are they going to be loading up the Purgation Squad and driving up on their opponent? That would be super cool. We do see the points over here being taken, but it's getting a little bit sketchy. We do almost see the Eldar winning just simply on capture points here, guys. As you can see, 500 to 302, so it's getting a little bit tough for ye old Grey Knights here. But the metal boxes of doom are going to be out. And here comes the Rhino, the metal box. You guys love it. And it does have some shooting utility, so it does have a little bit of DACA. Up on the top side, we do see the Warlock getting forced back by the Purgation Squad. And what is Davok going to be doing with his Rhino? I'm actually very curious. He's going to be loading up the Stormtroopers. And yeah, so Guardians in this game can set up like a temporary barrier, which is so cool. They can set up like a force shield that they can hide behind for cover. It's very, very fun. All right, so we do see the Eversur Assassin and the Stormtroopers running away. Howling Banshee is going to be coming in to try and get them. Assassin going to be trying to peel some of these. Little grenade going down from the Stormtroopers. And now the metal box of doom is out. We're going to see what it's going to be able to do. Like I said, it does have a heavy bolter on top, which is decent. It's not like an insane amount of damage like a dedicated combat vehicle, but you know, it is able to force those guys back. Eversur Assassin is suppressed right now. He might want to run. He's eating a lot of firepower, and if that Assassin does go down, you have to pick them up or you have to pay for them again. Howling Banshees get the kill, and the Eversur Assassin does explode when he dies, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, we got the sync kill with the Banshee too, but it was kind of blocked up by some of the Shroud of War there. All right, so you can pick up your heroes when they get knocked down, or you can pay a premium and get them back from your base, which is something. So right now, I would expect him to pick up his Eversur Assassin. Okay, no, does Davok just rebuild him in the base? Okay, he just pays a premium to rebuild him at full health. Okay, that's one way to do it. Stormtroopers coming down, Metal Box of Doom is out, and now the Eldar are going to be getting a Guardian weapons team. Now, this thing I think starts out as anti-infantry, but you can upgrade it to be a Bright Lance. The Imperial Guard have the same thing, where you can get a heavy bolter and then you can upgrade it to be a las cannon to hurt vehicles, and it's pretty damn effective. Only allied heroes can pick them up. Oh, so you can't do it in 1v1. Thank you. So Professor Pone telling me you can't pick up your own heroes in 1v1. Oh, man, that Bright Lance is really wrecking that Rhino, though. The Rhino does have a heavy bolter turret, but it's not going to be long for this world. Davok is not getting it out quick enough, and the Bright Lance is able to take it down. Purgation Squad coming from this side. Eversur Assassin battling it out versus the Warlock, and he does have the Neuro Gauntlet, but losing that Rhino is going to be extremely painful. Davok has taken a couple wipes here, and it looks like Aspect is going to be able to clutch the victory. We'll have to see. So, Neuro Gauntlet. A claw filled with deadly toxins. Enemies struck by it take additional damage over time. And very cool. All right, so it's a power weapon. Good against armor and damage over time. The pink box has fallen. Davok does have the capture points, though. Not that they give you additional resources, so I think that the Eldar are going to be feeling pretty comfortable to just push in and probably just use their superior numbers and their lack of losses to get the job done. Up at the top, we do see the Purgation Squad grabbing what they can, and in the base here, we do see the Stronghold, what is being built here. Guardian weapons team is out. Curious to see what Davok is going to be able to try and get back in this. I feel like it's going to be very tough. The Eversur Assassin does have a nice upgrade, of course. Warlock has the Witchblade of Kurnost. What does it do? Increases the melee damage and grants Ethereal Slash ability, which shreds enemies in an area. And then we do have the Warp Throw. It grants a Warp Throw ability, which allows the Warlock to throw enemies from afar. Okay, so it gives it literally like the Force Grip from Star Wars, which is pretty funny. Guardian setting up their barrier here. Eversur Assassin and the Stormtroopers moving up here. And did Davok just go tier 3, or did my eyes deceive me? Did I just see the dreaded tier 3 coming? Oh, the Terminator Librarian is out. Hell yeah, let's go. This guy's awesome. So we do have a Terminator Librarian, and he's going to be moving out with the Purgation Squad here. Curious to see what he's going to be able to bring to the table. I don't remember what he does, so we're going to have to see and learn together. This is the Elite mod for Dawn of War 2. It's honestly some of the best PvP you're going to get in the Dawn of War franchises, because it's a community-made mod based on Dawn of War 2 Retribution, which has been heavily balanced. So every faction is decent, honestly. It's pretty great. All right, Terminator Librarian is out. He's going to be moving in, and he's obviously a pretty powerful melee fighter. And oh, doing a big AoE right there. Look at that. Man, and it is going to be forcing the Banshees to retreat. And now we're going to see if the Librarian can carry this game once again. Eversur Assassin, Davok definitely needs to retreat that bad boy. He does get another upgrade. He's got the Sin Skin Body Glove. Increases his health, gives him regen, improves Psychon, reduce healing health. Okay, pretty cool. So it's just kind of a health and durability augment for the Eversur Assassin. Librarian going to be surging forth with the Purgation Squad, and yeah, they'll be good against these Banshees for sure. Oh, look at that! Palpatine Force Lightning activated on the Guardian Squad from the Terminator Librarian, but we do see the Purgation Squad getting melted by the Howling Banshees. Davok needs to be a little bit quicker on the draw with the retreats right here. These guys are going to get pounded, and it looks like he is going to be losing another squad here. Stormtroopers and Librarian going to be forced back, and that probably has got to be the end of the game. Inquisitors are gone. Terminator Librarian is gone, and the Eldar have taken over the battlefield, guys. We do see a Falcon tank coming in. It is a transport tank. And of course, much like the Rhino, it has similar utilities in terms of combat. And Davok only has 2 units now, including his hero. So he's got the not including his hero. He's got the Eversur Assassin. Another Rhino is going to be on the way out. Assassin going to be attacking into the Falcon, but probably won't be able to do a whole lot against it. Yeah, he's got his little Pimp Claw, but he is not doing a lot against that big armor right there. He does pop his big Enrage ability, but is going to need to flee. Yep, we got to retreat. Maybe he's going to go down here. If he does go down, that probably would seal the deal. We'll have to see. Howling Banshee's putting in a lot of work in this game. I love when they jump over the building. See, isn't that cool? Yeah, it's great stuff. All right, Eversur Assassin going to be fleeing, and over on the west side, do you see the Warlock getting nice and geared up? Terminator Librarian of the Grey Knights going to be moving out to try and cause some disruption. Meanwhile, the Falcon tank is going to be killing the generators and doing quite a bit of heavy lifting here. Power melee does 10% on vehicles. Got it. Good to know. Good to know. Moving on up, Rhinos attacking into the Falcon. And we do see the Guardian Weapons team with its Bright Lance is going to be able to pound into the Rhino here. Eversur Assassin going to be running up, looking to cause some havoc and maybe shut down the weapons team, but it's not going to matter. The army size is just so vastly different. Another Purgation squad's going to be getting called out. Eversur Assassin getting bullied pretty bad over here by a bunch of angry ladies. And the Grey Knight character using his AoE knockback, the Librarian, to stagger some of the Banshees and buy a little bit of time. Eversur Assassin chewing it up. We do see the Guardian Weapons team getting a little bit low. Going to be hard, but it looks like the Eversur Assassin was killed in combat, so he's not going to be able to do a whole lot more, and that Stormtrooper unit is going to be wiped as well. The Banshee's pursuit, very, very nasty. Rhino, the metal box is out of control, crashes into the building, explodes, and the Librarian is going to be the last bastion of his people as he does get hunted down, and most likely will get back to base, but this game is super, super over. GG, well played. Really fun little match and series between these guys. We got to see some good faction diversity. Some mid-game units, some late-game units. Not super late-game, but, you know, you got to see quite a bit. Yeah, the Falcon looks pretty good. Yeah, it looks nice. This game came out in 2009, I think. The first Dawn of War was, what, 2004? This one was 09, if memory serves. So Purgation Squad going to be setting up with a side cannon. It's like a sort of like a heavy bolter of sorts, and is going to be deploying and putting a little bit of DACA down in aspect here. Davok in the back going to be getting his Purgation Squads out, but really is just trapped up at the base. And full map control is now going to be going to Eldar. They're going to get all 3 victory points, which is going to bleed him dry pretty quickly here. And yeah, that's most likely going to be it. Bright Lance shooting into the Terminator. Purgation Squads are trapped up, and Davok really, really tied down in his base. But he didn't hear no bell. There's a Plasma Grenade. Going to do a little bit of damage against the Purgation Squads. Davok trying to slow push out with bolters. You know, trying to get a little bit of space back where he can. Eversur Assassin is back in business, and the entire map is going to be belonging to Aspect right now. Good matches, but this one's definitely over. So our next show match is going to be between 2 newer players. I mean, they played the game quite a bit, but they are, you know, they don't like sweat too much at it. It's going to be Professor Pone versus Gojira. So you're going to see some orcs, you're going to see some Tyranids, all sorts of good stuff. So that is going to be great fun. The dreaded Professor Pone, the goat of gaming himself, versus the god gamer Gojira. Who's going to win that one? I don't know. We're going to find out. Grey Knights trying to re-secure ground using their heavy bolters. Eldar are tier 3 now, so I wonder what we're going to be seeing from tier 3. With the Warlock going to be dropping some anime shit right here. Oh, the Palpatine Force Pull. That's so cool. So he uses the Force Pull, pulls in the Suppression team, and then charges in with the Howling Banshees to rip them to shreds. What a cool combo, man. Oh, that's so rad. The Eversur Assassin wants it bad, trying to hunt down the Warlock, but retreating units in this game, they get steadily faster as they retreat. So when you first retreat, it's like just barely faster than, you know, your basic movement speed, and then they get faster and faster as they retreat. So they build up like a retreating momentum. Yeah. All right. So up here, we do see the Terminator Librarian going to be grabbing the point. Davok still fighting the good fight. Tier 3 Eldar units most likely going to be out soon. I wonder what they're going to get. It would be pretty cool to see some avatars or some big scary stuff, but you never know. Grey Knights making their last stand, going to be setting up here, and looks like that unit going to be getting shot down, so the Purgation Squad has been destroyed. The Eversur Assassin and the Terminator Librarian trying to fight, but just too much firepower here. And yeah, the Librarian going to be waddling away in his big slow Terminator armor, and yeah, I think that's going to be it. Also retreating, yes, so that's something to acknowledge in this game. When you retreat, you take melee units, if I'm not mistaken, melee units do more damage against you, I think, when you're retreating. Shooting, I think you take reduced damage, but it gives melee a little bit of a leg up in some regards, which I think is good. All right, Terminator Librarian fleeing. We do see a Purgation Squad setting up here. The dreaded pink Grey Knights are going to be getting ready to party. And there you go. GG there. 33 victory tickets left. The Eldar do have them double capped, and that is one way to win in this game. GG, well played, being called by both players. Shout out to both these guys. Great game. Davok always a champion, as is Aspect. And ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be moving into our next show match for the day, which is going to be the two gods of gaming, Gojira and Professor Pone. All right. So let's set this up right now. And that is our first best of 3 of the day. We have Davok versus Aspect, which we did just now. And then we have Gojira versus Pone, Aries versus the Salty Scarab, and Animal Mother versus Hellhound, which is also going to be another very high-level match. Those guys apparently are very good at this game. So, all right. So let's do custom games. We're going to go to public. We're going to host it, and this is going to be Gojira versus Pone, best of 3. All right. So there we go. Let's get here, open up a spectator slot, and then we're going to move on down there. Great. GG, well played, man. Fun stuff. Fun stuff indeed. You guys enjoyed some of the Iron Harvest streams? Yeah, I had a blast playing Iron Harvest. I'm gonna revisit it every now and then. It's very fun. When you download the mod off ModDB to play it, do you go through Steam? No, you get a launcher. So when you install the mod, it puts a launcher on your desktop. And yeah, that's how that works. You need to have, I think it's Retribution is what it bases off. So we're going to do the Fend Unlock. All right. So here we go, baby. It's going to be Orcs versus... Pone says, you suck #1, and Gojira says, you suck also. Okay, we have a grudge match between these two players, guys. Ready? Let's do that. And see what's cooking. All right, it's going to be the Orcs versus the Tyranids. Professor Pone on the Tyranids, Gojira on his beloved Orcs. And you're going to see some wild shit. Do people play this in Discord? Yeah, in our Discord you can find pretty much games for most RTS games. Maybe not StarCraft and whatnot, but... Yeah, Davok, well played. Aspect is a Terminator, man. You played very well. Very, very well played. All right, guys. Spawning in on the north side of the map, it is going to be Gojira, and he's going to be using his mech. And to the south side, it is going to be Professor Pone, and he's going to be using the dreaded Hive Tyrant. Oh, yeah, dude. Look how Chad the Hive Tyrant is. This thing is so cool. So, Hive Tyrant's moving out. We do have Sluggaboys and Shootaboys coming out here, and Hormigaunt Brood, and I would imagine Pone's going to be getting the Shooty Broods here soon. No, okay, I'm remembering playing against Pone now. I'm remembering. Pone is a big enjoyer of using the melee Tyranids. I know he likes to just use a Tyrant and just run you down and get really, really aggro in melee. We're going to see if Gojira can handle that. He does have the Sluggaboys. Shootaboys out as well. And another Termagant Brood's going to be coming. Nope, okay, actually no, the first Termagant Brood. So he's got 2 melee Termagants, or Hormigants, and then Termagant. It's always hard to remember the names on those guys. All right, so Hive Tyrant is going to be moving across, grabbing what they can, and this victory point is going to be getting taken here. In the meantime, in the north, we see the Shootaboys and the Sluggaboys lurking. The fighting has yet to begin in earnest. The Termagant Brood going to be camping the middle power, Professor Pone getting him behind the sandbags there. It's kind of funny imagining like Tyranids taking taking cover there, you know? Yeah. All right. So, Hive Tyrant grabs the goodies. Gojira going to be going for another Sluggaboy, so going to be getting a pretty big wah here as the fighting does erupt. The Tyranid shooting in the back, putting some good hurt down, and the Orc Shootaboys are tied up in melee. We do see the Hormigants getting beaten down, and Gojira is going to need to retreat his unit as well. Ooh, almost a full wipe there, man. That's sketchy. Tyranid's really getting pretty crunk nasty. The mech going to be putting a little bit of fire support down, but overall, the Tyranid melee able to rip apart the Orcs here, which makes sense. Scary aliens. Now, you can get into guard towers and bunkers in this game, so you do see the Orc in the guard tower here with his Daka shooting away. But overall, the Orcs are probably going to want to retreat. Could see a wipe. Tyranid's last unit here, 7 HP. Is Goji going to go for it? Oh, he was chasing, but that little gremlin was able to get away. Now the Hive Tyrant has arrived and is going to be turning the tide of the fight as Big Daddy has arrived. All right. So Hive Tyrants are like most factions in this game have like a super heavy combat here. Chaos has a Chaos Lord, Tyranids have the Hive Tyrant, Space Marines have like the Force Commander equivalent, and now Godzilla is going to be trying to knock down the bunker while the Orcs shoot him from the windows. Pone's Gremlin's going to be healing in the base as the Tyrant continues boinking, and the mech, where is he? Where's mech right now? Is he around? Okay, the mech is just trying to ninja territory in the middle of the map. All right, guys. Middle point going to be getting taken. We do see the mech trying to ninja that one. And Godzilla is here. Is he going to be stopping Goji from capturing this? It looks like Gojira will be able to capture it. There he goes. Pretty unfortunate for the old Pone dog. But now Pone's going to be trying to G-cap it right back at him, which is funny. 1 generator out for the Tyranids and no generators out for the Orcs yet. So the Orcs may be going to be leaning more into Tier 1. As now we see a Warrior Brood coming out. So Warrior Broods are heavy infantry and decent little fighters there. Godzilla able to capture this right there. And is actually going to be going for the full capture. So Pone is eating a lot of damage in the process, and Gojira being very much a trash goblin running around with his mech and just kind of trying to ninja whatever points he can and avoiding mainline fighting. Granted, Pone giving a lot of HP away on his Hive Tyrant there has got to hurt a little bit. All right, here comes the Tyranid Onslaught, though, guys. This is going to be a lot to handle for the Orcs. The Warrior Broods do indeed have the Barbed Stranglers. Oh, that's pretty cool. So they get the range suppression tool. And yeah, you can see they have that like little skeet bomb, which actually suppresses the unit. So Pone going to be using his mortars, and he does have the Shooty Warrior Brood, while his frickin' Hormagaunts ripping apart the Orcs again, pushing those guys back. And ladies and gentlemen, the battle does continue to rage on. Hive Tyrant looking all right. Looking down to the south side, we do see the Orcs gremlining, and the teleporter platform. Oh, okay. I don't remember what the buildings are called, and yeah, just getting familiar again. Pone trying to capture what he can on the map with his gremlins, but Gojira loves to just do spec ops with his mech. He's just been stealth running around, essentially just grabbing whatever he can and trying to maybe delay the game a little bit. Does he even have any Jennies up yet? No generators coming from Gojira at this point, I don't think, which is a big mistake, I think. Pone is going to outscale him pretty hard. Pone already has triple generators, so he's going to be able to go tier 2, whereas the Orcs are going to be stuck on tier 1 for quite some time. The mech is probably going to be forced to retreat. Oh, that's right, he has the teleport! So the mech is able to teleport over here and escape the threat of the Tyranids. Oh my god, he's such a troll, dude. He's just teleporting around and decapping Professor Pone's stuff. That is so funny. Alright, the Waa's going to be coming down. We do see some Ludas coming out. So Ludas are basically like a heavy bolter platform. They do some work. You have to deploy them, and they get an Arc of Fire, and they do some good work if they can get in that Arc of Fire. And the Luda does, not the Luda, but the mech teleports away again, but he does teleport into some Tyranids. And now Gojira is going to be bringing his weapons team, and they have pretty good range. So he's trying to lure the Tyranids into a bit of a suppression trap, and we're going to see if he's going to get it right now. All right. So the shots come in. The Orc's going to be taking control of the middle. Gojira now starting to get his generators. Okay, and back at the base, we of course have you have turrets in this game, which is really nice. It's something that Iron Harvest probably needed to add as well, so you can't just base camp people. A lot of Orc Daka though, guys. The Hive Tyrant's getting melted, and the Ludas are going to be opening up as well. Ooh, both players maybe going to be losing their hero here. The Hive Tyrant escaping 60, 56 HP, 30 HP. Oh, 21 HP, and he gets away. And the Big Mac, if I'm not mistaken, did teleport away. So he did teleport back and then ran back to the base there, but the suppression trap from Gojira with the Ludas was able to keep that guy honest there, which is pretty good. Turin, to see resources, there is a small arrow button next to the units towards the upper left. Okay, so we will, let's do that. Perfect. So we're going to turn Fog of War off, which will let me see everything. And then attention arrow, toggle, large cursor, enemy visibility. I'm not sure which one you're talking about. To see the resources, there is a small arrow button next to the units up towards the left, up towards the unit. Oh, here. Oh, okay, cool. There you go. Thank you. You meant down here. Got it. All right, so you can see the resources of the players. Pretty neat. And we'll be toggling back and forth to that. Thank you guys so much. And the mech, he is going to be getting the Def Gun infantry upgrade. Well, not infantry upgrade, but he is an infantry and it's his weapon. The Hive Tyrant has no upgrades yet. Hive Tyrants can walk through buildings and shit. So there they go, and he's going to be cruising up to the middle. The Orcs just kind of setting up their helms deep. I think the Orcs are going to try and recapture this and then just maybe fight over the middle. The Ludas stand to the ready. I don't like the fact that they're in the front. It means they could be swarmed pretty quickly. And now we do see the Def Gun. Equips the mech with the Def Gun. A heavy suppression weapon effective against infantry and requires setup time. Okay, pretty cool. So Tyranids moving in, eating a lot of fire from those Ludas. And we can also see the Shooter Boys over here have the big Shooter Gun, so they're going to be putting some hurt down. And the Big Mac is going to be reforming. It looks like Gojira aiming the wrong direction. A very orky thing to do, by the way. He teleports. Oh, look at that. So he teleports onto the enemy units, sets up his big gun, and is going to be unleashing now. However, one Orc unit fully wiped over here by the melee Tyranids. And now these Shooter Boys are going to be forced to retreat as well. But the Orcs are resurgent in the middle. Maybe going to get a wipe on Professor Pone's elite unit here. And it looks like the Warrior Brood is going to get wiped. Okay, both players trading tit for tat in that fight right there. Very, very good stuff. So it looks like a Shooter Boy was lost by the Orcs. And then we did see the Warrior Brood dying for Professor Pone as well. So the mech was able to jump in there, get his big Def Gun shooting, and cackle all the way to the bank. All right, good battle. And now we see a Tyrant Guard coming out. Melee monstrous creatures. Super heavy infantry armor. All right. So this is basically just a big tanky boy. Orc's going to be fighting in the middle versus the Hive Tyrant. Probably going to want to run. The mech is trying to capture it, but he does get knocked down right there. So not going to work out super well. Slugger Boys do have the Burnus, which are going to make them slightly better fighters. And the mech is going to be fleeing the scene. While we do get Godzilla coming in here. And yeah, the Tyrant Guard able to push back these Slugger Boys pretty effectively. So Pone getting the big guns out. I'm going to be making another Warrior Brood because he wants his skeet cannons, and I'm curious about what tech the Orcs are going to be getting. Orcs do have their 2 generators, and they are going to be sending some shooter boys to get the decap over here. In the meantime, Tyranids looking like they do have a pretty nasty critical mass, and another Warrior Brood's going to be out, which I would imagine Professor Pone is going to upgrade to have that ranged suppression cannon, which I think he likes quite a bit. Yeah, Goji is just being a trash goblin, like I said, just trying to decap here. He's playing a very, very dangerous game. He teleports away at the last second, like a freaking cartoon villain. Down to the south, Warrior Broods, no upgrades yet. We do see the Hive nodes building defense. Okay, so these are just the building defensive turrets. Got it. Okay, registered and remembered. Middle's being decapped. Close game between these 2 players. That is for sure. These are 2 homies that play together all the time, so they know each other's styles, I would imagine, to an extent. And, yeah, we got the mechs. We have 2 Slugga boys here. We have the Ludas, which need to be fully replenished. And what are the Orcs going to be building next? The Tyranids are definitely ahead right now, if memory serves. We can actually look at the supply. 51 supply for the Tyranids, and we do have 42 supply for the Orcs. And, yeah, overall, does look like the Tyranids are in a little bit of a more dominant position here. All right, Termagant's going to be grabbing what they can. Toxin Sack upgrades are here, and the big old Tyrant Guard going to be heading over to the east to maybe decapture that. Can the monsters... I can't remember if monsters can decapture in this game. Yeah. I don't know if they can. Can they? He might need to send a unit. I know the Hive Tyrant can, and it looks like the Hive Tyrant's finally going to be getting an upgrade. So he's going to be getting the Synapse upgrade, so grants the passive improved Synapse. Increases the health of allied Tyranid non-hero units near him in Synapse by 25%. In addition, the effects of basic Synapse also increases the Hive Tyrant's health and regeneration. Okay. Cool. So it's basically just like a big Death Star ability. It makes everyone around him tankier, gives a little bit of regen. Only the Sentinel can decap. Thank you. Okay, so that's like the only kind of vehicle or monstrous piece that can decap. Power node here is going to be taken down by Professor Pone's Godzilla Force, the Hive Tyrant and the Tyrant Guardian. Able to get a good L boink right there. And the Orcs are really looking to be in the trash can here pretty soon. We have Tank Busters coming out. Tank Busters will, I guess, be good against some of the bigger super heavy armor like the Tyrant Guard. Gojira is going to have to win some fights, and Pone is going to have to make some big mistakes, because Professor Pone, I think, has all the advantages here. They're both tier 2 right now. Professor Pone is on 6 generators to Gojira's 3, so the tech advantage is going to be pretty disgusting for the old Pone Dog as well. All right, Termagant setting up, and the Orcs going to be getting ready to fight in the middle. They do have their Ludas set up, but the Ludas are just going to get run down by the Tyrant Guard. But the Tank Busters are now here. Might be able to melt the Tyrant Guard. We're going to have to see. But here comes the Skeet Bomb is activated on the Orcs from the Warrior Brood back here. The big boy is getting the Tank Buster shots, but not before he's able to really take those Ludas to Pound Town. Tank Buster is doing a little bit of damage, but not as much as you would think, because I believe it's super heavy infantry armor, which I think is different than vehicle armor. Fighting continues to rage on here. The Tyranids are ripping it up. They do have the shooting, and the Hive Tyrant is sitting a little bit AFK. Pone needs to get busy with that guy. But overall, the Tank Busters did do a little bit of damage, but the Orcs do look to be in more or less a full route right here. Tyrant Guard has lost a fair amount of HP. Oh, look at the Tank Busters getting in the building. Oh, that's so funny. So they're shooting their rockets out of the building right there. And the Tyrant Guard continues to just be a raid boss and tank that business. Gojira healing up in the base. He did lose a unit during that fight. Professor Pone didn't lose anything. And now there's going to be some bashing on the generators. We're going to be seeing probably 1, 2, and 3 generators going down here, which is going to be very disastrous here for the Orcs as the Tyranids continue to cackle. End of the building, Gojira is probably going to forget about this unit. Yep, we do see the Tank Busters get killed in the building by the Hive Tyrant as well as the ranged Warrior Brood. Hormigaunt's going to be running away. Not a big deal, though. But we still have the big Harambe of the Tyranids here. Going to be able to lock down the Big Mac, and I would expect Gojira to just kind of GG out of this game and probably rack it up and get ready to play another one, because this is a best-of-3 series between these players, so they do have some opportunities here to scheme against their opponents in between the games. Professor Pone probably can't dive quite yet. I mean, the Orc turrets might be able to mow him. We'll see. But Gojira should probably tap out at this point. I don't think he's got any chance whatsoever. That's going to be a wipe on those shooter boys, most likely. Yep, the Hive Tyrant. Oh my god, he just feasted on their souls, getting the sync kill on them as well. So Goji has literally his Big Mac in 1 unit. Gojira is back to minute 1 in the game. Minute 1. That's basically it. Up here, we are going to be seeing the victory point being taken by the Tyranids. Victory point being taken by the Tyranids. And Professor Pone showing why he is the GOAT of gaming as he puts in some work here. All right, so we do see a Def Dread coming out. Pretty fun. And yeah, at least we get to see the Def Dread fight. What I like about this game is you do get to see more advanced units, at least in the casual games we've had so far. I don't know what high level play is like. High level play could be the same as Dow 1 in that, you know, the games are just decided super quickly and whatnot. You don't see late game units, but so far today we've gotten to tier 2 pretty much every time, and tier 3 even a couple times as well. All right, guys, grabbing the goodies here. We do see the victory point being taken, and over on this side, the Def Dread are going to be cleaving on through that power node, allowing Gojira to recapture it with his slug of boys. Pone is going to be getting some big, scary business, guys. Some big, scary business. He loves his big monsters. In every game you play with Pone, it's always dragons or big T-Rexes or whatever it is. Hey, Giamma, how you doing, man? Welcome to the stream. All right, Hive Tyrant, Termagants, and Warrior Brutes going to be rotating. Tier 3 is going to be here for Pone Dog very, very soon, and he is going to bring a reckoning upon Gojira. Gojira, does he have Tank Busters? He does have Tank Busters and a Def Dread. Army size, let's go ahead and take a look at the two players here. It's going to be 39 against 51, so Pone invested most of his money in teching. Gojira's income is far worse. Pone has 84 power against Gojira's 54, and a far higher requisition income as well. All right, guys, the battle is on. Tyrannid's going to be preparing, and you're about to see a Godzilla Tyrannid. If it's Pone, you're going to see a Godzilla Tyrannid. So Gojira just sitting, letting the points bleed. Professor Pone does have the advantage on the victory tickets, if I'm not mistaken. But Gojira actually did have the victory ticket advantage for a long time. So while Pone was bullying him in some of the fights, Gojira did indeed get the victory ticket advantage. That's kind of interesting. So Professor Pone's having to kind of grind his opponent back here, which maybe means Goji has like a Hail Mary chance. I don't think so, but I don't know. We will see. So Goji on the defense. Obviously, he doesn't have the army to really move out. I think he's just going to be checking and trying to do what he can. And back here, the Big Mech is going to be on his way out and getting ready to party. Position a little bit. And this point, victory point, probably going to be taken here. We'll have to see. Pone going to be maneuvering out to this side. He likes to move around in his big Tyrannid Death Star to get the Synapse combo going. And we see another Storm Boy coming out. Not another, but the first one. Okay, so first Storm Boy here. Yeah, knobs are really brutal in this game. They're very, very good. Okay, victory point. Going to be on the cards here. Tyrannid's maybe going to grab that one. We will see. Meanwhile, Gojira going to be exchanging territory. 3 generators versus 6. Oh, yeah. The Carnifex is coming, baby. Oh, let's get the Carnifex. Yes. Let the Nurglings feast. It's going to be... That voice line is from this game, by the way. All right. So, guys, it is going to be the Carnifex. The true Carnifex. The distraction of all distractions is on his way. Victory point here, going to be taken by Slugga Boys. Gojira is trying to get an army together, but he's stuck on tier 2 basically. And Professor Pone is going to be getting a fat tier 3 big chungus as the capillary towers are going to be coming up for the Tyrannids, giving a little bit of map presence there. And yeah, Carnifex looks super, super cool. It looks super cool. Are you guys ready for the glory? Oh yes, let it happen. So big old army going to be moving across. Termagants, Hive Tyrant, he has a bunch of upgrades. Crushing Claws, which gives him extra DPS, heavy melee DPS. He's got the Synapse, which we saw earlier, and the Warp Field. It grants the Warp Field ability that allows the Hive Tyrant to absorb damage at the cost of energy. So it's like same thing that the Chaos Lord does have. All right, Dad is going to be on the way out, and Pone is getting a Venom Brute as well. Oh, yes. Here comes the beast. This isn't a tournament. This is just show matches today. So we're having a bunch of best of 3s, basically. All right, here it comes. So the old Carnifex is coming out, getting a Thornback upgrade, which I don't know what that does. We're going to have to read that. But Goji is going to be in for a world of hurt right now. Tyranids are going to come across, and if he tries to fight this, Tank Bust is shooting into the Carnifex, but that thing has a ton of HP, and it's just going to march them down. Tyranid army going to be zerging on the Orcs, quite literally zerging. And here it comes. Storm Boys maybe going to think about jumping over. And the front line for the Orcs is going to be folding very quickly. We do see the Storm Boys moving in and getting into contact with some of the Tyranid shooting. We're going to see how that goes. Well, the Carnifex continues chasing and is going to be getting its big Velociraptor claws to rip it up. Oh, does he summon a Ripper Swarm? Let's see. Or is that just... Okay, yeah, so he can spawn a little Ripper Swarm to tie down the Tank Busters. That's pretty cool. All right. Orcs getting ripped up in melee. We do see the Big Mech. Oh, sync kill with the Carnifex. Oh, the Carnifex with the sync kill. Let's go. And over here, the Storm Boys diving a little bit greedily and deeply. They are going to be able to escape, and the Killican probably not going to be long for this world. Once the Tyrant Guard as well as the Carnifex jump on it, probably going to get bonked pretty hard. All right. So Def Dread running. We do see it's pretty fast. Look at it scurrying away. Oh my God, what a meme. But it is going to be fleeing the scene, and Professor Pone could probably just march into his base now. He could probably just march in there. And he should definitely go bash all the power. We do see the Hive Tyrant spawning another unit here of, no, a Capillary Tower is coming up, okay. So is he just going to go for it? I mean, the heavy bolter turrets will not do much against the Carnifex, and with the Hive Tyrant and the Tyrant Guard, Pone's got all the super heavies, guys. And Gojira is basically going to be hiding in his base like a rat. Oh, Big Mech is down. Hive Tyrant's moving in. Tyrant Guard and Carnifex is here. And the L bonking does begin. Gojira basically being base camped, losing all of his generators here. And, oh my god, he's calling down the big rocks? Yeah, I think he's calling down the big rocks. It's the Orc army ability there. All right, so that's going to force Pone to retreat. Granted, it doesn't even really do much damage against these guys. It did a little bit, I guess. Turin took some damage right there. And now we do see the Tyrant Guard trying to kill the Orc turret here. It's going to take a while, but he'll get there eventually. Generator's getting bashed. The Big Mac is dead on the field. All 3 victory points belong to Professor Pone. And game one's for sure in the bag. A nice attempt at a comeback there, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Don't think it's going to be enough. Tyrant Guard forced to run away here. Generators are bashed for Gojira. Gojira has been sent back to the literal Stone Age. Unit-wise, he has a Knob squad, so he does get his endgame unit. Knobs are very good. But yeah, I think it's a little bit too late. I mean, Pone has a fully erect army, full map control. Pone could afford to lose things. Gojira cannot afford to lose things. That is for damn sure. All right, Tyrannid's going to be setting up outside the Orc base. Knobs are going to be moving in, making their last stand here, but there's a lot of elites that can probably fight these Knobs, including the Carnifex itself. So, yep, it attacks in. Knobs are getting the business pretty good from the Carnifex, which is a super elite heavy unit. Tier 3 for Goji. But Goji only has a couple units, and Pone's going to be back with a vengeance with his Hive Tyrant, and Gotham's Reckoning will be upon him very, very soon, as Gojira is also bleeding points. Although we do see the Carnifex getting taken pretty low by the Tank Bustas, and the Knob's also able to get some work done as well. But the last Knob is going to be killed. Oh, is that a sync kill? Oh, it is a sync kill. So the Carnifex gets it done. GG being called there. And we're going to be moving to game 2 between these individuals. Very fun match between Pone and Gojira. And here comes game 2. All right. So you got to see the big super heavy, which was fun. The Knobs, you know, at that point, Butter, he was basically done for. Yeah, Goji had lost the game a long time ago, but he just wanted to see if he could weasel his way back in it. All right. So let's go multiplayer, custom games, public, and that's going to be Pone versus Gojira, game 2. All right. So we're going to ready up here. We're going to go ahead and move to the spectator slot here, and now we're just waiting for these guys. And for the map, we will do the Green Tooth Gorge. All right. Knobs are scary in Dow too. Yeah, they're really good. Knobs are beasts. But Goji was just so behind. I mean, he was fighting a super heavy, fully upgraded hero from the Tyranids. Because in this game, you can upgrade your heroes. Like in Dow 1, yeah, like this one you have item upgrades. So Dow 4 is similar to this in some ways, in that you have hero upgrades. So you can, like each hero, you have multiple upgrade options. Pone's going to be going for the Imperial Guard this time. So he's switching to the Guard. Going to be using a Commissar. And, all right. Pone says evil bug cackle. Yeah. All right. Cool. So Orcs versus Guard. When these guys are ready. Very, very evil indeed. Yeah, Commissar is coming out. My favorite Imperial Guard commander. Right on, right on. Well, you're going to get represented here. It's going to be great. Evil indeed. All right. Pone is ready. We're going to see if Gojira can come back. Is he going to go for... Oh, he's going for the Commando Knob. The Commando's so fun. It's so freaking fun. I love the Commando hero. He's great. That'll probably fit Gojira's playstyle more. He really likes the spec ops and like ninjaing points, and the Commando's going to be better at that as well. All right. So let's get this party started. Let's have some fun. Thank you guys all for joining today. And here we go. Spawning in on the north side of the map, it's going to be the Imperial Guard. Oh, he's playing Death Corps of Kree. Oh, that's so cool. You can see the Kree commander here, the Kree Commissar. Okay, that's really rad. I forgot you have skins in this game for all the different factions. So he does have the Death Corps of Kree. Look at that. How cool is that? Yeah, so General, I know you like this game. You can bunker spam in this game too. You can do turret spam and all sorts of fun stuff with Guard. Okay, so Commissar's coming out, and we do see an early Sentinel being called in for the Imperial Guard. And the Commando Knob, here he is. He looks super cool. He's got like a whole backpack full of gear. Has some really fun upgrades. Great utility character. And the Commissar, I don't quite remember his utility, exactly what he does, but I know he's got some tricks. So, yeah, Kadashan Devils wouldn't be terrible here. The little shotgun grenades. I don't know. I think that the Sentinel is always really important for the Guard early on because you get the War Stomp ability, which allows him to fend off the Orc units, right? If the Slugga Boys can close the distance with your Guardsmen, they're going to massacre them. So having the Stomp ability to punish them and kite them, I think, is very, very good. All right, so Sentinel's moving across, putting some firepower down right here, shooting into the Shooter Boys. And in the meantime, up top, guardsmen are out, so not quite active yet. Pone needs to get those bad boys busy. And his sentinel is going to be under a lot of pressure here, so he's going to want to back away. There he goes. All right, so he's going to be retreating. Oh, Gojira with the commando knob, sneaking around the back, trying to get an ambush and maybe take that bad boy down, but looks like the sentinel is going to be able to get away here. Meanwhile, the Death Corps of Kree getting the squad sergeants. And now the commando knob going to be attacking here, trying to force back some of the Death Corps infantry. Moving across is the Commissar, and oh, grenade! Grenade's coming out. Nice grenade right there. It is more of a snare grenade, but it is able to lock down those guys and allow the commando knob maybe to get a little bit more Jacka and call in some reinforcements. So far, Goji off to a much better start this game. A much better start. All right. So over here, we see the Sentinel being repaired, and it is back online. Commissar is going to need to get busy in some of the fighting. Professor Pone trying to grab the power nodes where he can, and it looks like his power node here may be going to be knocked down by Goji. Goji's aggression this game has been very effective. The commando knob with a nice little grenade there earlier, able to turn the tide of some of the fighting. And Pone is going to be gathering his tools and getting ready to move in and do glorious battle. All right. So Guardsman squad's coming on down, and the Commissar are going to be leading the charge. Power node is going to be re-upgraded by Professor Pone. And now we see some of the shooter boys in the middle getting it as the Commissar will surge forth. He's got his pistol out, looking super cool, and will be able to chop some of these guys down with his chainsword. And he does get one. Very, very nice. Wow, full wipe! Holy shit, that squad got killed quick. Okay, that is a rough wipe there for the Goj. Definitely should not have happened for him. Commander Knob is shooting away. The Commissar is going to be leading the charge, keeping his men in line. And maybe going to get another kill on these shooter boys as they do retreat here. But Goji is delving very greedily and very deeply, guys. He's going balls deep in his opponent's base and territory. Maybe even going to get caught by the turrets. Oh, Goji, no! You need to retreat that unit! Oh, man. Goji throwing the game right here, guys. That is for sure. He does notice at the last second, though, and should be able to keep that unit alive. So at least it's not going to be a full wipe. All right. After that victory, Professor Pone going to be setting up power generators, so he does get 3 of them. And his Commissar going to be retaking ground where he can. Gojira going to get some Storm Boys to try and jump in and put some pressure. All right, all right. And anybody on their way to Tier 2 yet? Nope, both players are on Tier 1, and all is calm in the realm. The Commando Knob going to be stealth, lurking around here. Gojira looks like he's going for, is he going for double Storms? No, he's going for Slugga Boys, and now he's got his Storm Boys out as well. So Storm Boys are going to be pretty good at getting on top of the Guardsman squads. Can definitely tear him up in melee with proper micro, so we'll see what they do. But Pone is getting the map control now. He's taking most of the resources on the map once again. Gojira is going to be advancing up with the Commando Knobs. And another Slugga Boy. So really just looking to swarm the Imperial Guard and keep them in check. Pone Dog, 2 Guardsmen and a Sentinel. Gojira's army should be a little bit higher supply. It's going to be 49 against 32. So Pone is he going to be teching here? Yeah, it looks like Pone is trying to tech. He's got 360 requisition sitting. Now going to be making a Kaddish and Devil, actually. Okay, so going to be getting the dreaded shotguns and also some grenade utility as well. Awesome. Guardsmen hanging out. Commissar hanging out. Guardsmen here hanging out as well. Sentinel is going to be decapping Goji's territory, and he does have the ground pound upgrade now. So if he can keep decapping Goji's stuff, that's going to be pretty strong. We do see the Guardsmen getting suppressed by the Shooter Boys back here, which do have the big Shooter. And the Storm Boy is going to be flying in now. And one thing I like about this game is when you're chasing, melee units can actually hit you while you're running in this game. One of my favorite things compared to Dow 1. All right, but the Orcs are coming in pretty hard. I mean, maybe this is an opportunity for a swing back for them. They do have the Shooter Boys with the big Shooters upgrade. Storm Boys able to get some big bonking in, and we do see the Guardsmen here being forced to run, and these Guardsmen do get torn up pretty hard in melee by the Storm Boys. But Goji doesn't want to blunder it and lose these Storm Boys. Looks like they're going to be flying away, jumping away from these bad boys. And Professor Pone going to be chasing with the Commissar, making sure to keep them honest, while Goji is going to be decapping a little bit. So Kaddish and Devils are now out. These are some of the most Chad units in the game. If you guys haven't seen them, look at these guys. They're so freaking cool. So Kaddish and Devils going to be taking to the field, looking to put some big L-bonk down on some of these bad boys. So moving near the bushes. Are we going to see some grenades? Commissar and the Sentinel with the ground and pound shotgun fire is being unleashed. Ground and pound right there. We could see the Commander Knob get killed. Okay, if the Commissar is able to connect with him 1 or 2 times, maybe he goes down. 50 HP, I think he's going to get away. He's got 40 HP, 35 HP, just barely able to squeak away right there. Very, very close. Not only can melee units hit on the run, but it gets a huge damage bonus to retreating units. Correct. Yeah, I couldn't remember that when I first started today, but yeah. So if you're meleeing a running unit, you do get bonus damage, which I really like that, actually. All right, so Tier 2 is going to be on the way out for Pone Dog. He's the first one to do it. Both players have their triple generators online at this point here. And we do see the Sentinel with its ground and pound coming over here to keep these Slugga Boys from getting a little bit out of control. Should be able to poke him, but the Slugga Boys, yeah, he does stop him from capping at least. You can see he's trying to get in position to stomp, and Gojira is trying to micro away from that. But here comes the ground and pound, does knock some of those boys back and gets a little bit of work done. The Kree infantry going to be heading to the southeast, and where is the Commissar? Here comes the Commissar. Neither player has upgrades on their characters yet, so they're both going to be chilling out there. Tier 2 for the guard, probably going to go for just early Chimeras just to bully the Orcs. I don't know, we'll have to see, because the Orcs don't obviously have any sort of big armor or anything like that. Yeah, Cringe Name, you're going to come play? Good, good. Right on, man. We're going to do some team games towards the end. Here comes the Storm Boys flying on over and getting some good pursuit in there. The guard's been trying to lay some Overwatch fire, but it's time to just retreat here for sure. Yeah, you just want to retreat as quickly as you can if you're getting overwhelmed like that. A lot of casualties being taken in melee, but they should be able to get away. Professor Pone still has the map control. Gojira is actually running out of victory tickets. You can see the meter at the top. It has been favoring the old Imperial Guard as the Kadishan Devils and the Commissar are going to be screaming across the map, and now Tier 2 is out for the Dirty Dog Pone. Goji going to be trying to bash some energy, so we do see the main building here being taken down, the power node, which will unlock the capture. Maybe Goji is going for the high gamble play where you knock down the power node and then just steal all their generators, but yeah, I don't think Pone's going to let that happen. Commissar getting into melee, he's got his chainsword and will be able to rip these guys up, so that's going to be one orc getting trash canned here most likely. Oh, he's able to weasel away there. Nope, Commissar got him. Full retreat is active in the middle. Kadishan Devils are pretty good in melee, and they do. Oh, a snare grenade from the Commando Knob, who does have the Assassin's Knife, close combat weapon and pistol that grants the Assassinate and Trip Shot abilities. Increases melee damage by 11. Oh, that's pretty cool. So it's like an Assassin's Blade for killing the Commissar. Very, very neat. Very, very neat. All right, guys, how are we looking? And we do see the Chimera coming out for Pone. It's going to be the Imperial Guard armor. And the Guardsman squad's going to be loading in. So we do have two Guardsman squads hanging out in here. So Pone's going to be rolling up with the Fist of the Emperor and getting ready to jump right on top of the Orcs and the Kadishan Devils, maybe do some big alpha strikes, who knows. Wonder what he's going to be doing for his next vehicle. Lehman Russes, I think, are Tier 3 in this game. I can't remember. You get them a little bit longer there. And here comes the Kree. Yes, the Chimera should bully these Slugga Boys really bad, despite getting the Knob in their squad, because the Guardsmen are going to be shooting out of the Chimera as well. We do see the Flamethrower active, but not going to be getting through the armor, and the Guardsmen putting a lot of DACA down, and we do see the Slugga Boy squad getting melted. So very nice play by Pone Dog here. Able to get some good pressure on. Kadishan Devils embroiled in combat versus the Storm Boys. Probably going to want to retreat. Losing a Kadishan Devil could help Goji get back in the game a little bit, despite being very far behind. Commissar now going to be intercepting as well, and the Kadishan Devils are able to escape. The Commando Knob does have his Assassin's Blade. Here, we do see the Chimera getting great value, and he might be able to come down and just bash Goji right now. That'd be pretty big. And Sentinel's getting low, 124 HP. We do have the big boy going after it, and there it goes. Goji finally getting a kill here, able to take down the Sentinel of Professor Pone. Oh, and the Assassinate from the Knob, from the Commando. He's getting the Assassinate on the Commissar. Oh, what a nice comeback play there by Goji. Man, using the Assassinated ability to kill the Commissar, taking down the Sentinel as well. Beautiful, beautiful comeback play right there. There you go, guys. So Chimera is going to be shooting into the Slugga Boys, and at the bottom we do see Professor Pone and his Guardsmen grabbing what they can. Over up here to the north, the Kadishan Devils going to be healing up the base while the Chimeras continue to bully Gojira on the map. Goji is going to be getting some tank busters though, and this could be the dreaded comeback, guys. We're going to have to see. Going to need to see a retreat right here from these Guardsmen, or else they're going to get wiped. And they do retreat from the Slugga Boys as well as the Storm Boys. Here comes the Chimera, hunting down the Commando Knob. Commando Knob does have the Sneaky Infiltration Kit. Removes the energy drain from infiltration. Also increases health by 50 and energy by 50. Oh, shit, he just got blasted by that tank, though. Damn, so Goji reverse throwing, losing his Commando Knob right there. So the Death Corps of Krieg Infantry able to get him down. And a good back-and-forth Haggard scrap between these two players. That is for sure. So is the Commissar going to be coming back anytime soon? It is quite an expense to resurrect those guys, so we're going to see if they decide to do that. Victory point taken. The two Guardsman squads going to be jumping back in the Rhinos. Professor Pone is going to get the points lead going once again. Gojira is going to be losing more and more points. You can see the victory tickets are ticking against him now, that his opponent does have the double cap. So kind of similar to Domination Mode in a way from Total War. Ogrins are on the way out, so that's going to be some heavy beefcakes that will be able to pretty much dominate anything the Orcs have in the field right now. Chimera grabbing territory on the bottom. Professor Pone still probably in a bit of a commanding position. Has a requisition point here. It's going to be getting captured. And over here in the middle, the Kadishan Devils able to feast and grab the points. I forgot how cool the skins are in this game. The Death Guard, for example, they're Plague Marines, and there's a lot of cool ones. The Thousand Suns look really good. The World Eaters look really good. It's very, very fun. Yeah, so this game, it's not a game that has like a quick battle system. Like it's part of, I think you need Dawn of War 2 Retribution to play it, and then you get the Elite mod. If you join our Discord, some of the people can walk you through how to install it. So before you make any decisions about buying the game or whatever, I would join our Discord and talk to some people. You need to have people to play with, because it's not something where you're going to find people on the regular. There are lobby games, but they're usually super advanced players, which is tough. So Ogryn squad going to be bashing it out here, and honestly, raid bossing in melee pretty good. We see the Ogryns tanking it, but probably going to be retreating here relatively soon. Kadishan Devil's getting pushed back by the Storm Boys with the Big Knob upgrade, and we do see the Ogryn on the retreat. Where's the Chimera? The Chimera and the Guardsmen coming over to help the Ogryns out. Ogryn's going to be retreating back to the base right now. Down to 2 models right there. Gojira really rat scrapping in this game, guys. Really, really trying to fight to get back. It ain't going to be easy. All right, guys, more shots activated. The big jump is on the way in. Chimera going to be providing a little bit of Overwatch fire with its las guns, not crazy DPS. Slugger Boys get forced back. Storm Boys boinking what they can, but it looks like it's going to be a full retreat. Commissar in another dangerous fight with the Commando Knob, and he does have that Assassinate ability, so he can do big burst damage to that character there if he decides to. And, oh, he does the Indiana Jones pull! So the Commando Knob has an ability where he can, like, throw a rope and swing across the map. It is one of the funniest things in the game. Chimera almost getting killed by the Tank Buster of Gojira, but it is able to escape and get back into the base, which has got to feel pretty bad. That was a very, very close pick right there. Ogryn's healing back up to full, and we do see the Commissar trying to chase Homeboy down here, but it looks like the Commando Knob is going to be able to escape. Commissar not quite able to get it. There you go. Shots. Commissar gets in melee. Kadishan Devil's going to be coming out. 1-to-1 on points. Gojira doesn't have a lot of room to bleed, though. That is for sure. If Pone's able to recapture a point, it's really, really going to be putting the clock on him there. That is for damn sure. Tank Bust is forced back. Pone's going to be grabbing the middle point right here. What the hell is this? A Katachan improvised explosives. Oh, interesting. So you can put a grenade down here, like a detonation. Oh my god, I hope Pone does that. That's going to be so fun. All right, guys. Slugger Boys coming across. Orcs have their tank buses nearby. Going to be doing the salvo ability, and it does get capped. Chimera's moving out. Kadishan Devil's waiting, I guess, to detonate that explosive. I'm not 100% sure. And we do see some Ogryns going to the other side to cap, but you got to be careful sending those Ogryns off on their own, because in that case, you might not be able to hold a big Alpha Strike from the Orc army without your expensive unit. Commando Knob's coming in. Kadishan Devil's going to be leading the charge. A grenade on this Orc blob would be very, very welcome, I would imagine. The Guardsmen going to be forming ranks and unleashing their las cannons, and the Lord Commissar going to be popping in. Chimera's there, but not having the Ogryns in this fight could be a disaster. We're going to have to see. Kadishan Devil's getting on top of the tank bus is very clutch. Guardsmen squad do get snared by the snare grenade, but they are holding with the Chimera and the Commissar fighting with them. The Death Corps of Krieg, they know how to fight to the bitter end, that is for sure. And they are able to hold back the Orc Menace, and it looks like they did endure that. Now, Pone has no upgrades on his Commissar yet. No items have been bought at this point. The Ogryns able to capture there and are going to be going to the other side. Pone able to win a fight without even bringing out, his major centerpiece, or one of his major centerpieces there. Slugger Boy's going to be getting taken down to Pound Town, so they're really running out of models. And the Commando Knob probably not going to be long for this Earth. But he does kill the Commissar. Does he? Yeah, the Commissar got killed by the Commando Knob, but the Commando Knob does get taken down as well. Absolute carnage in this fight as the Storm Boys move across, get on top of those guys, but then they load into the Chimera. What a nice play by Pone Dog. And he also stole his opponent's resources down here. Kadishan Devils are waiting in ambush, and Goji's going to be trying to decap the middle. The Guard Squad's going to be jumping out, putting a lot of DPS down into these Storm Boys. Meanwhile, Ogryns do get the capture right there. And the Guard, will they endure? Ooh, that's a full wipe for the Goj. I think that's going to be all she wrote. It was a valiant fight there in the middle, but I think that the Imperial Guard and the Death Corps of Kree have been able to win the day. Ogryn's going to be heading over to the middle as well, or going for a bash on the generators. Not a bad idea. Considering how sparse Gojira is on the battlefield, I don't hate that idea. Kadishan Devils waiting in stealth, trying to decide which direction they want to go. We will find out on today's episode of Dragon Ball Z. Power Generators going to be getting karate chopped by the Ogryn, so they're going to be boinking those bad boys down, and that's probably going to seal the deal. Oh, look at it. It caught some air. That was so fun. So more Stormtroopers are on their way out. Oh, no, Stormtroopers are a more elite unit. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, you have the Guardsman squad, then the Stormtroopers are like I think it's like a tier 2 unit. It's like a tier 2 infantry unit with a little bit more utility. All right, guys. Ogryns bashing it up here. And we do see the power generator going down. Over on the east side, Orcs trying what they can, but they're so close to just straight up losing on points. All 3 objectives belong to the Guard. including including Gojira's base, basically, as the Ogrins are able to put some big boink on those guys. Yeah, looking good. Ogrins are pretty meaty fighters. I think you can upgrade them later to be better in melee, if memory serves. It's been a while. All right, guys. Guardsmen do have some plasma guns, which would help them against some of the heavier infantry that the orcs could bring out later. Maybe if we see, like, knobs or something weird like that. And Goji getting a knob squad. Okay, so he's going to be putting all his marbles in the knob squad. Hoping that Professor Pone's tier 2 units aren't going to be able to hold up to this elite boinky boy. Kadishan Devil's getting caught here. Maybe going to get away. They use a shotgun blast on the knobs, but then they get killed to the last man. They will be remembered in the halls of the Imperium. But the Kadishan Devils were destroyed right there. All right, guys. Moving up to the north, we do see the knob squads as well as Slugga Boys getting ready to party. Chimera and Guardsmen hanging out in the middle. Going to be camping in the middle to make their last stand. Goji's going to have to either attack here or here in order to stop the game from being over. And it looks like he's going to be going to this side, considering it's not as entrenched. And it will force the guard to move. Maybe? No, looks like he's just going to be going for it. Very orky. Knobs? How are the knobs going to perform? Pretty nasty, of course. Oh, Pone laying the landmines. But Goji sees them and moves around them. So he called in the Valkyrie to drop the landmines. So, man, the knobs are crumping those troopers, man. Those guardsmen infantry get absolutely bashed. And Pone sees the knobs and he's like, dear God in heaven. And he is going to be running from those guys, as he's going to need probably his Ogrins as well as his Stormtroopers to take them down. They do have the Assault Kit there, so it gives them the hotshot lasguns. But Knob's putting in some heavy lifting, and looks like the Imperial Guard might be forced back. Tank buster shots, almost able to get the vehicle down, and the Guard are in full retreat. Could we see the dreaded late-game comeback? All right, guys. And we're going to see. I mean, this could get messy. Pone's going to need to get these guys ready. He does get a little bit of shooting here. Decap is active, and now Gojira is coming for the reverse sweep. He's got the Knob Squad, maybe to carry him to victory, man. They're a really terrifying unit. They're a tier 3 orc unit, extremely tanky, hit super hard. It's trouble. So Stormtroopers are out, hotshot lasguns, increases their weapon range and reduces their cooldown of their abilities, if I'm not mistaken. Generators gonna get bashed. Goji honestly could have flexed on his opponent and maybe tried to steal this, but I think the right play is to destroy them. And Goji, if he can get another knob out, it could present some issues for the guards. All right, so Goji getting a triple cap on his opponent now. Pone's going to be fighting by the base. And we see the big rocks being called down from the orcs. Oh, the orcs dropping the rocks on the guard, smashing the tank up. And also maybe getting a wipe on the guardsman squad here. We're going to have to see. Oh, that is the orc army ability, the rock drop. Pone used the Valkyrie landmine call-in. And Goji saved up for his more expensive one and dropping the rocks. Oh my God, don't call it a comeback. We've been here for years, guys. Goji is rat scrapping here in this game. Pone Dog is definitely feeling the pain right now, guys. He's only on tier 2. Orcs are on tier 3. Pone probably has a lot of power in reserve. Let's go ahead and check. Oops, wrong button there. Pone's sitting on 207 power, so not even that much of a bank at this point. So Goji is definitely ahead. I mean, for Pone, I think what you do is you split up and try and grab as much as you can on the objectives and just try and win on points, because Pone only needs to hold 2 objectives for a little bit longer to beat Goji. And Goji's army is very, very small. Well, I guess it's growing in size. Oh my God, another Knob Squad's coming out. The Knob Squad is going to just end the game. Pone doesn't have the tech to deal with it. Pone's going tier 3, though. He's going to get his Bastion. I mean, he does have some time. He's got 344 victory tickets, so there is time to come back. Looks like Pone is going to be maneuvering to the south. Commissar, no upgrades on him yet. And he's going to have to gremlin the objectives, I think, to beat Goji. The Commando Knob, though, is going to spot it, and he is stealth, but it looks like there's a way to see him. And he's going to be eating a lot of firepower. He throws the snare grenade. Probably going to be a mistake, though. Oh, he does get the snare grenade and the Commando Knob, alerting the boys to the menace. He is going to get away. Oh, but the steel chair, Ogrin. Ogrins ran him down and elboinked him on the head. All right, very, very nice. So we do see the Ogrins moving into battle and bash some of the generators, but we have the double Knob Squad coming, guys, and they are getting the meaner and greener upgrade. Oh boy, those Ogrins are going to have a bad time. I mean, they're good fighters and everything, but there are levels to this shit. Yeah, he should have left a guard unit up here to try and decap this and just gremlin out on the points, but yeah, that's not going to go well. We do see some sort of a call-in. I think it's a gunship. So yeah, the Imperial Guard calling in a Valkyrie strafing run, but mostly missed, unfortunately, for him. And you can see the guard army really taking huge damage. One guardsman squad getting melted. The hotshot lasguns doing what they can. Ogrin's performing very, very well here. And the Commissar also. He probably needs like a power claw upgrade. The Fist of Brocus. So he's going to be getting a melee upgrade there. Another guard squad going to be getting pounded. And Professor Pone is tier 3. And what is he going to be getting at tier 3? Guardsmen getting massacred here, guys. Ogrins need to retreat right now. They need to retreat, okay? We do see the Ogrin fleeing here. He's going to get hunted down, and that's GG. That's over. Yeah, it's 100% over. The Ogre is able to get it done. And, well, not ogres, the knobs, which kind of look like ogres. Yep, Goji's got the game in the bag. There's no way Pone can win, I don't think. That is an amazing comeback there. Really, really good stuff, ladies and gentlemen. As Gojira now going to be grabbing the west side point, and up in the top, we do see the Imperial Guard just having 2 guardsman squads. He is tier 3. Let's look at his bank. He is going to get a tank out soon, most likely. I just don't know if it's going to be enough. He has no generators active anymore. Map screwed. Knobs too beefy, says Pone. Yeah, he needed tier 3 of his own. That's for sure. I mean, you can still kill them with tier 2 units, but it wasn't enough. All right, guys. Pone's going to move out with his guardsmen. We got to meets, he says. And I'm curious what the matchup's going to be for round 3. Gojira will probably stay on the orcs, and Professor Pone will probably go back to his Tyranids, which I think are his best faction. That is for sure. All right, so the guard's going to be grabbing what they can on the map. I mean, maybe still rat tactics if Gojira takes it too lightly and gets too comfortable, thinks he's just winning. Pone saving up for something big. It could even be a Baneblade. I don't know how long that's going to be. Yeah, honestly, if Pone goes and captures the middle, that would be a brilliant idea, because he still has landmines over there that the orcs would run through potentially. Looks like he's going to go down here and maybe try and grab some goodies on the side. Looking at the armies for both players. Commissar is here. He does have the fist. Let's see. Inspiring nearby infantry to fight in the face of death. No infantry models affected can die for the duration. It also gives you heavy melee DPS. Cool. So he does have the big power fist. Very, very neat. So 1 victory ticket's going to be taken. A Lehman Russ battle tank is going to be out. Okay. So it is going to be the Lehman Russ, which is very, very powerful. In this game, the armor certainly can perform. And is Pone going to have enough for anything else? Not really. He's pretty poor. He's trying to get some of the energy nodes back where he can. Gojira being pretty conservative here. You know, I think Gojira could probably just march into his base and kill him with all those knobs, or really, really push the issue. But I think he's happy to bleed Pone out on the objectives and play it safer. And, you know, see how that goes. All right, so Lehman Russ is about to be dropped down from orbit, so here it comes. Or just come up from the pits of the earth, I guess. You know, it's a heavy tank, and it hits hard. You can see the Deathcore of Kree pilot there. It's so freaking cool. They really did a good job with the aesthetic of this mod. It looks great. All right, Guardsmen battling versus these Sluggaboys on the outside. And now comes the Lehman Russ. Now, Knobs can still kill Lehman Russ. He's going to have to back it away. If he just sits and tanks the Knobs, he's going to lose. So, yeah, he needs to kite with it and just scoot and shoot, scoot and shoot. Lehman Russ starting to put some damage down. You can see Knobs getting worn a little bit. A third Guardsman squad's coming out. Pone needs to start ratting for the objectives a little bit harder and just splitting up his army. Maybe use the Lehman Russ as a bit of a distraction here. And it is able to force back the Knobs. Goji doesn't want to commit to the fight there. And Commissar still battling. Where's he going? He's going to get his Power Fist, but those Knobs will tear him up really quick, especially with the Commando Knob nearby for the Assassinate. Yeah, Pone's going for the decap on the other side, which is good. And the Lehman Russ battle tank is now out. And are we going to have time for another Lehman Russ? Oof, probably not. I don't think he's going to have the resources. Commissar getting crumped really bad, by the way. He gets crumped by those Knobs as well as the big boy Commando Knob here. The shooting is coming in. Knob's going to be closing the distance with the Lehman Russ. And Snare Grenade activated on the guard. Really nice grenade by Goji, potentially. Going to be costing some models. And I think Knobs might just bro charge into the base and try and finish it. Pone, you know, doing what he should have done a little bit earlier. Ninja caps, but GG being called. We're going to game 3, ladies and gentlemen. All right, all right. Let's get it. Let's have some fun. So where is this? And let's go to multiplayer, and we're going to go to custom games. And we are going to do a public game here. All right, hosting. That's going to be Goji versus Pone, game 3. We have 2 more best of series after this. And then we're going to, if we have time, we're going to play some team games. We'll see how it goes. So there we are. Let's open this. And we're going to come down here and move to this slot. Great. So then Goji will be here. And we will pick another map. There's a lot of maps here. We're going to do the Hive City. Yes. Pone's going for the Space Marines. The brother. Yeah, all right. It's going down. Okay, let me adjust some settings here. Do this. Sorry, guys. Uno momento. Okay. Perfect. So now we're getting ready for the next game. Gonna grab some water, then we start. All right, guys, I'll be right back. You suggest not to pick Hive City? Okay, Hive City sucks. Then we'll do, what about the Ice Station? Judgment of Carrion looks pretty ridiculous. Leviathan Hive. How about this one? This one looks good. The Glacier. Let me know if this map is good. All right. I'll be right back. Get some water. You and Chihuahua, good? Alright, team. We're back. It looks like these guys are talking to each other, scheming it out. And good luck, have fun. You guys ready? Let's fire it up. Thank you guys for joining today. Yeah. I like Co 3. The community in Co 3 can be pretty toxic, though. That's my only gripe. I was actually talking with Orange Pest and Pone about that earlier today. So man, I played 2 Co games last night, and I just ran into the most toxic people I've like encountered in gaming since the early 2000s. It was so awful. I was like, is this real? Are we back on Xbox Live chat in like 2005? It was bad. Like slurs and just like rage quitting, shitting on teammates. It was so bad. All right, let's fire it up, guys. The only place more toxic than Co 3 is Paradox Games. Oh, that's pretty funny. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our next show match. And spawning on the north side of the map, it is going to be Professor Pone with the Space Marines. And he's going to be bringing in the Force Commander, and it looks like he's going to be playing the Black Templars. To the south side, it's going to be Gojira, and Gojira is going to be reprising the role of his beloved orcs, and is going to be using an orc war boss. All right, where's the Fog of War here? I know it's somewhere. Enemy visibility, Fog of War off. Great. So now I can see everything. Yep, war boss going to be coming out. Slugga Boys are here, as well as another Slugga Boy there. And I'm excited to see this, man. We're getting to see a good range of factions today. It's been very, very good. And sorry about that. Just had to minimize and fix some settings, and we are back in the game. There we go. All right, Tactical Marine Squad's going to be coming out as the old Marines, not the dreaded Intercessors. And for me in this game, I love playing Nurgle because you can play Chaos Space Marines, and you can go Nurgle focused with the Plague Champion, and then your cultists have like a chant which heals your Marines and stuff. Really, really cool for pushing up. All right. So it's the early phase of the game. Scouts are also really nice with their shotguns. If you get the scout, if you're playing against somebody who's going very melee focused and you have a bunch of scout shotguns, you can knock people down pretty hard. Shooter Boy's in the middle though. Pone bleeding a lot of HP here. I don't know if it's worth the cap, but he's going to be running back to the base most likely after this to heal. And he does get the cap, but it's simply just going to get recapped by Goji very, very quickly. Now the War Boss is tankier than the Force Commander. He's going to be eating some shots, but those Tactical Marines don't want any of that smoke. They don't want any of that. Force Commander is going to be coming back in. Marines going to be kiting there, and we do see some scouts gremlining around the map, grabbing what they can. And here it comes. Force Commander going to be attacking into the Slugga Boys right here. In the meantime, the War Boss getting a little bit bloodthirsty, which is very orky. He chases into the Marine base, but is going to be encountering turrets, which are going to force him back. Space Marine Commander, though, getting shot up pretty good in the middle, and it looks like that is going to be flipping back to Gojira here. As the War Boss continues his rampage. He's got a giant box on his back, and most likely going to get a kill here. Oh, he does get shotguns. The Scout's dropping a shotgun in his face, staggering him and forcing him back there, but Professor Pone is definitely losing some of the early trades here. Very, very tough stuff. All right, so Scout Squads at the ready. Tactical Marines at the ready as well. So currently Gojira really swarming the field. He's got 4 infantry plus his big boy. Opponent's going to be building his second Marine squad. No, he's actually going to be going for Devastators. Okay, so Devastators are a setup weapons team that can really mow down like Orc infantry, like very, very effectively. Lindian, thank you for the raid. Sorry I missed that. Jeez, I didn't have those settings open. My apologies. Thank you for the raid, brother. All right. So here it comes, and over to the top side, we do see the power generators there. For some reason, did they all just get built? Okay, I was going to say, did they all get damaged simultaneously, or was he building them? And it looks like he is just building them right now. Force Commander for the Space Marines going to be jumping down here, and he is going to be getting his chainsword. And oh, sync kill, baby! Was that a sync kill? No, he just knocked that guy down. Okay, there are sync kills. Yep. All right, a couple orcs going down. Maybe going to be a wipe. 47 HP. It looks like he will be able to get away. Pone very much moving around into Death Star right now. And I like that he's using Devastators to guard his generators. I think that's good, because, yeah, is he going to set up and get ready to guard against these guys? He is. So Devastators getting in range. They're going to be setting up, and here comes the DACA from the Space Marine Devastators. Oh, orcs see it. They move back. So, hey, you know, it deterred them, and then they're going to move back in range and pay the troll toll probably. There it goes, but getting flanked by the boss. Ooh, Gojira's about to get a big power bash, guys. That's going to be very bad for Professor Pone. If he loses all 3 of these generators, that is going to be an incredibly brutal punishment here. Yeah, so there they go. We do see generator number 1 going down. Devastator's going to be coming across. Is Pone going to have to run across and defend this? I think so. He did capture some resources on the other side, but losing 3 generators is so nasty. Devastator's trying to set up, and the Tactical Marines and Scouts do arrive. If he can salvage some of the generators, that would be nice. But man, Goji's really, really going for the power bash here. Devastator setting up shop. Maybe he's going to have an opportunity to get a wipe here on these guys. I don't think so. Looks like they're going to get away. Force Commander going for the wipe. Is he going to get it? Oh man, he's got 33 HP, but Goji getting away like a dirty dog there. Yeah, it's good stuff. Warboss bashing that last generator. Pone's going to need to get some retribution here, else he's going to be so far behind, and it looks like he does get a wipe. Okay, so he wipes one of the shooter boys back there. That is a very, very good play, considering the generators did get bashed, but there you go. So Warboss getting hunted down here, ladies and gentlemen. Going to be fleeing the scene as he does sprint down to the south side of the map. And the scout squad, where is he going to be going down? Yeah, so 2 generators and the power node for a orc squad. All right, something. 3 generators up for the Gojira. Gojira, I think, has realized how scary his knobs are and is probably going to be going for a knob rush again. I think that's probably his key to victory here. We will have to see. Attack squads over here, going to be shooting into the boys that are trying to capture. I wonder what upgrades he's going to be getting with his tactical squads a little bit later on in the game. And here comes the shooter boys with their big shooters, getting a little bit of suppression down, but the Marines look like they're going to be grabbing both points here. And moving on up are the Slugga boys. Always a good time, guys. Force commanders here, scout squad shotgun upgrade. Orcs have their burner upgrades, and then do also have the big shooter upgrade. So Goji's army a little bit more durable there. In terms of victory points, it's going to be favoring the Space Marines right now. They do have the northwestern victory point and the contested victory point over here on the east side of the glacier. As the Marines are going to be running out and getting ready to intercept the Slugga boys here. You could honestly probably just use the Force Commander here. Big boss coming around. And here comes the big Chungus himself. He's going to be forcing these Devastators back and going to be methodically bonking them down if they're not careful. Yeah, big damage there. But we do also see the Force Commander doing the same thing here. Force Commander will dominate these Slugga boys in combat. All right, Marines able to retreat. Pone actually going with a double generator. Okay, so he's got generators to the west and to the east, going super hard in the paint on power. Devastator's running back, trying to lure the Warboss into the turret. And the Warboss does have the boss pull. Okay. So it gives the Warboss a boss pull that keeps the boys in line. Allied infantry in a radius around him receive 50% less suppression and have 20% increased health. Very cool. So he's like a force multiplier of sorts. Pretty fun. All right, so where's the Force Commander? He's going to be capturing the point over here. And we do see the Devastator squad able to put some pressure down onto the Sluggas, which are at the maximum range there. Going to be turning the corner to try and get away from that if they can. Professor Pone with an ambush on his opponent's generators. So there they go. Scout squad as well as attack squad going to be able to boink down that power generator. And honestly, if Goji tries to roll up on him with the Slugga boys, he's going to get shotgunned to the face and probably defeated pretty decisively in combat. So you can use the shotgun. There it is. Shotgun is really, really good. So that's an activated ability from the scouts. And you can see the Slugga boy squad getting wrecked pretty bad. They are forced to retreat, and now is Professor Pone going to stand his ground and turn around and fight this other Slugga boy squad? It looks like he's going to be turning to retreat here, as the boss is now going to be on his way over and should be able to turn those guys away. A very big greed from Professor Pone. Tier 2 is going to be out. Pone going massively into the generators. And there he goes. So what is he going to be doing at Tier 2? Is he going to go for the rhinos, the metal boxes? I think Sterngarter Tier 2 unit? I can't remember, man. I haven't played this game in ages. Yeah, we'll see. We will see. So Pone with the triple victory point cap, though. Gojira, definitely a little bit behind on the objectives. But he was last game as well, and he was able to come back with his late game. Oh, the Dreadnought. Let's go. Looks like the scouts got killed. I think they got killed when they tried to run back. They were intercepted by this orc squad. So they were down here. They retreated up to this way. And yeah, 2 of them got picked off here as they tried to retreat. And the last one got picked off right here. So the scouts tried to make it, but they were intercepted there. All right, guys. The big Chungus is going to be out. Who doesn't love a Dreadnought? They're one of the most iconic things in Warhammer 40k. So very pumped to see it in action. Only in death does duty end, and they are truly, truly true to that motto. Force Commander, no upgrades yet. And here comes the Dreadnought. Oh, metal box. So it's going to be coming on down, guys. And the Force Commander overextends a little bit. He gets a little bit too crunk. Really trying to tie down the shooter boys, but if he's getting bonked in the back by the big man, he's going to have a bad time. All right, so here comes the metal box. Goji going to be going for a Death Tread. Oh, we get the classic Death Tread versus the Dreadnought, guys. That's going to be super fun. Yeah, we heard you like Marine, so we stuck a Marine in a Marine. Yeah, basically. That's the Dreadnought for you. Force Commander's back, and Dreadnought is it should be able to beat Death Tread in combat. I'm not sure. Yeah, this is the old school Dreadnoughts. When you guys see Dawn of War 4, you're going to be seeing the newer Dreadnoughts, the Redemptor Dreadnought and those guys, but this is the old school OG Dreadnought. Yeah, Def Dread is the Haggard Chainsaw Kill a Can thing. Let me go ahead and find that. It's right here. Okay. So yeah, here he goes. This shit's so ridiculous. Look at that thing. Oh my god, what a meme of a unit. Currently, the points are contested. Space Marines getting charged by the Slugga Boys, but the Dreadnought is going to come over and have something to say about it. Oh, I think we're going to get the fight. They're marching towards each other. Give it to us. All right, the Dreadnought is punching the Def Dread. Def Dread is ignoring it, trying to go get on top of the Tactical Marines, which of course it will be able to scythe them up pretty quickly. We're going to see if we can get a sync kill for us here. Dreadnought's bonking it in the back pretty good. Def Dread forcing back the Tactical Marines, but losing quite a bit of HP in the process. Now, Devastator Marine Squad going to be forming ranks on the middle. Both players contesting the east side of the map very heavily because that's where the victory point is. And where is the Force Commander? He's coming. Now the Marine Squad's going to be getting built here. And is this scary 2v1? The big boss has the Power Claw. Okay, effective against all targets. Heavy melee DPS. And it looks like the Kill a Can, or the Def Dread, stays the course and the Dreadnought's able to get him. Oh, sync kill! Oh, he gets him with the sync kill. Nice, the Dreadnought able to get the work done. Now the Force Commander is going to be moving in to help, and this Dreadnought is putting this game on his back. All right, he's really getting it. And now we are maybe going to see a kill to the War Boss. War Boss getting punched in the face. He tries to run, but it's too late. Oh, man. All right, that was a brutal, brutal game-changing play. Mortal Kombat. Yeah, Dreadnought able to get the 2v1 kill there, killing the War Boss and the enemy armor. That is so brutal. And now Professor Pone's really going to be taking over this side of the board. The Dread Chad, yes. It is the Dread Chad. Yeah, good times. The sync kill was very, very cool. For the Emperor indeed. And the Space Marine's now going to be power bashing Gojira, which is probably going to crush his hopes of tier 3. Setting up a Devastator here is so good, because that's just going to mean like free power bashing. Yeah, he should set up the Devastator back here to cover and then just bash his opponent's power, right? That's got to be the play. 2v1 is heinous. Yes, says Goji. They're talking a little smack to each other, which is fun. We do see the Generator getting bashed here. Perfect. Force Commander getting it done. Heavy Bolters suppressing the Orcs from the Devastator squad. Very nasty. Force Commander going to be coming in and forcing them back as well, as his name would infer. Goji going for rat tactics, basically, just trying to be a gremlin in the trash can and do what he can here. And what's getting called down now? Another scout squad just to contest the field. Yeah, Goji should lose this game. I mean, I don't see how Pone could throw this. Another comeback? I don't know about that, buddy. Yeah, another suppression. Goji's being base camped by these Devastators. He's like trying to leave and just gets mowed down by the Devastators every time he tries to get away. Even in death, he's still Surf. Yes, of course, the Surf Marines. All right, Dreadnought's had enough of this shit. He's going to be coming over. He does have a power weapon in melee and then also a flamethrower as well, so he's really able to bonk those guys down. Scouts coming across. I love using scout sniper rifles in this game too, by the way. It's really fun. You can get sniper rifles and they can really blitzkrieg bop infantry and do some good damage. All right, guys. So it's coming across here. Tactical Marines going to be engaging versus the Slugga Boys. And the battle's looking very Marine favored. That 2v1 basically broke it open. Goji going for a war truck. And Pone's going to be going tier 3. Oh, Terminators. Terminators are coming, guys. It's time. Terminators in this game are so freaking cool. They're in my opinion, way cooler than the ones in Dow 1. The Chaos Terminators look so freaking sick. The Space Marine ones look pretty good, too. All right, the shooting is on. We do see the war truck getting shot in the back. And there is going to be another Marine squad coming in. Goji very much camped up here. The war truck is kind of like a Rhino. It has vehicle armor. And it might force a retreat here, but when the Dreadnought comes, there will be a reckoning. Tank Bust is coming out. Dreadnought able to chase down those boys. Looks like he might have gotten a full wipe over here. I'm not sure. But Pone is going to be forced to retreat. He doesn't want any of this smoke. You know, with the war truck here, is going to be able to push those guys down. All right, so up on the top, what do we got? Dreadnought is repaired by the scouts. Going to be coming over tier 3. Let's look at the bank. Pone's bank is pretty good on power, so he's going to be able to really, really feast on the elite units when he gets tier 3. Okay, so Dreadnought is here. Force Commander. Oh, dude, this is the coolest upgrade ever. So the Force Commander, when he gets tier 3, can get Terminator armor, and he becomes like a Terminator Giga Chad. Oh, it's so fun. I love it. I love it. All right, guys. So here comes the Force Commander. Going to be getting those upgrades soon. The War Truck of the Orcs trying to force back the Tactical Marines over on the east side of the battlefield. And yeah, I want to show you guys the upgrades. Here it comes. Oh, yeah, dude. And now he gets, I believe, some different upgrades. You can get some different weaponry on him, but he's got a Combi Bolter for starters. I think you can get an Assault Cannon. I can't quite remember exactly how that goes, but there are some cool upgrades you can get for him. All right, so Pone rushing the Terminator Force Commander, and now it has like an absolute Death Star of an army. The Orcs Gonna be in for a hard fight here, guys. Gonna be in for a very, very hard fight. Here it comes, and let's watch the Force Commander guy in action. The Combi Bolter is really fun. Yeah, maybe he'll get the Lightning Claws. Lightning Claws are great. Yeah, that's right. I think that's one of the upgrades is the Lightning Claws. All right, so they're moving across. Force Commander is an absolute raid boss in Terminator armor. He's going to take like barely any damage from all this shooting. You can see he's able to exchange with his Combi Bolter from a distance. We do have the Dreadnought moving in, and immediately the Orcs are going to be forced back into a mass rout, just taking big casualties here. And Pone's going to be getting the Assault Cannon. Hell yeah, that weapon's so sick, especially against lower tier units. So Assault Commander is going to be on the way. We do see the Dreadnought getting pounded pretty good by the tank busters. War Truck's going to be on its way in. The Marines don't have any anti-armor capabilities here, really. And Goji jumps out with some Slugga boys. That's pretty fun. Force Commander getting a little bit worn down here, though. The tank busters are hurting him, and now he's got the Gatling gun, guys. The Gatling gun's going to be mowing these bad boys down, doing thick damage as the Dreadnought moves over. And Gojira, could this be his comeback party? I don't know, guys. Pone's probably saving up for actual Terminators, I would imagine. We'll see. Force Commander, I think he has a teleport ability as a Terminator. I'm not sure. I don't remember. Dreadnought is going to be going here. You definitely need to get the Terminator Commander to start shooting at the tank busters, or else they're maybe going to kill your Dreadnought here, which is very, very tough. All right, so Terminator Force Commander, where is he right now? Looks like he teleported back here. He's shooting at the truck. The truck is getting shot by the Assault Cannon as well as the Dreadnought, but it is kiting very, very effectively here. Points are looking very good for Pone Dog, but the War Boss is back and he's fully upgraded. He's got the Power Claw, the Cyborg implants, all the goodies, but the War Truck does go down to the Dreadnought round 2. Retreating are the Marines, and it looks like the Dreadnought's going to be retreating as well. The Force Commander here going to be shooting his Assault Cannon into the advancing Orcs, and it looks like the Marines were calling in some sort of a plane strike. Oh, he's using the ults! He uses the Army ult on just the War Boss! Oh, that's so haggard. Oh my god, that's the Orbital Strike from the Space Marines. That was a huge blunder by Professor Pone. Not going to cost him the game probably, but that needs to be used like on the big fight there for sure. Terminator Force Commander mowing these guys down. Some of them are going to be forced to retreat right there, as we do see the Predator battle tank coming out. Okay. No, the Terminator is very tanky. He was getting shot by tank busters and by just a ton of small arms fire. He was tanking that very well. Terminator armor is pretty insane. Like, they're very tough to take down. All right, now we get the Predator out, and it is going to be getting the extra armor upgrade and shooting into the War Boss. War Boss getting wrecked really bad. You can see his HP dropping super quick. And the Predator could just chase him back to the base, honestly. Yeah, we'll have to see. Okay, so retreating away is the War Boss. Marine's going to be grabbing the victory point. The Predator probably closes out the game, although there are tank busters. So maybe if Pone blunders his micro, we'll have to see. The dreaded Dreadnought needs some repairs, and the Force Commander is going to be coming out. Looks like Goji is going for the rat decap on the side. Force Commander, I think, has a teleport. I think it's on cooldown right now, though. Scouts are being rebuilt to fix the Dreadnought. And the Predator battle tank here is going to be holding the eastern side of the battlefield. And here he comes. Yeah, he moves and shoots. He's going to sit down and really lay into these guys, and you can see absolute giblets on that guy. Assault Cannons wreck infantry really bad. All right, so recapture being taken. Pone is bleeding him out on points pretty good. Should be pretty well ahead on resources. Goji's going tier 3 though, playing a bit of a dangerous game here. Scouts are repairing the Dreadnought, and let's look at the army supply of both players. Pone is at 94 army supply, guys, so he's almost capped out. Goji's only at 45. Pone might want to optimize his army a little bit, maybe get rid of one of the tax squads and keep the scout for repairs. I'm not sure, because he could get a tier 3 unit like a Terminator Strike. Let's see. Pone doesn't have a lot of resources though, so he does manage to get this, and now the victory tickets are going to be bleeding again. Marines do get plasma upgrades, which gives them some some power weaponry. And look at that, the War Boss actually putting some hurt down on the Predator tank, and the tank busters are melting it as well. He's got to be very careful with this thing. It's going to be driving away, but it's getting chased very heavily by the War Boss. Rear armor hits are a thing in this game, so you definitely got to watch your frontage. Attack Marines getting hunted. These guys are going to be retreating, and we see the big boss coming. Devastator squad does have a las cannon upgrade, and the War Boss is delving too greedily and too deeply. Tank's going to get him most likely. 63 HP. Okay, he gets away with 39. The las gun's going to get him. Las gun shot. He's at 35 HP. Looks like he's going to be surviving. Okay. Now the Terminator Force Commander needs to get back in the fight. That is for sure. Gojira is going to be getting tier 3 right now. Very close to going down here. As the Orcs don't lose any units outright. I think they might have lost something actually earlier on the east side. Marine's going to be grabbing the point. Gojira trying to grab what he can here. And the Predator is going to need some repairs. The Dreadnought will be back in action soon. Force Commander is just decapping this side, which isn't a bad idea because it's very obvious the Orcs are going to rat cap you on the back, so leaving the Force Commander in that area to mitigate that while you just protect this side is not a bad play, honestly. All right, the Predator's going to need some healing, and the Dreadnought is pretty much fully repaired now. It's just missing about 60 HP. So that bad boy is going to be maneuvering back in, and the Tactical Marines and company will be going here. For anybody just joining, this is a best-of-3 series. These players are tied 1-1 in the series. Professor Pone won the first game. Gojira won the second game, and this is the tiebreaker match to see who's going to be winning the show match here. So just a little something there. All right, Dreadnought's going to be heading to the south side. The Predator is going to be on its way as well. And what do we got? The battle is soon to be on. Space Marines taking cover here. Plasma weaponry and las cannon going to be helpful against any orc vehicles that do come out. Orc's probably just going to go for knobs, though. I mean, that's what won Goji the game last time. Is he saving up for knobs? It looks like it. Yeah, it looks like he's saving for the knobs. He doesn't have a lot of time left, though. He's bleeding a lot of points, and Professor Pone is actually capping his back objective here. So this one's going to be captured by the Force Commander, which is an absolute raid boss of a character. Could definitely take on several orc units. Although the war boss could probably fight him one-on-one. Because he's got the Power Claw and then has the Cyborg implants, which give him speed and regen and, not speed, but regeneration speed, as well as health, too. It's very good. Marines and Marines holding firm. Terminator Force Commander are going to be grabbing the goodies here. The Predator is going to be ready to go and move up. The back point is captured there. And, yep, looks like he's got that unlocked pretty good. And the Orcs are going to be calling the WOG and moving out. Look at this upgrade coming in. Dark Age of Technology upgrade for the Dreadnought. It's very nice. Predator going to be shooting away, and the Orcs getting melted on the onslaught by the Dreadnought, as well as the Force Commander Giga Chad with the Assault Cannon. Really able to mow those guys down to the side as the War Boss continues to flee, and I think that was the last hoorah of the Orcs, guys. They do have a Knob Squad out, but probably going to be too late. The Force Commander and the Predator and the Dreadnought could probably take that on. Triple Cap is going to be bleeding the points very quickly, and Gojira's power is going to get bashed here. Pretty good like. All right, so here comes the Knobs. They're getting the meaner and greener upgrade. Professor Pone gathering his Predator. Going to be shooting into the tank buses over there and doing really, really good damage. Although some of it, I think, is getting hit on the staircase. Yeah, the vehicles in this game do some great work for sure. All right, guys. Terminators. Probably Pone wants to call them in, but he's probably supply clapped, so he can't. I bet you he's sitting on a lot of resources. Yeah, Pone, if he loses anything, can probably just instantly make a Terminator squad. Terminators in this game are freakishly strong. Very, very good. All right, Knob's trying to chase, but he bleeds out on points. GG, well played. Victory for the Professor of Gaming, the Ponage himself, with a 2-1 victory. Nice scrap right there, guys. GG, well played. And now we have our next show match. You guys, we're just getting started. It's going to be a fun day, so, you know, get your coffee, get your tea, get a nice snack. We got 2 more sweaty show matches for you. The next one, I don't know about the skill level of the players. I know the final show match that we have today is a super high skill level matchup. It's going to be some guys who are really, really high level and sweaty. So that's going to be fun. It's going to be between 2 people on our Discord, Hellhound and Animal Mother, I believe are the names. Animal Mother, a reference to I think that's is that Apocalypse Now? No, it's not. It's an old war movie. No, it's not Apocalypse Now. Is it? No, it's Full Metal Jacket. Full Metal Jacket. All right. So exit the game there. And let's get it going. Got him, boys. Is it Full Metal Jacket? Am I right about that? Isn't that the name of the soldier? I can't. It's one of those, or is it Deer Hunter? Yeah, it's one of those movies. Give it to us raw and wriggling. I got it eventually. All right, I got it eventually. So next up, guys, we have Aries versus the Salty Scarab. These are 2 individuals in our Discord. Great people. Been playing some Iron Harvest with Aries. He's been a great player to play with. Good sport. Dude, Pone is the Dark Lord, man. Undefeated. Well, I guess he did lose a game, but still, he won the match. Goji will be back. We'll make that a regular grudge match. Goji versus Pone in Dawn of War 2. All right, so this is going to be Scarab versus Aries, game 1. All right. So we're going to ready up here. We're going to make a slot, and we're going to go down here. Cool. All right, let me tag those guys. Let them know their match is up in the Discord. Okay, so Aries versus Salty Scarab. You are up. Okay. And then we have Animal Mother versus Hellhound for our final one. Yeah, and that's going to be that. 69 confirmed kills. All right, so we're going to do, what are the maps that we have? We have the Imperial Plaza. This one kind of looks cool. I don't know. Maybe it's not the best. We'll see. Like, I don't know what maps to avoid because I don't know the Tiamat's Paradise. This map looks kind of cool. Can we try this one? All right. We're doing it. I don't know if it's good. And ready up when they're good. Yeah, all right. Here we go. So Aries is going to be on the Tyranids, and we have Salty Scarab on the Space Marines. Animal Mother. Are you going to bring the Dark Lords in? Yeah. We do a lot of RTS around here, yes. So if you guys are looking for RTS, just covering a bunch of random RTS games, you are in the right spot. That's what we do. All right. Warcraft 3 is going to be next on the docket. I think I'm going to play some Warcraft 3. My hands are kind of bothering me a bit. That's why I'm mainly doing casting today. But as soon as they feel better, I'll jump back to some Warcraft 3. Hey, Lord, thank you for resubscribing, man. Means a lot. Thank you, brother. All right, so it begins. The battle is on Tiamat's Paradise. It is going to be the Hive Tyrant, and we'll see what the Space Marines are going to be bringing. All right, so Hive Tyrant is the big melee Unga Bunga Lord for the Tyranids. And for the Space Marines, we are going to be seeing the Force Commander. What color? Oh, he's using Ultramarines. He's got the Roman-inspired, kind of the Roman aesthetic Ultramarines. Very cool, the Elite Mod skin. Yeah, it looks really, 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 really neat. Okay, one second, guys. Just adjusting some stuff here so I can read the chat. It's kind of being blocked. Okay, perfect. So, folks, welcome to the grim dark future. Spawning in on the north side of the map, Salty Scarab, south side, is going to be Aries 106. These are both individuals who've been playing in a lot of the games we've been doing. We've seen them in Dawn of War, we've seen them in Iron Harvest, and now they are here to play this this glorious, glorious game here. Double Hormagaun's going to be coming out for the Tyranids, and we do immediately see, wow, is he going, he's going triple Hormagaun, okay. Normally you would see one of the shooty versions, so for the Space Marines, the counter to this would be a couple scouts with shotguns, and you would basically just crush them. We're going to see if he's going to do it, though. Obviously, he doesn't have the intelligence we have, because we can see the entire map, and he doesn't, so he's not aware that that could be happening yet. Force Commander, able to really give the business to the Hormagaun squads. He's got his power sword there, and the Marines going to be contesting the east side of the battlefield, while the Tyranids going to be spreading their tendrils and tentacles over to the west side of the field here. All right, so Hormagaun's getting ready to move up and attack into the scout squads there. There they go. And the Hive Tyrant going to be contesting the middle here. So far, so good. Double generators already for the Tyranids. So they're going to be going for the double power generator here. Really looking to get those more advanced units quickly. Maybe just going to be using objective kind of trolling around the map. We'll see. Just trying to grab what he can with all these low tier units and maybe outmaneuver the Space Marines with just sheer numbers. Space Marines do get their first tactical squad out. And the big Chad Hive Tyrant is going to be chasing back the scouts. You do have a shotgun. I believe the Hive Tyrant is immune to staggering. He can't be knocked over. I think he can be slowed. I don't think he can be knocked over. Like, some characters get knocked down by shotguns and the shotgun blast ability from the shotguns, but I think he's immune to the staggering from it. I'm not sure. All right, guys, so it is going to be triple Hormagaunts. Hive Tyrant doing their thing, and they're going to be bashing the power up here a little bit. Space Marines on the back foot here, but Space Marines with a reverse power bash. Nice. So Space Marines loop all the way down with their Force Commander and a tactical squad, get the flamethrowers, and both players going to be bashing a little bit. Granted, the bashing goes much better for the Space Marines and the Salty Scarab because he actually gets 2 generators, or 3, which is incredibly brutal. Getting 3 of these down that quickly is so devastating. All right, up on the north side, we see a lot of Hormagaunts coming down, and Hive Tyrants, all the homies are going to be moving out. Scout squads, and yeah, another attack Marine squad's going to be coming out. Flamethrower is very good against these type of units, for sure, and you got to be careful, though. If you get caught out of position by a bunch of Hormagaunts, especially if they get their upgrades, they can run you down. Militant Cheese, thank you for becoming a channel member. I appreciate it. Great way to support the channel. All right, fleeing to the north, the Marines do take a little bit of damage as they flee, but they do build up enough momentum to get away. And the Force Commander is going to be running as well. All right, all right. Putting the tactical in tactical Marines, that's right. So those bad boys going to be running. Hive Tyrant and his Gremlin squad are out and about. And now we do see a Termagant coming out. Termagants, of course, are the range unit for the Tyranids. They can get some nice upgrades. A little poison barb thing, I think is what it is. The early retreat was smart. Yes, it was. Otherwise, there would have been a lot of extra damage that was unnecessary. Marine's going to be grabbing the middle right here, so the victory point is going to be getting taken. So there it goes. And over to the west side, we do see the scout squads grabbing the victory points right here. Both of those are going to be going down as the Force Commander and the tactical squads move up to secure the middle. So for the Marines, you know, their playbook is out. They get the middle, they get the west side, they contest these, and I think that's the ground with which they make their stand against the Tyranids. Curious what they're going to be building next. Nobody's on their way to tier 2. Upgrades, no early upgrades either from either of the heroes. I find that people don't really upgrade their stuff super quickly. Yeah, usually I would imagine at higher level play, people maybe do the upgrades later on. I love the Blight Grenade upgrade on the Plague Marine. It's so good at punishing people if they misplay. It's so good. Yeah, but these Space Marines could probably hold a full onslaught with the Force Commander, 2 flamethrower upgrades, and shotguns. I think with proper micro, they could probably hold back the Tyranid onslaught. It's hard to say. Let's look at the bank of both players. Space Marines look like they're banking a little bit. 43 supply against 40, so the Marines actually have the higher population army. Yeah, obviously not in terms of pure models on the battlefield, but individual models do count for more population with the Space Marines there. And looks like there might be a little bit of a Royal Rumble in the middle. It's easy to be afraid of the big old Tyranids. And we do see a Devastator squad coming out, and the Hormagaunts are going to get the Adrenal Glands. Okay, so there is some cover here. You could use these rocks for cover if you move up on them. And at the back, Scouts are going to need to get some shotguns. We do see the Flamethrowers active. Force Commander is here. And nice shotgun blast, staggering the entire formation of the Tyranids. That Devastator squad is going to be extremely good against these kind of numbers. Marines doing really good in the fight, actually winning it. One Space Marine squad needs to run. It's going to get wiped. A wipe on a Marine squad is rough. And the Tyranids getting away with everything. But a lot of units are low for the Tyranids, but they do manage to escape with everything, which feels really bad for the Space Marines. Space Marines need to get a counter wipe if they can, but it looks like they're not going to. A lot of models bleeding there, but the Gremlins do manage to get away. It looks like I think one Tyranid unit did actually get wiped in the process there, but overall pretty pitched fight. And now the Salty Scarab does have his Devastator Marines out, which are going to be brilliant. Against those onslaughts of Termagants rushing him, that's going to be a chef's kiss right there. All right, so on the flank, we do see the Tactical Marines trying to push out the Termagants. Force Commander is going to be coming over here. So the fight went well enough for the Space Marines, but losing a unit there was very tough. All right, Marines going to be grabbing the point here, and that will be a triple cap, so they are going to get the middle. Devastator is going to be moving over the top side of the map, looking to provide cover support for the Marines wherever they go. Tyranids back to their hive here and are going to be regrowing there. So there they go. And yeah, all's calm in the realm. Triple generators for the Space Marines, 2 generators for the Tyranids. Probably going to be seeing a quicker tech up here for the Marines than you do for the Tyranids. We'll have to see. And triple cap. So that is going to be bleeding a hell of a lot of victory tickets. So you can see the victory tickets are getting bled pretty quickly there. As the Tyranids do move out with some Gremlins, some Hormagaunts to get this, maybe going to be trying some ninja bashing while the Marines are very obviously on the other side of the map. Wouldn't be a terrible idea. And another Tactical Marine squad is going to be getting rebuilt. Now they're expensive. They're 450 requisition, so losing those guys is very painful. All right, Force Commanders coming, Devastator Marines and Scout squads. You just got to make sure your Devastator Marines do not get flanked by the Gremlins in melee. Oh, I like this. So look at this play by Salty Scarab, setting up the Devastator to deny the ambush here while he moves in. So obviously the Tyranids are going to want to stop this, so they're going to come this direction, right? They should. Or they just get to give it up and counter bash. That's also a very good play. Move to the north, counter bash him, get all of his nodes down. Both players, get their goodies. But here comes the Tyranids, and this one Tactical Marine squad is not going to be able to stop the onslaught here. And the Marines are going to get counter bashed and lose all their generators, most likely. Yeah, that was a good idea. Not falling for the bait, not falling for the Devastator ambush there. Great instincts on these players. So Salty Scarab able to get the goodies here, and Aries able to get some good engagements here as well. Power generators down, a couple Marines lurking in the base. They know they can't win that fight. They're going to be knocking down the power node, and both players are going to be sending the other player back to the Stone Age here, basically. They're going to be going back into the ye old pits. But yeah, might as well get these Marines and shoot and pick off a couple models if you can. There's no harm in that. One generator might actually stand for the Marines, which would be a pretty big advantage. Now it looks like the Devastators, the Force Commander, and the homies are going to be heading north, try and maybe save their last generator. One Marine squad getting a little bit too crunk nasty in melee is going to be retreating here. Marines going tier 2, by the way. So we are going to be seeing maybe Rhinos out. I doubt we're going to be seeing Whirlwinds and those type of things. We will have to see. All right, so Devastator is going to be setting up, and when the Tyranids inevitably come south, they might walk into a bit of an ambush here. Devastators will have the suppress, so a lot of those Tyranid units are going to be getting it. And moving on up are the Scout Squads and the Force Commander. Marines coming in from the north, and the Devastators are going to be shooting, and here they go. Oh, I think they're line of sight blocks. Oh no, they're set up behind the rock. Oh, that feels so bad. And now the Force Commander is getting ripped up pretty good. Without the Devastator fire, he's going to need to relocate them. This is obviously line of sight blocking here, so Scout's going to be fleeing this direction, and now he is going to be setting up his Devastator, but it is in a position where it's maybe going to get flanked. Finally able to get some shooting there, but overall the Tyranids do get the last laugh there and have a pretty good time there. Scouts retreating. The Marines didn't lose anything outright. Tyranids did take a lot of damage in that fight, but they were able to take down all the generators and flip the cap as well, if I'm not mistaken. No, they didn't actually. Marines still own that cap. Okay. Yeah, Marines didn't take too much. I guess the Force Commander was the one who took the most damage in that fight. The rest of the Marine Army probably going to be replenishing pretty quickly. Now, let's look at the power. Only 64 power for the Space Marines. Current Army supply. 65 Army supply for the Marines against 29 for the Tyranids. Wow. So if the Marines just got their Unga Bunga blob together, they could probably just march down the Tyranids and really, really bully them. But the Tyranid player is being a good gremlin on the map. He's moving about, causing some havoc, and ninjaing points where he can. I mean, he's got a lot of capture speed with these little rats that can run all over the map. That is for sure. Generators being rebuilt by the Tyranids. They're probably going to want to defend that. They don't have any opportunities for a counter bash yet. Okay, maybe they do soon. Tyranids going to be setting up shop. Tier 2 for the Space Marines. And they do have their... It's nice to see the Space Marines actually be like a decent faction, you know? Seeing like Dow 1 and just seeing Space Marines get trash canned over and over. As much as, you know, I'm not a Space Marine enjoyer too much, I like Chaos Space Marines, but it's nice to see them actually be a little bit more formidable here. All right, so middle point going to the Tyranids. We do see the Tactical Marines putting a little bit of shoot down on Aries Hive Tyrant. Hive Tyrant is fully upgraded, by the way. So instead of teching, he put all the resources into his Hive Tyrant. We do see the Rending Talons, so improved melee weapon against infantry. Seismic Roar, which deals knockback and AoE. Okay. He's got the improved Synapse, which makes the Synapse stronger, so he buffs nearby Tyranids, and the Psychic Scream, which causes enemy units around him to do 30% less damage. So he's really putting all of his marbles into the Hive Tyrant. That is for sure. Yep, just spam rushing the other side of the map while the Marines do the same thing over here. We do see triple generator for the Marines, and the Tyranids are now on their way to tier 2, but the Tyranids are not going to have any generators online, which is going to be very, very tough. I don't know how they're going to handle the Marines when they get those generators online and can start building some good quality tier 2 units. Or maybe the Marines go straight to tier 3 and just cackle, you know? Like, because if he just rushes tier 3, he already has such a huge advantage on the board, the Marine Army. If he rushes tier 3, you know, he could just build any unit and basically the game's over. Like a Predator, a Terminator squad, you know, whatever. You think we're going to see Gene Stealers? I don't know. We'll have to find out, guys. We will have to find out. All right. So tier 2 is finished for the Space Marines. Tier 2 on the way for the Tyranids and their dreaded Zerg building down here. Marines are going to be very cautious to not lose their generators again. You can see they're kind of posturing in such a way that make sure that the generators aren't going to be getting targeted. Hive Tyrant over here, going to be trying to ninja the requisition point, being quite a goblin. Getting shot by some of the bolter charts in the base is pretty funny. He's like such a big target there. Devastator set up, and the Tyranids are very apprehensive about pushing in. They are getting the buff from the Synapse in the Hive Tyrant. He gives them a lot of nice overlapping buffs there, which is cool. And it looks like King Kong wants to get in there. I mean, that big boy is upgraded, and they're going to be trying to get around the Devastator. They do get around the Devastator squad, and the Hive Tyrant's going to be face tanking it. Here they come! The alien swarm is upon us. As they get into melee, really good micro from Salty Scarab with his Devastators. He moves them back, redeploys them, gets that good firepower going. So far, the Marines are dominating this fight. The Space Marines in melee, able to trade toe-to-toe with those units. And the Tyrant here is trying his best, but yeah, the Tyranids are, I think, taking the brunt of this. Although, we do see the retreat from the Space Marines a little bit. Scouts running, and the melee is adding up. Although those bolter turrets, man, doing some heavy lifting, as the Tactical Marines going to be rebuilding. And the Force Commander is coming out with his boys, and soon it's going to get very bad for the Tyranids. We're about to see the big Chungus. The drop pod has arrived, ladies and gentlemen, and here comes, oh, look at the Dreadnought. That looks so cool. Wait, does that Dreadnought have a Tyranid carapace on its freaking armor? Oh, look at that! Like at the top of the banner, it has the Tyranid carapace. Oh, that's so sick. All right. So moving on down, the Tyranids are going to have to deal with that, and they're going to be calling out a Tyrant Guard unit. Okay, so they have their own Harambe unit. There they go. The bushes blocked the line of sight. Oh, is that why that fight went badly? I thought the Marines were going to win it because of the Devastators, but if they weren't shooting, that would explain a lot. Okay, guys. So moving on up, we do see the Brood Nest. I don't even know what this thing... There's a lot... Tyranids are a faction I have no idea about. I played mostly Chaos when I played this game many moons ago. Marines, though, are really bleeding them out on points, and they have the bigger army as well. We are going to be getting a Venom Brood next, anti-vehicle, so they'll be good against the Dreadnought. We will see. A lot of trampling coming down, and little gremlins going to be trying to capture the west side of the map where they can. The Marines sitting with their Dreadnought in the middle. What are they going to be building next? Currently looking at the Army supply. It's almost been caught up. 80 supply for the Marines, 64 for the Tyranids. So it looks like the Marines did lose something during that fight. Venom Brood might do some work. Yeah, Venom Broods are pretty good against vehicles. Here they come back here. So, yeah, ranged Synapse Infantry. And they can blast down the Dreadnought if they're left undeterred. Tyranids are going to probably prepare another Alpha Strike on the Marines. They kind of have to. If the Marines are able to just kind of comfortably hold these 2 points here, it's not going to go well for them. It's not going to go well. Up in the north, in the Marine base, nothing's being built. Looking at the banked resources of the Marines, they're mainly upgrading their units now, I think. Yeah, we do see this. So the Armor of Alacrity increases the Force Commander's health by 100, speed by 0.5, and he gets the sprint ability. Oh, that's cool. So it makes the Force Commander better more durable, obviously, and good at chasing down enemy units. Here comes the Tyranid invasion, guys. It is time. Space Marines pulling back, afraid of the Tyranid onslaught, and they're going to let the Tyranids get the middle. Devastators are set up facing the wrong way here. But it is going to be a big King Kong versus Godzilla fight. As we see the Dreadnought moving in, Devastator squad is going to be set up, and it is shooting now. So the Devastator is going to be mowing down some of the advancing Tyranid units. And look at the Venom Brood, though. Venom Brood's getting a lot of work done to the dreaded Dreadnought. And we have the Tyrant Guard moving out and bullying some of the scouts as well. Now, Dreadnought turning and fighting, but Venom Brood is probably going to be able to kill it. And only in death does duty end. And homie, your duty is about to end. As the Hive Tyrant able to cut it out. Dreadnought getting bullied there a little bit, guys. But the Hive Tyrant does go down for the price. And in the base, we do see the Tyrant Guard moving in a little bit greedily, but it does wipe a scout unit. Could it be a comeback here from Aries and the Tyranids, who really were looking to be on deathbed here, guys? But look at the Devastators. Oh, that's so epic. There's just like a pile of dead Tyranids in front of the heavy bolter gun. It doesn't get any better than that. All right. So Marine's going to be advancing up, and oh no, he threw away his big boy in the base. Oh, he threw it away. Oh, no. I think he might have had an opportunity to come back if he had salvaged that thing, but the Marines probably are fine now. They're probably fine. All right, guys. Victory point's going to be retaken by the Marines. Victory tickets are bleeding, but he did throw away his big Harambe beast back in the base there. Oh, Gene Sealer Brood. Really good at killing infantry. These guys rip shit up in melee, and I believe they do have a stealth thing as well. So the Gene Stealer Brood is on the way out, and they'll be great against the Tactical Marines. We're going to see how this goes. The Tyranids did lose that fight, yes. Despite killing the Dreadnought, they lost their Tyrant, and they also lost their Brood Guard, or whatever the hell the thing's called, the big tanky boy. Whirlwind Artillery Tank. Talk dirty. It doesn't get any better than that. I love it. Salty Scarab's going to be bringing out the big guns. Aries setting up his Tyranid army. The Venom Broods did some great work. Killing that Dreadnought was nice, but losing the big Scary was a little bit too much. So the Whirlwind is out. It's going to be setting up. This is an artillery tank for the Ultramarines, which can put some big firepower downtown on the Tyranid blobs, depending on how they go. And we do see the Tyranids grabbing this over here. Dylan, I have looked into it. Yeah, I have looked into it. Is he going to shoot? Devastator's facing the wrong way. Tyranids look like they're going to be going for a flank. Here comes the Whirlwind salvo. It misses, unfortunately. Yeah, you got to wait till they're a little bit more static before you can use that. Force Commander's chasing. Oh, he got the Thunderhammer. Oh, dude, he's got the Thunderhammer. The big knockbacks coming in, and the Whirlwind dropping more salvos down there as well, which is pretty cool. But the Thunderhammer Force Commander given the business, and that is going to be game one going to the Salty Scarab and the Marines. All right, guys, game two is coming up in this best of three show match. Let's get it, and let's have some fun. Good times all around. Good match, honestly. It was pretty contested. Multiplayer, we're going to do custom games, public. Hosts, Scarab versus Aries, game 2. All right, there it is. Ready, and let's go to this, move over here, and we're going to do another map. So we're going to do Quest's Heresy. What the hell is that? It looks like, is there not points on that map? Those are 4v4. No, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, hold on. Move to this slot. There we go. Sorry. Okay, great. There we go. I accidentally put it on a 4v4 map there. We can do the Ashes of Typhon. That's kind of a small, weird map. A great game, he says. Good sportsmanship all around. We could do the Fortuna Sanctum. This looks kind of cool. Like a big kind of snow map here. All right. Quest Heresy is a good map. Good to know. Thank you. Yeah, they're apparently adding Tau to this mod. That's what I heard. I heard there's whispers that there's a Tau faction being developed, which Professor Pone is going to be pretty excited for that, I would imagine. All right, victory point control. Good luck, have fun. It's going to be Marines versus Tyranids again. They're going to be running it back. Totally fine. I think Aries just started. I think both of these guys just started playing this game like a week ago or something. Yeah, very recently. The jungle map was cool. I like this map. I remember this one. This one's very fun, actually. All right. Here we go. Tyranids versus Marines, round 2. I wanted my Dark Eldar, Drukari, not Tau. Yeah, they only have regular Eldar in this one, right? Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and turn off the Fog of War. Here we go. Welcome, welcome to game 2 between these two individuals. It's going to be Aries on the Tyranids versus the Salty Scarab on the Space Marines. These guys are going to be running it back. The war is not yet over. The Ultramarines looking to purge the Tyranids from the sector, and we're going to see if they're going to be able to finish the job and get it done here. Fight out on today's Dragon Ball Z episode. Have I ever played Homeworld 1 or 2? I never played those games, but if you guys have any insight into Homeworld, and if it's something you think I should do, send me a link in Discord and, you know, sell me on it. We'll see. We will see. All right, guys, advancing up, Tactical Marines. It's going to be Hormigaunt, Termagant, and then we see another Termagant. So he's going to be going double Shooty Boy this time around. Instead of going for the melee rush, which Aries did before, he's going to be opting to change the build and going for Termagants and Termagants, going for a more DACA-style build here from the Tyranids. Moving up to the north is the Hive Tyrant. He's going to be grabbing what he can. Force Commander doing the same thing on the other side. And the two armies have yet to clash. Oh, I think this map is basically a fight over the middle, which is very fun. Each player has a home victory point. You can see one here and one over here as well. And there is the central victory point with which they fight. And both sides have pretty good cover. You can see there's cover here, cover here. It makes for some epic fights right here as well. All right, sounds good, Dylan. Well, send me some details in Discord about it. I'd definitely love to look into it. So shotguns are very good against the rushing Tyranid playstyle, but if Tyranids go a little bit more shooty, then they're pretty bad. They will have a bad time. So he's going shooty Tyranids this time. He's got 3 Termagant Broods. Going to be looking to try and bully the Space Marines off the map with the range superiority, while using his numbers to, you know, capture more objectives and capture more points, which I don't hate. The Space Marines getting into cover here. Shotguns at the ready, but eating a little bit of DACA in the back there. As this point is going to be decapped on the other side as well. And now the flank coming in, the melee Hormigants, they're going to be jumping onto the Marines and doing a little bit of damage, with the Force Commanders picking them off. In the meantime, the Scout Squad battling in close quarters versus the Termagants. Termagants would normally win 1-1, but the Scouts got the jump on them, it looks like. All right. Attack Marines, force back. Force Commander, he better be careful. That is a hell of a lot of Tyranid shooting. And that is going to melt the hell out of him. And he retreats before he takes too much damage. So Tyranids really, really changing up their game plan here, guys. Really, really changing it up. All right, so what do we got here? It looks like the Termagants were able to force back the Scouts and win that fight there. And Tyranids, I mean, have the map control at the moment. I mean, their build, I think, is much more effective this time around against the shotguns. And the Space Marines are going to be getting their own shooting, more tactical Marine squads to try and fight these guys. Could get the Flamethrower upgrades. They got Plasma upgrades. I'm pretty sure they have a Rocket Launcher upgrade as well. I can't quite remember, but yeah, Tyranids really, really all up on the map right now, guys. And it probably will remain that way until we see more Tactical Marines come out, which is going to be the case. All right, so that's being taken here. The range Shooty Boy is going to be moving into cover here to put some fire support down, which I think is a good call. And yeah, they're doing some damage. Got to be careful not to get shotgun to the face and staggered. It looks like the shotgun was on cooldown there. Tyranids going to be moving in with their King Kong here, as now they have their cover. The Termagant Broods getting good firepower, and the Hormigants are getting pounded pretty good with the Adrenal Gland, so they're going to need to retreat, or else it's going to be a wipe. And it looks like he does get a unit wiped, which is very, very rough. So a micro blunder from Aries, costing him some agency here in the early game, as he really stands in fights, but needs to be careful not to lose these guys. He does have the Toxic Sack upgrades as well. So those guys got to put some work in there. Force Commander's really close to dying, but so too is the Godzilla, which is getting the improved synapse. Oh no, Godzilla goes down! He gets shot by the Bolter Fire. The Holy Bolter Fire of the Emperor is able to get it in. Wow, what a nice engagement. All right, folks, the battle continues to rage on. We do see the Space Marines pull a big advantage there. They were pinned back on map control. The Tyranids had most of the advantages, but because of the what's it called? Yeah, because of the wipe. We obviously saw the wipe right here, and then losing the Hive Tyrant. It doesn't get too much worse than that. Very, very rough start. It's going to be hard for the Tyranids to come back. I don't think the Marines really lost too much. They took some HP damage, but in terms of models, they didn't bleed too many. You can see it's a bunch of dead Tyranids around here, and looking on the north side, I don't think I see a single Marine. Yeah, basically just Tyranids. Okay, so back at the base, we do see them healing up here, and it is going to be a Warrior Brood. I really like the Warrior Broods with the ranged upgrade. I feel like they do pretty well. With the ranged skeet ability, it does do a little bit of suppression and really synergizes well with the overlapping fire you can bring with the Termagant Broods. Triple generator for the Tyranids, triple generator for the Space Marines. Both players are doing pretty similar tech paths. But one player has their hero and the other side doesn't. So that is going to be very, very savage indeed. All right, moving up is the Force Commander. Power Sword coming in. So that is going to give extra DPS, especially against the Warrior Brood, who do, I believe, have heavy infantry armor. Yeah, so the heavy infantry armor is going to be countered potentially by the Force Commander's Power Sword, which is great. This game does have different armor types, different damage types. It's something I'm still learning as well, but we'll figure it out. All right, so the Scout Squad's going to get hit, and it looks like he does have the ranged upgrade. He does have the Barbed Strangler, so this gives them the ranged attack. It has like a nice arc of fire, which can kind of get over cover effectively, and does also have a suppression as well. So what do we got in the base? Marines moving up, 2 Marines, army supply for both players. Currently the Marines are up by a little bit, not too much. And the Tyranids are going to need to find a good fight here somewhere. They're going to need to get a little something something. Salty Scarab coming around with the Scouts. And the Marines are going to be ambushing from the high ground. But the Warrior Broods, there's the bomb right there. So see, it hits and it suppresses. The Tyranids also do have the cover, so they're using the parapets here to get in cover. But the ambush, oh, a full wipe right there. And the Force Commander and the Scouts with the stealth ambush in the back. Oh, no. 2 squads are getting wiped here, guys. The Tyranids are just having a terrible time without their big lord. Because the Space Marines have their Giga Chad here. And, you know, the Tyranids don't have any sort of leadership anymore with their lord having been killed. Although he's back, that's probably going to be an early GG. I think the Marines getting 2 wipes right there. It is going to be all she wrote. And the Marines are going to continue marching in. And, yeah, that's going to be tough. Generators are going to get bashed. He's going to be sent back to the Shadow Realm. I would suspect that's going to be GG. And nice ambush once again, says Aries. Yeah, that's good stuff. That is good stuff, as the Salty Scarab is going to be cleaning up this game here, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, yes. The ambush is on. Today's not a tournament. These are just show matches. We're just having fun show matches between players in our community. Yeah, Space Marines are going to get all that sweet experience. Heroes do have levels in this game. So you can see this hero, for example, is level 2. The Tyranid hero is level 1. So there are levels. There are levels to this thing. Blast Generator's going to get Blitzkrieg bopped down. Tyranids are rushing tier 2, which is, you know, I don't hate that idea. Maybe get a tier 2 character out and make a bit of a difference. But the Marines really are going to be ahead. They should have more resources banked as well. So yeah, the Marines are teching, but they also have a lot of resources in the pool with which they can replenish units, get upgrades, whatever they're feeling, really. Yeah, that grenade was very, very nasty. Very, very nasty. Marine's going to turn about face and fight. Force Commander going to be moving in with his Power Sword, which will give him some good work against the heavily armored Warrior Broods back here. And yeah, he's putting in work, man. And he does have the Artificer's Armor, so of additional health, regeneration, and maximum energy too, which he can use later with some abilities. Yeah, Hive Tyrant getting the business. Marine's going to be kiting back a little bit. The 2 Tacticals are setting up shop, as Godzilla does have his improved Synapse upgrade, which is going to be nice for buffing the other units, but this Force Commander is just too Chad. Oh, bullying the Hive Tyrant now. He's a named Space Marine for sure. He's going to take his helmet off, and he's going to be impervious to dying. And it does look like the Tyranids are basically cooked. I would be very shocked if the Tyranids don't GG out. They have 1 unit on the board. It's over. GG, well played, being called, and that's going to be a 2-0 victory, guys, for the Salty Scarab. A very good series, though. Very good series. So next up, we have Animal Mother versus Hellhound. Now, these guys are both pretty strong players in any RTS game we've seen them in, so the next matches are going to be very sweaty for sure. This one was sweaty, too. But this second game was a little bit more one-sided. GG, well played. All right, let's get out of here. We're going to set up the next one. And now it's time for the dreaded Animal Mother versus, one sec here, versus Hellhound. Okay, let's get out of there. We're going to do this. Go to Custom Games, Public, Host, and it is going to be, let's see, Hellhound versus Animal Mother. Game 1. All right. So there we go. Let's open the observer slots. Let's move to this slot here. And I'm going to go tag those homies in Discord. All right, all right. Where is this? Okay, so Animal Mother versus Hellhound. Hopefully they're still both around. It's been a while. Okay, so we got them both here. Oh yeah, my homie's playing Chaos Marines. Hey, Jackal, thank you for subscribing on Twitch, man. I greatly appreciate the support. Thank you, thank you. And if you guys are enjoying this on YouTube and you want to see more of this game, please do drop a like. It helps out quite a bit. Lets YouTube know that you guys want to see it as well. And we're going to switch the map up. So we're going to do the Calderas Desert, which is going to be fine. Or we can do the jungle again. The jungle one, I think, is a little bit better. So Tyranids versus Chaos Space Marines. We haven't seen this matchup, and it is going to be the Sorcerer, which is a very difficult character to play. So Hellhound was he was the really good, I think, Sisters of Battle player that was playing in our Dawn of War 1 games. Yeah. Can you invite me to the Discord? Do we have any mods in chat who could drop a Discord link? If not, I'll drop one in a minute. But if you go to Total Tavern, my competitive website, there should be a Discord link in the top right. Yeah. All right. Hate to do Tyranids again, but it's the first match. Do it. No stress. Ready. All right. CSM, I hope he goes like, I wonder if he's going to go Tzeentch. So basically, you have a couple options with Chaos. Whatever Lord you pick for Chaos dictates how your army plays. If you go for the Sorcerer, it leans into Tzeentch. Your Cultist will worship Tzeentch and give you a different aura. If you go Nurgle, it gives you a healing aura. And if you do Khorne, it gives you, I think, a movement speed aura. So they're all very different. And the Marines can be upgraded. The basic Marines can be upgraded into a number of different archetypes. They can become Mark of Khorne, Mark of Tzeentch, and Mark of, I think it's Khorne and Tzeentch. And then Plague Marines are a separately built unit. So there's a lot going on here. The Sorcerer is a beast. He requires a lot of micro, but he's very, very strong. All right, guys. Let's break it down, and let's have some fun. Let's turn off this Fog of War as well. Ladies and gentlemen, spawning on the north side of the map, it is going to be Animal Mother and the Chaos Marines. To the south side, it's going to be the Tyranids once again, and it is going to be Hellhound. So Hellhound is going to be going for a Hive Tyrant. You guys have seen him a couple games now today, so you know what's cooking with him, and he's a pretty solid fighter. Big, tanky, aggressive, can take ground, and the Sorcerer is definitely a Palpatine. He shoots a Doombolt ability. Is it Black Legion? Okay, it looks like we're getting Black Legion for the Chaos Space Marines, the classic. But he has a Doombolt ability, which does really good damage against light infantry. He can teleport. He can do all sorts of crazy shit. He's probably the hardest character to play for the Chaos Space Marines. So Chaos is going for a Heretic Rush. Looks like he's got 3 of them, which is a lot. And I wonder if he's going to be switching into CSM at any point. Maybe just going to be using his Heretics, which, you know, can fight in melee for sure. They're pretty squishy, but they're expendable, and yeah, they can tie shit down. So for the Tyranids, we see 2 Hormigons coming out, 2 of those bad boys, for those of the melee focus units. The Cultists in this game have some wild abilities. Oh, he's doing the Tzeentch Prayers, which, can somebody in chat remind me what that does? The Tzeentch Prayers, doesn't it make you invisible? I think it makes you invisible. I can't remember. Does anybody remember what the Heretics do when they're with Tzeentch? I know the Nurgle and Khorne ones, but I don't remember what the Tzeentchian ones do. They make you invisible, right? So you can like do ambushes and shit. So freaking sick. I like that. But the Chaos Heretics have an ability where they can blow one of their guys up and it staggers and stuns the enemy unit and does some damage. So it's pretty savage stuff. Invisibility. All right. So all about the ambushes. So we see the Chaos Space Marines taking this side of the battlefield, and the Tyranid's going to be taking this side. It looks like he is getting the Aspiring Champion upgrades, which gives you a Aspiring Champion in the squad and makes him quite a bit more resilient. Because it's easy to wipe Heretics, but when they have an Aspiring Champion, it gives a tanky... Oh, is he going to ambush? Please do it. Oh my god, the ambushes here from Animal Mother. If that actually works out, that's going to be so funny. Because all these guys are stealth right now. He could totally do an ambush. It gives you infiltration and damage resistance, but you have to manually make your units attack. Got it, got it. Nice Gremlin cap on the top from some of these guys. Triple generators for both players already. So both of them are like barely investing in units and just kind of getting cheaper low tier stuff. The Sorcerer thinking about trying to grab the middle. So he's going to be attempting the victory point here. But we do see the big man. The Hive Tyrant thinking about maybe trying to contest this here, as we do see more Tyranids coming in. And all the stealth is activated here. Okay, he does get the decap. He's going to want to run away right now, though, for sure. Don't let the Hive Tyrant bonk you in melee. And here comes the fight. All right, it's going to be on. Doombolt activated, melting those Tyranids right there. And we do see the explosion, and probably going to be seeing the retreat from these Heretics here in a moment. But the Tyranids really, really taking a bit of a pounding there, as both sides getting one of their units really smashed up, but it's so easy to lose these units. So both guys retreat with one of their tier 1 units. Overall, it looks like the Forces of Chaos are probably going to win this fight. The Hormigons do run, and it is going to be a big fight here versus the Hive Tyrant, but nope, he opts to retreat. But here comes Warrior Broods. A little bit late to the party, but the Warrior Broods would be pretty nasty against these guys for sure. So we're going to see what he's going to be doing there. All right. So Warrior Broods will massacre them. They're ripping them up pretty good. Cultists are going to start taking some casualties. Sorcerer doing some nice work. That Doombolt was very, very clean. And now we do see Chaos Havocs being brought out. So Chaos Havocs are the same thing as the regular Space Marine version. They will be able to mow down a lot of Tyranid units there. Cultists at tier 1 wreck Hormigons with Doom Blast. Yeah, the Doom Blast makes a difference. And then we have the stealth, dude. I love the stealth. If the Tyranids just roll up, he's got to know that he's there. I'm pretty sure you can hear the chanting. Yeah, they're like worshiping Tzeentch, and it makes them invisible, which is really fun. Sorcerer trying, and now we get the ambush, and they all pop out. And then, oh, dude, he ambushed him. He got the Tzeentch ambush on the Warriors. Doom Bolt's activated and nails into those guys. Animal Mother really going bananas with a lot of his tactics here. The shooting and the ambushes, forcing back Hellhound once again. All right, and now potentially going to be seeing a wipe on the Warrior Brood. Warrior Brood is going to be able to get away, and the cultists continue to rampage and cause a lot of issues. Devastator a little bit out of range right there. The suppression used by the cultists, and the Tyranids are forced back. Man, brutal fights here for our Tzeentchian cultists. They have been doing some great stuff for sure. Warriors are detectors, good to know. So the warriors can detect stealth units. Got it. All right. I did not know that. Over to the west side of the battlefield, we do see the heretics grabbing what they can. Very dominant positioning for our Chaos player. He's a little bit stronger on the field. His cultists are damaged. Maybe could be sent home to replenish, but I guess there's still enough of them to fight. And he's laying another ambush here and preparing for another Doom Bolt, I would imagine. Heretics grabbing this. The Heavy Bolter is lying in wait right here to deal with some of the advancing Tyranids. Doom Bolt activated, and he does miss with that one, so that Doom Bolt is going to be a bit of a swing and a miss, which means the cooldown is going to be on now. Oh, he's got the Sword of Flame. Increases the sorcerer's melee damage and ignites Unholy Flame doing piercing damage. Okay, so he gets a damage over time ability. Very cool. So shooting in there with the Devastators, really going to be mowing down some of the warriors and suppressing them. The Marine squad here, not the Marines, but the Inspiring Champion, we'll call him that, the Aspiring Champion, with the cultists able to really, really bully the Hormagaunts with the AoE slow ability. And so far, the Marines have really been controlling the tempo of most of these battles. And I would imagine the Havoc's going to be turning about face. We're going to see the suppression used on the Heretics here in a moment to suppress this squad. Big Boy's coming over with his Flame Sword and also does have the Doom Bolt. Here they come. Suppression is active. Tzeentch for the damage resistance. And Doom Bolt activated there. Big damage going down. Maybe going to be seeing a wipe of the Warrior Brood. He pops out of his Tzeentch worship, and the Warrior Brood is wiped. Brutal play here by Animal Mother. He's really, really getting the job done. All right, so the Hive Tyrant's trying to chase. We do see the Chaos Havocs are going to be running up to the north. And Sorcerer's been a menace this game, man. He's been a big menace. Hive Tyrant does have two upgrades. It's got the Warp Field and the Improved Synapse. Looking at the Tyranid base, we see another Warrior Brood being built out, which is going to be delaying his tech for sure. The Hive Tyrant is basically being kited by the Havocs. Havocs are trying to run away, and the Tyrant might be able to start picking off some of the models here. So maybe the Marines are finally going to have to run back to the base, and I think that's going to be the play. Yes, those bad boys are going to be forced back here. And oh boy, the reverse wipe. If that Havoc gets wiped, that's so big for the Tyranids. But the Havoc looks like he's going to get away. 84 HP, so freaking low. Tyranids are really fast on the pursuit, 57. Oh, that would have gotten the Tyranids right back in the game right there. But he is able to get away right there. GG there, man. So looking around the map, Chaos does have the map control. They have most likely superior resources and do have the victory point advantage, but it's close enough. And Hellhound is a really strong player too. He's very, very good. And if anybody can come back from him, it's going to be a player like him. Okay, so over to the west side, what do we have? We see the power node being taken to Pound Town here. Sorcerer's back out. He's getting the vestments of the warp. Oh, nice Doom Bolt right there. Nice Doom Bolt, tagging a couple of those units. Devastators have set up. Chaos Heretics going for grenade launchers. So they're not going to be melee anymore. They're going to be opting to be grenade launchers and being used at range instead. So grenade launchers are pretty good in this game. Definitely not bad. And the victory point's going to be retaken by Chaos, and they're going to get those victory tickets going once again. I'm loving the Tzeentch play, because Tzeentch is the one like sub-faction of Chaos I've always sucked at in this game. Nurgle comes pretty naturally, right? And yeah, this playstyle he's doing is actually rather difficult to pull off, but the grenades will do a lot of damage. They're going to be very menacing. Cultists moving into combat with the big Tyrant here, and we do see more Cultists coming in. Devastators are waiting in the back to punish. A couple Tyranid units waiting to flank. I do like that. Ooh, if they can flank that Devastator, that's going to be very good. I love this play here from the Hellhound, if he can get there in time. He's moving. He doesn't see where the Devastators... Oh, he runs into their arc and immediately retreats. Not that he would have gotten very far there anyways. There was a lot of Cultists nearby. It was going to be tough. So Tier 2 is out for the Chaos Space Marines, and Tier 2 is going to be out for the Tyranids as well. As the battle does continue to rage on, ladies and gentlemen, we do see the Warrior Brood lurking in the wings. Tyranids going to be trying to gremlin whatever resources they can around the map. Chaos Sorcerer does have the Vestments of the Warp, so these Vestments grant the Warp ability, allowing him to teleport and giving him additional health. So that's really good. So he can teleport on top of something and then use the Flame ability if he wants to, the Sword of Flame, right? So it gives him a really nice kind of Alpha Strike combo. And the Devastators continue to just mow shit down. Although the Sorcerer getting a little bit danger low there. He's got to put some respect on his name there. Yeah, the Havoc has a good arc right here. It's covering a lot of the territory. This is like the only weakness it really has. Marines going to be grabbing the middle again. Victory tickets are going. And these Marines running from the Tyranids in the south. Tyranids do have a Warrior Brood out, being kept with the adrenal glands. Okay, so that increases their health, gives them melee prowess, and yeah, just makes them basically stronger melee fighters at the end of the day. Sorcerer's healing at the base. Chaos is going to be going for Blood Crushers. Ooh, Blood Crusher. I believe these guys are designed to kill infantry. We're going to see. So it is a demonic machine cavalry. It does have vehicle armor as well. So here comes the big boy. Grenades trying to poke down the warriors here, and I'm really curious. I know it has like a trample ability as well. Yeah, it's got some fun shit. But very firmly held points. Chaos Space Marines are well ahead on resources as well as army. Hive Tyrant's going to be coming back in here, but now we have the big Blood Crusher coming in, and he's going to be crushing. We'll see what kind of damage he can do against the Tyrant. Seems like he doesn't do a ton against the Tyrant, but the Tyrant walking into the Havoc Fire. Oh, he has the shield ability, the Warp Field. So he's using that. He's tanking the entire army with the Warp Field, but he's going to die for sure. That Blood Crusher now is going to actually connect. And the Tyranids with the big flank on the side, guys. They get in there. The Hive Tyrant's still going strong. Looks like he's going to be retreating, but the Blood Crusher gets him. Blood Crusher able to get the wipe right there. Meanwhile, the Cultists are overwhelming the Tyranid units in the back. Just sheer numbers. And oh my god, look at the chaos back here. Everything's dying. The Tyranid stuff's dying. The Cultists are dying. But at the end of the day, it does look like the Heretics are able to win the fight. And I think that's going to be pretty backbreaking, as the Blood Crusher might even be able to get a wipe on these guys. Currently 60 HP. Grenades coming down here. Tyranid's looking very bare bones. And I think that's going to be victory. Yep, that's another wipe right there. I wouldn't be surprised to see Hellhound call the game here, as the Chaos Space Marines have most likely clinched the victory. They're just replenishing. They have all their units. Tier 3 on the way as well. Nasty. A Venom Brood is going to be out, which is anti-vehicle. Blood Crusher creeping around the side. Maybe going to try and boink down some of the power generators, and he does. So he gets the charge in there. Hits relatively hard. Hive Tyrant's coming in. Warrior Brood needs to heal more. And here comes the Venom Brood. So those guys are going to be moving on up. Everybody becomes food, yes. Not in this case. The demons can't be eaten. They go back to the warp, so... Tyranids probably don't like fighting demons. They're like, this shit sucks. This is a waste of our time. All right, guys. Looking at the battle, continues the rage on here. Venom Brood's going to be heading in. Hormigaunt Brood as well. Hive Tyrant going to be heading to the middle. Lots of cultists out here with the Tzeentchian ambush waiting in the shadows. And the Blood Crusher, I believe that he heals if he's near worshipping cultists. I can't remember, but yeah, you see how he's being healed right now by one, or is it one of the cultist units? I'm not 100% sure. Are we going to see a Great Unclean one? I mean, guys, it could happen, honestly. This game still has a little bit of teeth in it. Tyranids are definitely going to probably lose it, but it depends on how long he decides to drag the game out. But we could see a Great Unclean one. Chaos is sitting on a good amount of resources, too. They got about 500 in the bank. Chaos Terminators could get called in as well. Cultist Worship heals demon units. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Yeah. It's been about a year or two since I played this, so still coming back to me here. All right, guys. Grenade launchers poking. Sorcerer moving in with his anime teleport, and he's going to be trying to harry the Venom Brood. And the Blood Crusher does get shot by the Venom Brood, and it's taking a lot of damage. I mean, losing the Blood Crusher could be, I wouldn't say a throw, but it would be a big turning of the tide. And he does manage to get in melee here. Venom Brood's going to be forced back, and we're going to see all the cultists getting into melee there and laying a bit of a righteous whooping down on that Hive Tyrant, who is fully upgraded, by the way. He's not fully upgraded, but he's got all of his items. Crushing Claws. Okay, so he's got the big DPS claws. But now the generators are going to get buried down, and they're going to probably just get bullied here. The Blood Crusher is healing right now. Triple generator active. Tier 3 is out for Chaos. I think it's going to be Chaos Terminators. I think that is going to be it. Venom Brood may be able to get the Blood Crusher, but he is getting that passive healing, which is very nice. Heretics going to be popping out of their worship of the Dark Gods to get into melee here, and just sheer numbers. There's also a Havoc squad here that is still very functional. So the Havocs are just mowing these guys down. Tyranid's maybe going to be losing another unit here. You can see the HP of this Warrior Brood dropping very quickly, and the Cultists are all up on its shit right now. 100 HP. It looks like it's going to get back to the base as the Tyrant does move out. Chaos Sorcerer teleporting in and using his Wreathing Flame ability, I think. I'm not sure what that was. But nonetheless, the Blood Crusher punishing these Termagants over here, or Hormagaunts. He's able to get those guys down. Tyrant trying to Last Samurai this shit, trying to fight to the best of his abilities, but now we do get a Chaos Predator coming out. So it's not going to be the Great Unclean one, but it is going to be a huge battle tank, which is just going to roll up and end the career of these guys. Gene Stealers are out. The Gene Stealer Brood, very good at killing cultist equivalents. They rip apart infantry very, very hard. And we're going to see if he can get some wipes here. So far, the Havocs are able to get back to the base. He's upgrading the tank with the Mark of Nurgle, which makes it very, very resilient here. So Mark of Nurgle increases health by 75%, gives it regeneration, and gives it resistance against melee damage. It loses movement speed, and looks like it does a different type of DPS as well. So basically just makes it more tanky, more anti-infantry, I would assume. All right, big fight going on down here. Blood Crusher and company going to be mowing, and the Tyranids trying to fight, but I just think they're just too outgunned here, guys. The Cultists are pretty upgraded. There's the Blood Crusher, the Chaos Sorcerer is palpatining around, but he is going to be forced to retreat. And the Tyranids finally able to get a potential victory to fight. We'll have to see. I think that Blood Crusher is really cutting him up a little bit too much. And there is a huge tank coming in, so the Armored Fist of Chaos is here. As we do see the Chaos Predator arriving, and that is going to be probably a portent of doom here for the Tyranids. Really going to be able to melt a lot of units, and some losses going down. We actually see a Cultist getting wiped. Havoc's going to be setting up on this position as the Nurgle tank is going to be enveloping the Tyranid army. Tyranid army didn't hear no bell. Probably going to want to retreat these guys. Could we see a comeback from the Hellhound? I don't think so, not with the big armor out, and there's going to be another tier 3 unit coming soon, and that's going to be so tough. And yeah, you can see this Nurgle tank is going to be backpedaling, ripping some shots here, and is able to get some good DPS right there for sure. All right, Chaos Predator getting the DACA, Gene Stealer's running. Heavy pursuit from the Warrior Brood, but the great thing about the Nurgle tank is it does have damage reduction from melee. So 40% ward save against melee attacks. Very, very good, especially against Tyranids with how they're playing right now. Victory tickets are about to end the game right now. The Chaos Space Marines are going to be on their way back in, and the tank still continuing to just do as the name would infer and tank its enemy. Shooting to these bad boys, and here they come. Chaos Sorcerer going to be moving down. Chaos Heretics lurking. Victory tickets, he's only got 10 left. That's going to be GG, and the Tyranids have been defeated here. Mark of Khorne on the heavy weapons team, which makes them even better against like infantry equivalents. But GG, well played. A glorious victory for the Chaos Space Marines in Game 1 of this show match. So currently, Animal Mother is going to be up 1-0 in this best of 3 series, and we are going to be moving on to the next match right now. Epic game for sure. Very, very fun match. I enjoyed the hell out of that one. All right, guys, let's fire it up and get another one going here. So let's find this, and we're going to do that, and custom games, and public. Yes, yes. That's going to be Animal Mother versus Hellhound Game 2. Here we go. We're going to do that. And so I'm probably going to cast, we're going to try and find maybe another show match after this, guys. My hand is really acting up on me right now. I'm getting a lot of burning in it, so I got to probably not play myself today, but we'll do more show matches. Hey, Lantern. Thank you again for subscribing, man. So, let's switch the map. We're going to go ahead and do Sector 95. Wow, looks like a crazy one. How's this map? Oh, looks like kind of fun. We'll do the Seraph Palace. I am observing. Warrior, he wants to observe. I don't know how lag works in this game. I'll open up a spot for him. Hellhound, you guys need to switch. Okay, so open all observer slots. Okay, so Hellhound, move up to the top. All right. I don't mind him observing. It's fine. We can do a 3v3. Yeah, we can do a 3v3. Does this game, do they have servers for this? I don't know if it's going to cause lag. We'll see. All right. Looks fine, and we will see. If it lags, will you leave? I feel like I'm Rick in The Walking Dead right now. I'm like, yeah, let's bring in the other people, and Pone is just like Shane. He's like, no outsiders. Yeah, no, I get it though. If it, yeah, he says if it lags, he'll leave. Great, perfect. So here we go. Let's get it going. Dude, I've been really enjoying the early Walking Dead seasons. I'm rewatching it right now. It's so fun, man. Wait, I just watched the episode where the governor attacks the prison. Holy shit! It makes lag. Yeah, if it lags, he'll leave. He said. We'll see. In the future, I'll just kick the observers. But Walking Dead was great back then. Yeah, it was fun. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen of the grimdark future, let's turn this fog of war off and see what's cooking. Spawning on the north side of the map, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be Hellhound. So Hellhound's going to be coming in with the Orcs this time around. Down a game, though. He needs to get the dub. And on the south side, it's going to be the Grey Knights. So the Grey Knights are going to be helmed by Animal Mother, who is up 1-0. And he's going to be using the Eviscer Assassin here. So there he goes. And the Eviscer Assassin is a pretty nasty fighter. Although I don't know if he can go fisticuffs with the War Boss. He'd probably have to use a little bit more subterfuge and take some more angles on him and wait for him to get a little bit weakened. Coral! Yeah, it's great. It's the early seasons are amazing. I think if I remember my first watch through the series, I remember seasons 1 through 5. I really enjoyed. I I did lose a little bit of interest, but I eventually pushed through the later seasons as well. But yeah. Anyways, Inquisitor Stormtroopers are out. So these are the tier 1 troops for the Grey Knights. They're just like your guardsmen equivalents. A little bit stronger than the guardsmen, but yeah, they do their thing. Less numbers, of course. And the Eviscer Assassin capturing what they can. And wow, look how quickly these guys drop generators. That is pretty crunk. Because those things are not cheap. I mean, both players instantly dropping triple generator right there. Okay, I guess that's just what good people do in this game, because that seems pretty potent there. All right, in the meantime, guys, Stormtrooper is going to be heading over, and it looks like the Eviscer Assassin, I'm sure he can get some upgrades that'll let him fight the War Boss effectively. War Boss is going to be getting chipped by the Stormtroopers. He's unsupported right now, so going to be pulling back and running. Orcs going to be capturing the west side of the map, and the Ordo Malleus, the Grey Knights, going to be capturing the east side here. All right. So War Boss getting shot up here. And no real fighting yet. Nothing too crazy. We're going to be seeing a Purgation Squad come out. So those are the weapons teams. They have the Flamethrower, which is really good against Sluggaboys. So if the Orcs try and get in a melee with you, you can really melt those guys down. Yep, triple gen for both players. I think they have like an unspoken agreement. You know, gentleman's agreement between these two individuals to just kind of chill out here and let each other check up, which, hey, no complaints. Purgation Squad is here, so it is a weapons team. They need to set up, and they do have a couple upgrade options. We're going to see which one they decide to go with over the course of the game. No rush, 2 minutes, that's right. Map is basically perfectly split in half with the exception of the victory point, which belongs to the Ordo Malleus. The Eviscer Assassin getting the Chem Cloud Grenade, so there's going to be some early grenade play coming in from the Eviscer Assassin. Stormtroopers have really good cover here, and now we're going to get the Purgation Squad. Oh, suppressing the War Boss or slowing him. That's nasty. And now we have the grenade coming in from the Eviscer Assassin, which is going to bully. Huge victory here for Animal Mother in the beginning. Oh no, don't lose the War Boss. The War Boss is down. Okay, War Boss is down, and a Chem Grenade on the other Sluggaboy unit. Looking very dominant here for the Animal Mother, as he is able to get some big victories in some of the early fights and continue feasting like the heathen kings of old. So, gonna be tough to come back for the Orcs. Possible, but tough. He is going to be making a Stormboy squad now. Stormboys are going to be basically a soft counter against the Purgation Squad because they can jump on top of them. But now, good killer instincts coming in. Hellhound says not a great start. He does resummon his War Boss, so at least he's back. But the Eviscer Assassin and company going to be shutting it down and getting one of the generators. Here comes the Stormboys, though. Stormboys getting in, and they're going to start ripping up these Stormtroopers. So we do see the War Boss chasing, but he's going to need to run. The Eviscer Assassins hit incredibly hard. They're squishy-ish, but they hit hard, and I think when they die, they also explode and do a bunch of damage. But the Stormtroopers getting beaten down pretty bad by the Stormboys there. And the Purgation Squad is being hunted by the War Boss. And the Orcs are still fighting the good fight. They're still fighting the good fight. War Boss probably wants to retreat right now, or else he's going to get finished off by the Eviscer Assassin. And the boys going to be moving in, trying to keep these guys locked up in combat, while the Stormboys successfully chase off the Stormtroopers. Neither of them do get killed, but there is a second Purgation Squad coming out. Okay, he's really going for the Purge aesthetic here of the Grey Knights. Stormboys, good fighters though, and they're going to get in combat, start boinking onto the Eviscer Assassin. If you get a surround and a kill on the Eviscer Assassin, that would be a total comeback opportunity. Oh boy, the Assassin's getting crumped. He's going to try and run. Oh, but he's down. He explodes and does damage. Very nice play there by the Hellhound guys. He does get the Eviscer Assassin, and now that's really going to equalize the game a little bit. Because now the Grey Knights are going to have to bring back their Assassin if they want to have a heroic presence on the battlefield. So he is down for the count. He's flailing around on the ground, and the Sluggaboys are going to want to retreat back to the base most likely. The lower the Assassin gets, the more damage he does. Okay, so he's got like a Berserker effect. Very cool. All right, so War Boss is out on the field, double Purgation Squad, and the Eviscer Assassin probably going to be rebuilt. He was getting his axe, so his axe was going to be on the cards there, but it looks like it never finished. Over to the west side, it looks like a potential double cap coming in for the Grey Knights. In south, the Eviscer Assassin has been respawned, but at a great cost. And now you can see, because of the kill on the Eviscer Assassin, Hellhound is going to have tier 2 faster than the Grey Knights, right? So that is something to consider here. So, what does that axe do? Let's read it. Equips a power axe effective against all infantry and grants a kill zone ability, which increases allied melee damage and power. Okay, so it increases nearby damage of allies, and it gives you power DPS, which is going to be good against the War Boss, obviously. Yeah, so he bonks down one of the Orcs one at a time. The Eviscer Assassin going to be weaving around the battlefield. He's trying to bait a grenade right now. Oh, he's going to throw a grenade in that blob for sure. Nope, he's going to run instead. He is peacing on out. All right, Orcs coming down from the north, but it looks like he got fully power bashed. Oh boy. So the Orcs did get fully power bashed over there by the 2 Purgation Squad guys. And now we have the Eviscer battling it out versus the War Boss. And it looks like the War Boss is going to lose that fight. Eviscer is going to be all up on him. Oh, he's going to get killed again. Eviscer Assassin, Weeb killing him there. Some very, very good stuff. And the 2 Purgation Squad's able to provide that fire support. Really, really brutal. All right. So now Purgation Squads are basically going to counter all these units. The Storm Boys are going to jump in, but they're going to get peeled off by the Assassin. And the Stormtroopers most likely. Here they come. They're going to be flying in, getting the big old jump right there. And the fighting is on. Now, the squads of Purgation Squads, they actually have some melee capabilities because they do have 2 melee guys, kind of escorts in the squad there. Not the best in the world, but they can fight. But it looks like the Orcs are being torn to shreds. The Eviscer Assassin going to be ripping them up pretty good. We see all the Orc units very, very low. The War Boss has been resummoned and is going to be on his way back to the battlefield. But we're going to be seeing wipes on Orc units here. That Storm Boy potentially going to get wiped. We'll have to see. The Eviscer Assassin is right on him. Oh, no, and he gets shot down. That's going to be GG as the Slugger Boy is going to be finished as well. The Eviscer Assassin cleaning it up. Purgation Squad's putting in the heavy lifting. And that is going to be all she wrote, ladies and gentlemen. Eviscer Assassin now going to go Blitzkrieg in there. Well played to these players, man. Hey, Hellhound, don't worry about it, man. We all have rough games from time to time. All good. Grey Knights purging the Greenskins from the sector. And that is going to be a 2-0 victory here. All right, so is there anybody in the Discord? Let me check. Anyone who hasn't played want a show match? Okay, I'm gonna see if there's anybody who hasn't played who wants a show match, and if not, we could also do a casted 3v3, but we would do a flavor one where it would be like Chaos versus Imperium or something like that. It would have to have some flavor. So we're gonna check in the Discord and see if we can wrangle some folks for that. Should be quite a bit of fun. Okay, waiting and seeing here. No, Grey Knights are not unfair. No. They're pretty good. Dawn of War 2. It's great. Oh, we're having a good time with this one, man. It's been really, really fun today. So let's see. There's some people willing to do a 3v3. The mod is reasonably balanced. Yeah, there's some units that are probably slightly stronger than others, but it's more balanced than Dawn of War 1, that's for sure. All right. Okay, so we'll do a 3v3 faction war. Players on each side need to play same factions. Okay. Making lobby now. First come, first serve. Okay, so we're going to do a 3v3 kind of faction war style, where we're going to get flavor. So it's going to be Orcs versus Imperium, or, whatever. So it's going to be fun. Okay, so let's set it up here. And let's get it. Yeah, I love the Nurgle champion. He's my favorite hero in this game. That Blight Grenade can just end games if you get good ones. It's really good. So we're going to host this. Turin 3v3 faction war. Okay. And we're going to get in there. And we're going to open all the observer slots. And we're going to move to the slot. And we're going to go for 3v3. Yeah, there we go. So open observer slots. We're going to move down there. All right, we got one more slot. So we got Cringe Name, Salty Scarab, and Day Camel. All right, so we're going to close this slot. Sorry, Butter Slice. No hard feelings, brother. So you guys need to coordinate your teams. Coordinate your teams right now. So Imperium, Chaos, etc., etc. So Eldar bottom. And then on the top side, you guys need to figure out what you want to play. Otherwise, it gets a little bit hard to track things. I think it'll be fun if... yeah, so we got Eldar on the bottom team. I'm down for anything. I'm best at Marines. Okay, so feel free to swap with folks as well. We can have Imperium fight together also. So Guard, Marines, etc. Yeah, if they want to play Imperium top, I don't mind an Ordo Malleus in there. That's totally fine. Versus the evil Eldar, that's right. All right, guys. So ready up, team. Sorry for those of you folks who didn't get in. We'll do more of these. And looking good. So we got a Apothecary, Force Commander, an Engineer. Yeah, pretty much all the heroes are going to be represented, so that's pretty cool. So we're going to start the game here. And GLHF to these players. Imperium versus the Eldar. Does the mod have Skitarii? No, it doesn't. It have Space Marines, Imperial Guard, Grey Knights, Eldar, Orcs, Tyranids, Chaos, I think are all the factions. I don't know if I missed one, but I'm pretty sure those are all the factions you can play. They're adding Tau soon-ish, trademark. Apparently Tau are in the works. All right, let's get it going. Just waiting for Aries to load in here, and we got our big old 3v3 faction war, which is going to be good fun. And let's break it down. So turning off the fog of war here. Ladies and gentlemen of the grim dark future, welcome to this Imperium versus Eldar duel. Spawning on the northwest side of the map, it's going to be our Imperium forces. We're going to be helmed by the Salty Scarab, Aries, and Day Camel. And to the southeast, it's going to be the Eldar, who are going to be helmed by Davok, Professor Pone, and Cringe Name. So let's get this going. And Legion 9, thank you so much for becoming a channel member. I greatly appreciate you. And thank you for all the help. Oh, they're getting into it. To War Brothers, Dreaded Xenos, leave now so we keep your soul stones intact. How to play this champion. Uh-oh, that's never a good sign. All right, so for the heroes, we have the Force Commander. We have the Apothecary, who's really, really nice utility. He's got an AoE heal, which is super good for the Marines. And we have a Tech Marine as well. He can set up turrets too, which is great fun. We have the Warp Spider Exarch, which can do some anime tricks and teleport around. We have the Farseer, which of course is the Harry Potter. And then we have the Warlock. So, yeah, lots of fun stuff. In the middle, we do see our first skirmish going down. It is going to be the Apothecary battling it out versus the Farseer. And he is able to push the Farseer back as well. And yeah, we're going to be seeing some big heavy-duty warfare. Marines over here on this side, it looks like they went for the Space Wolves or some sort of a custom chapter. They have a Tactical Marine as well as a Tech Marine here. And Howling Banshees, Guardians, and Warlock on this side. Down to the south side of the map, a little bit of skirmishing going down, but it looks like the Force Commander is being swarmed by the Howling Banshees. Meanwhile, the Warp Spider Exarch is trying to shut down some of the shooting, so he's chasing down the Tactical Marines. Could see the first death here, and we do see the Force Commander running away here. Salty Scarab's Force Commander gets killed by the Howling Banshees. Very clutch, but the Howling Banshees are getting very low as well. If he leaves them there too long, they could potentially get wiped. The Howling Banshees are going to be fleeing the scene, and it does look like the Ultramarines on the south side of the map did get pushed back by Davok and his dreaded Eldar. All right. Now back in the middle, it looks like the Eldar have taken the ground as well. So the Eldar are taking some of the different positions on the map, as Aries is going to be chilling up in the high ground. In the meantime, Day Camel down here, and his Marines are going to be taking this victory point. Generators being built by the Eldar very far forward, of course, because you don't have too many options on this map, but you are going to be doing it. And here comes the old Eldar. Marines moving in, maybe an opportunity for a flank, but the Marines are outgunned here 100%. With the Howling Banshees, the Apothecaries are good fighters, but you're not going to have a good time versus the Howling Banshees. And they do use their yell ability, and that is going to be snaring these guys. And overall, the Marines getting bullied pretty bad here in the middle out of the gates. On the other side, Davok is continuing his bullying spree as he does push the Marines all the way back to the Shadow Realm. So the Salty Scarab, he was one of the players who played in our best of 3 earlier, is trying to recover a little bit. His hero is down on the ground. Now, in 3v3 games, you can pick up your ally's hero. So if another hero comes, they can pick them up and get them up without having to pay money, which is very, very nice. In the meantime, Howling Banshees continuing to rampage and cause a lot of havoc. We do see the Tactical Marines being bullied pretty terribly by them, while the Guardians have cover, and the Warlock back here does have the Channeling Runes. So they can restore allied units' health by 20. Oh, they have a healing ability and energy regeneration. That's very nice. Very, very good. Marines push back pretty hardcore. Looks like they're losing on most parts of the battlefield. Professor Pone, the Dreadlord, is coming in with his Guardian squad, and they have the battle equipment, so they can set up the shields. They also have the grenades, which is helpful. And where's he going with this Farseer? We're going to have to see. Over on the other side, the Marines are going to be trying to retake some ground. Eldar have the map advantage, and they do have the 2 victory points. The Marines entrenching on the high ground here. We do see the Tactical Marine Squad, Force Commander, Tactical Marines here, and Scouts with their shotguns, which shotguns are how the Marines counter the Howling Banshees. If Howling Banshees are bro-charging you, you just get 2 shotguns, blast them in the face, and then you're going to win most of those fights. But there are 2 Banshees, only 1 shotgun here, so this Marine force could be overwhelmed pretty hard. So here comes the Banshees. The Marine's going to be pulling back. Force Commander knows he's in trouble and is going to be running away. Tactical Marines had some good cover there. He's trying to fight the Banshees, and the shotgun blast suppresses them, and you see the shotgun counters the Banshees. They get nailed, and he accidentally retreats a full health Guardian squad. But Force Commander is going to need a little bit of smoke. His ally is rotating over, so Aries is going to be coming to help his homies. The Salty Scarab in a little bit of danger, but here comes the Apothecary to heal his pal. Force Commander gets away with 47 HP. Wiping a Howling Banshee here would be pretty big. Space Marines got their Devastator set up, so they do get the counterfire. Some of the Howling Banshees getting mowed down here, and the Apothecary as well as the Tac Marines able to save the day. So that was a really good swing back. Good rotation by the Marine allies. Going to be forcing Davok back a little bit for sure. Meanwhile, on the other side here, Salty Scarab says, "Thank you, brother." All right, leaning into the flavor of the Space Marines. I love it. It is great. Gymnast versus rednecks. Yeah, I guess so. All right. So Marines counter-pushing here by consolidating their forces and pushing together. Oh, are we going to see a kill on the Warp Spider? He has the upgrade for the weapon range and range damage. Pretty cool, but it looks like he is going to be getting chased off by the Apothecary. He does have the Sanguine Chainsword. Pretty good. I think it heals him when he actually hits, which is quite neat. If the Eldar lose their generators here, that could be pretty big. Looks like these Space Wolves are going to be posturing up to try and force them back. So here we do see the comeback from Day Camel. And Day Camel has what, Lord? He has the Tech Marine? Okay, so the Tech Marine has some badass upgrades. I really like to use the turrets. Even though they're newbie, in team games, it's so much fun. Yeah, one generator's down for the count, guys. Eldar are going Spec Ops, so it looks like Cringe Name is going to be getting his Howling Banshees and go to try and counterbash up here. I'm not sure where he's going with those Banshees. We're going to have to see. A big fight with Davok here, but Davok is getting 2v1 pretty horribly. He is getting swarmed. And now, yeah, these are all Davok's units. He is getting hit by 2 Marine players, by Aries and by Salty Scarab. So Professor Pone's going to need to get over here. Pone does have his Guardian squads and his Warlocks over here, but the Marine 2v1 is bullying Davok back as the brothers, they advance and do get the victory versus the Eldar on the southwest portion of the battlefield. Over here, retreating from Professor Pone as well, and suddenly the Marines are back on the menu. They were getting dominated early game, but they have found their way back. A little bit of bashing going down here. I like this play from Cringe Name. It ends up paying off. He does have his aspect of fleet in his Banshees, and they're killing Space Marine generators, which is really, really cost-effective, actually. Marines pushing up, though. You can see the frozen tanks on this wasteland. Looks really cool. Full wipe right there with the flamethrower. Eldar taking some L's. Cringe Name having a bad old time over here. Professor Pone says, Operation Mass Wraithguard has begun. All right, so Pone has a cheese strategy in this game that is really devastating against new players. And he masses Wraithguard, and a lot of new players don't know how to deal with them. That is very, very funny. Holy shit. All right, Marines dominating, though, on this side of the map. Over here, we do see Cringe Name. Cringe Name literally has 1 unit. He's got a Howling Banshee, but at the very least, he is able to get a Power Bash and take down a couple of the generators here. Going to be moving to the other one. But now we do see Assault Marines coming out. So the Assault Marines do get in with their jump packs, are able to chase back the Howling Banshees here and banish them to the Shadow Realm. So Pone loves spamming these things. This is his favorite thing. These are the Wraithguard. These guys are a menace. They hit very, very hard and are hard to kill too. So Pone's going to be moving in. We do see the Warp Spider Exarch trying to shut down some of the weapon teams right here. And now the Eldar are going to be getting their counteroffensive, and the big gun's going to be coming down from the Wraithguard. That is all Professor Pone is going to be building for the rest of the game. I've seen him do this in many team games when we used to play this, and he loves it. Marines are getting routed. Some of them are going to be rotating over here. Tier 2's coming out for Salty Scarab. I don't think any of the other Marines have Tier 2 yet. Yep, Day Camel's going to be going Tier 2 as well. And Pone had a bit of a weaker army early because of the Wraithguard, which are going to start to swing the battle back. Force Commander are going to be getting blasted really, really badly here. So a lot of Eldar shooting, including the Guardians. He's losing HP. His Artificer's armor will make him more durable, but mass retreat from the Space Marines, not knowing what to do yet against the Wraithguard. We're going to see if they can figure it out. Wraithguard coming out from Davok as well. So the Wraithguard will be able to put some hurt down. Meanwhile, on the northeast side of the map, it looks like Cringe Name is finally starting to get some ground back. Oh, he gets an Autarch out. A Jump Assault Sub-Commander. Very cool. So we got the Autarch, we got the Howling Banshees, and Cringe Name is cooking once again. So there he goes. All right, guys. Some Marine units isolated in the middle, not realizing they were overextended, going to be running away. And the Eldar have swung the pendulum back in their favor. But a lot of Marine Tier 2 is going to be happening now. I think Aries maybe went a little bit too hard on tacticals. He's got 3 of them, which is a lot of army supply. The Howling Banshee is still jumping over the train. You gotta love that. That's so cool when they like fly over the buildings and stuff. It just adds so much flavor, little details like that. But yes, Eldar are gonna have victory point here. They have this victory point there. And the home, each player basically has a home victory point, or each team. And there is a contested one on the sides right here. All right. So Howling Banshees are howling and cackling. Maybe gonna get a mass power bash here. Devastator squads, Force Commanders going to be moving out, and when are the Marines going to get some good quality units? Because the Marines are going to start losing horribly because of the, we have the Guardians weapons teams, we have 3 Wraithguard on the battlefield, and Professor Pone is the Dark Lord of the Wraith Lords. He loves those things, man. You're going to see him really mowing some shit down if the Marines don't get some counterattack out soon. A lot of damage from the Warp Spider Exarch from downtown. Oh, the drop pod's here! Check that shit out. Salty Scarab drop podding in some Stern Guard veterans. Epic. So the Stern Guard veterans are pretty heavy metal, and we're going to see what they're going to be doing. All right, guys. The calm has come over the battlefield, both sides assessing their situations. The Wraithguard blob is gathering in numbers. And currently the Eldar are in the victory position. They have the 2 objectives. Davok is entrenched with his Wraith Guard. And here comes the counterattack from Salty Scarab. So Salty Scarab getting plasma guns. And now the Wraith Guards are going to begin shooting. Probably want to get the Force Commander on top of the Wraith Guard and then use all these guys to shut down the Guardians. Yeah, he does get into melee with them, which is going to be good. So Wraith Guard not going to have a good time there. I mean, they're okay melee fighters. And the Scouts are coming in with their shotguns, and the support team is going to be pulled back. So Salty Scarab with a great engagement. Oh, man, is he going to get a wipe on this Wraith Guard? That would be huge. Oh, but look at the suppression, clutching it, allowing the Wraith Guard to get away. But overall, Salty Scarab and his Ultramarines here are able to win the fight. And it looks like they forced back the Eldar for the most part. So Davok is forced back, but here comes the flank from Professor Pone. Pone Dog is going to be coming down here, and here comes the firepower, guys. Oh, that's a lot of DACA. Wraith Guard going to be mowing in and forcing a mass retreat from the Ultramarines. Okay. Look at this. Aries says, what's good against Wraith Guard? Yeah, they're talking to their team here. And Salty Scarab says, get him in melee. Okay. On the other side, Cringe Name battling it out versus the Space Wolves. And overall, it looks like that is a pretty even little fight here. Day Camel's army is a bit stronger than Cringe Name. Cringe Name has a much smaller force. And, ooh, oh, look at the Assault Marines flying for the intercept. Oh, he misclicked. He could have gotten a wipe right there, but it's okay. He's going for the wipe on the Warlock, and the Warlock is surrounded, getting circle beaten. Is the Marines going to get it? Yes, they do. So the Marines, the Assault Marines, the Space Wolves, the Sons of Fenris taking down the Warlock and now chasing down the Autarch, who's doing her anime run and trying to get away here, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Beautiful stuff right there. And we do also have the Razorback coming in, armored vehicle transport, yes, and we're going to be seeing some big generator bashing. On the other side, though, the Wraith Guard and Professor Pone do get pushed back. They are going to be fleeing the scene. Day Camel says, no one going to heal me. What the WTF? The WTF? Oh, yeah. He is getting healed, right? No, he's dead. Okay. So he needs to ask for heals. He needs to be like, hey, can you guys come resurrect me? That's pretty funny. But the Space Wolves do knock down all the generators here of Cringe Name. Cringe Name does have the Howling Banshees. He's got the Autarch, and he does have the Warlock back. But he is losing this fight to the Space Wolves over time. On the other side, Davok getting a good suppression team up. He's got double weapons team suppression. The Marines are just like marching through it. And it looks like the Force Commander is going to get Last Samurai. 34 HP, 27, 20, 19, 17, 18. It's regenerating faster than it can be done, and he does get away. Marines going to have a big army coming in, but they got to deal with these suppression platforms, man. They need some Assault Marines or some sort of artillery to knock those things offline. Because you can see the Marines are getting suppressed really hard by that. Apothecary does have the AoE healing, the purification rights, and it looks like one of the weapons platforms gets boinked by something. I don't know what that was, but it did take a bit of damage. Wraith Guard shooting it up and getting a lot of DPS into the Marines here, but also eating a fire team on this side, and they do lose a model right there. The cockfight on the other side happens as the Autarch does fly in, getting the dreaded anime attack as the Howling Banshees continue their push. The lane fighting is getting pretty sweaty. Pone Dog getting a Wraith Guard up here to fight against Aries, and yeah, it's been pretty awesome how even this game has been. We just got like a bunch of random people from our community, and it's a pretty even match, which is great. All right, so Pone's got three Wraith Guards coming out, guys. Those Wraith Guards are gonna put a thumping down when they plant their feet on the ground and start shooting. You're gonna see a lot of Marines start getting melted. All right, so Pone's moving up. Oh, full wipe on the Devastator squad right there. Full wipe, and the other Devastator squad with the plasma cannon, oh my god, gets melted by Pone's Alpha Strike of the Wraith Guard and the Guardians. Man, oh my god, the Marines are having a terrible time here. And the Apothecary runs. He's at 22 HP, just trying to get away. Absolute folding of the Marines in the middle. That was not a good engagement for them. So the Wraith Guard blob doing its thing. Davok is the lord of the Guardians weapons team, so he's got his support platforms here. And they're going to continue to party here. So far, Eldar in a dominant position. Marines are going to have to get the objectives. The contested objective on the side here of Davok is being held by the Eldar. And the Marines taking the high ground here, doing what they can. Stern Guard veterans lurking. And oh, we got a whirlwind. Space Marine artillery is out. That's going to counter those platform teams. Okay. Wait, is Daycamel not... He says, my teammate is noob. Oh, he must not be with us. Shit, there's no way of telling that, unfortunately. Yeah, there's no way of telling. Okay, so he might be AFKing. I'm not sure. Daycamel, is he still fighting? It looks like he might be AFKing. I have no idea. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't think he's with us. He's one of our guys. Somebody not from stream. Yeah, that's a shame. Regardless, the Eldar have already won this game, so it's not that big of a deal. Oh, look at the weapons team, though. The fire support coming in from the Whirlwind's not going to be that good against the heavy infantry armor here, but will be very good against the support platforms. All right, guys, the battle continues to rage on here. And nice wipe right there. He does get the wipe, but Pone is going to come in like Gotham's Reckoning. The Wraith Lord blob moves in, melts those Marines down, forces back the armor, ladies and gentlemen. And I think that is going to be all she wrote. Okay, so Jay Camel, is he really AFK? Let's see. Oh, no, he's still got units out on the field. He's guarding his position here. Not sure if he's going to come back, but his game is for sure over here. It's for sure. Okay, in the meantime, these guys are blasting away. We do see the Whirlwind shooting. Yes, big volley fire. Oh, those Whirlwinds doing some work, though. But old Pone Dog calling in a little bit of an artillery bombardment with his army ability. The Eldar are storming the lines, and it looks like Day Camel is not AFK. Okay, he's not AFK. He's moving back here. And, yep, somebody asking for a res. Professor Pone asking for a res. It looks like his hero did die over here. Space Marine's really getting harried back, but I'm loving the Whirlwind play. The artillery is certainly turning the tide of some of the fights. Here comes the Space Wolves on this side. They're going to be moving down here. Yes, yes. What are they going to be doing? Are they going Spec Ops? He just dropped? Okay, good. At least an AI took over. That's better than nothing. Big firing line, Wraith Guard, mowing down the Marines. Absolute slaughter over here, guys, as those guys get pounded into another dimension. Oh, look at that. Lots of explosives. Marines are hemorrhaging model. Salty Scarab is looking to be dead in the water. Aries looking a little bit worse for wear, too. Pretty much all Tier 1 units. They don't have a lot. GG Brothers, Exterminatus the Planet. Yeah, they're calling the GG right now. This game's for sure over. And, yeah. All right, guys. GG, well played. We're getting some flashbacks to come. We'll make sure in the next game that everybody's from the stream, from the community. Yeah, to make sure that we don't have any of that toxicity shit. Yeah, I mean, like, dude, new players are... What, were you just going to bully new players when they come to your game? You know? It's like, dude, like, that's just, like, the worst shit ever. You know? It's the worst. You get new players playing your game and enjoying it. You just got to come in there and be a dildo, you know? Okay. In the meantime, yeah, we see a Whirlwind out, but that's game. We're going to get a new one. And the Eldar win our first faction war of the day. Great game. Really, really fun match despite the troll. That was quite a bit of fun. So now we're going to be setting up another faction war here. So let's get this one going. First come, first serve. And we're going to do it. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, look at the score. Pone with his forbidden warlocks there. Yeah. Look what's going on in chat. Look at the chat. It just in some RTS games you never escape it. How do you tell me how to be a Christian when you don't share the same values? Oh my god, dude, it's getting real ham in here. All right. So let's go there. We're gonna do this. Custom games public. Turin 3v3 faction war. Noobs. Okay. I'm just going to put that just so people have expectations set in case we don't catch somebody there. All right, so we're going to go to the observer slot, and we're going to move down there. Great. We got one spot. The Salty Scarab is in. And there we go. All right. Yeah, I recognize everybody from the stream. Okay, these are all people that I think we're good with. I wonder if I should join. You're welcome to join. You see, here's the thing. All skill levels are welcome. We don't care. It's just yeah, as long as people aren't toxic. What's the teams? I think we're good. So let's do Chaos topside. We can do Chaos topside. Let's do Chaos topside, and bottom can be, we can do bottom can be, I don't know, Imperium or Orcs. Because we already had an Eldar victory, so we're going to switch it up. Dragoon, are you with us? I hear the voices too. Yeah. For the boys. So we got Chaos on the top. Yeah, Chaos Champion. Hell yeah, we got the Chaos Lord, the Plague Champion. And they can decide if they want to do the Orcs or the Imperium on bottom. Can I go to Chaos Team? Request swap slot with someone. Yeah, you can request to switch slots with somebody if you just right-click on their name. Okay, so we got Cringe Name on Chaos, Arctic Wolf, Hellhound, Orcs on the bottom. He says I no longer feel tainted. Orcs bottom. Let's go Orcs or Imperium. I think Orcs will be fun. Okay, are you from the stream? Okay, perfect. All right, we got the Orcs versus Chaos, the fightiest of all matchups, and we're gonna pick another map here because we just did this one. That was a great map though. I really like that map. That was quite good. Wrath of Ball. Ooh, that's kind of cool. Let's do the Wrath of Ball. All right, guys. So Chaos versus Orcs faction war here. This is gonna be a great one. And again, if you guys are enjoying the stream, please do drop a like. It helps out quite a bit. And let's party. If you guys like Iron Harvest, I love Iron Harvest. I know it has its faults, but I'm a big enjoyer of Iron Harvest. Give me 2 minutes to let the doggy outside. All right, I need to go let the doggy out real quick. I'll be right back, guys. Come on, Lola. Come on, sweetie. Let's go outside. Yes, sure. All right, guys, I'm back in business. Let's get this party started. Let's see how this goes. All right, and start this one up. And here we go. Pone says he foresaw the fall of the Imperium. The weeaboo powers are too strong. All right. So, guys, we got another faction war here. It's going to be the forces of the Dark Gods facing off against the Orcs. Let's get it, man. Let's get it, man. Let's have some fun. I actually have kind of a fun idea for this. We could do a tournament for this game, which is a 3v3 tournament, a 3v3 faction war. So every single faction of the game is represented by 3 players, and they play like through a bracket. That could be really fun, right? So we got like Team Orcs, Team Eldar. We could limit it to like newer intermediate players, because obviously if a Dark Lord comes in, it'll just ruin the tournament. But or you know, it'd be very lopsided. Yeah. Anyways, let's go ahead and break it down. Just a food for thought there. Ladies and gentlemen of the Grimdark future, spawning in the northwest side of the map, it is going to be the Orc Wog coming to take over this, what appears to be a space station. And to the southeast, it's going to be the forces of the Dark Gods, who also happen to find themselves on the ship. And they don't know what they're doing here, but they're just happy to be here. And so it begins. So we have the Chaos Lord, which is a Terminator Lord. He is the Khorne Lord. We have the Tzeentch Lord, and we have the Plague Champion, which of course is the Nurgle Champion as well. All right, guys. So it begins, the greatest battle of our time. Orcs versus Chaos. Now, each player will have a bit of a lane to fight over. Oh, what scheme did he do? Oh, look at that. That's the Khorne scheme. Look how cool those models look. Damn, dude. For a game that's so old, this looks so good. Yeah, he's using the World Eaters, I think. So he's got the World Eater skin. Awesome, dude. And these guys in the middle, what are they using? Looks like they have maybe Thousand Suns. And I would imagine Nurgle would have gone Death Guard. All right, guys, the fight is on here. We got a big engagement coming down here between Hellhound, and looks like he's going to be fighting against Gojira. And Hellhound does have the big, scary Chaos Sword of Khorne in there, who does have a nice AoE sweep, and the Khorne Marines in the back putting some good firepower down as well. Cultist getting a little bit beat up, and so too is the Chaos Lord. Neither of them have any upgrades yet, but the CSM trying to do what they can to equalize the fight, while the Cultists are going to be herring down the Shooter Boys. And the Chaos Lord just kind of ignoring the War Boss for now and trying to pick off the squisher units. Look like there's going to be a Cultist wipe. Gojira going to get a wipe maybe. One Cultist squad very low. The War Boss coming to crump. He does crump that guy. And one Cultist is barely going to get away. Oh my god, sitting at 2 freaking HP. Awesome, awesome. All right, guys, moving up to the top, we do see the Chaos Lord is going to be hunting here. And over to the center, it is going to be Cringe Name and his Tzeentchian forces battling against the Damned Dragoon in his Commando Knob. Commando Knob is going to be getting the stick bombs. He does have the anti-infantry grenades, which are pretty cool. And the fight is now going to be on. Oh, that Doom Bolt, though. Really nice Doom Bolt coming in here from Cringe Name, able to nail that entire position. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, it looks like the Death Guard have been forced back, or the just generic Chaos Space Marines. And the Plague Champion of Arctic Wolf being bullied here by... oh, that's Gojira here. Who the hell's over here? Oh, that's the Salty Scarab. Okay, I had them backwards. Okay, we'll get the positioning right. That is for sure. All right, the battle continues raging on in the middle, and it looks like the forces of the Changer are able to emerge victorious, and the Orcs do get pushed back pretty bad. Darn Dragoon says down mid, and Salty Scarab yelling in chat, let's give him a proper wah. Reinforcements coming. Salty Scarab going to be rotating to the middle to try and help his ally out, as the forces of the Blood God do emerge victorious here. Look at this. The skins on this mod are so good, by the way. Yeah, it's the World Eaters. The World Eaters cultists look freaking amazing. All right, so up they move, getting ready to bonk into the Orcish generators. I think Salty Scarab's going to have to pull back and help out where he can. In the meantime, the Shooter Boys with the big shooters able to get a good suppress on Cringe Name's Chaos Space Marines here, and the War Boss is coming to help the situation out as well. So that makes sense, right? Because the Commando Knob is down, so rotating over here is for sure worth it at some point to try and resurrect your ally's Commando Knob. On this side, it does look like Gojira is having a victorious fight. He gets all the way back to his opponent's generators, does get a bash with his big mech. The Plague Champion is on the back foot right now. He does have a couple of Heretics and Havocs, but the Orcs on this side are looking to be winning the fight, whereas the Orcs on this side are losing pretty decisively against the Blood Gods champions. However, Salty Scarab, not on this side, in the middle, excuse me. Salty Scarab's battle's been pretty even, to be honest. All right, so Shooter Boys with the big shooters, dropping it like it's hot. War Boss moving in, but he's looking very low, and the War Boss is going to get karate chops. He's got 15 HP. Oh, man, he just barely gets away. That's so lucky. Oh, my God, 9 HP right there. And a full retreat coming down. But the Orcs going to be maneuvering through the tunnels. The Dragoon is here, putting a lot of DACA down into the Chaos Lord, ladies and gentlemen. And we do see the Chaos Lord getting absolutely blasted. So he's going to be forced to retreat as well. So good teamwork on both sides. Players coming and rotating over, helping their homies out, and living their best life. So somebody in chat asking about Slaanesh. Slaanesh does not have... Slaanesh has representation via the Noise Marines, which are a tier 1 suppression unit that are actually really good. I love Noise Marines in this game. Oh, here comes the sticky bombs. Oh, look at the sticky bombs coming out from the Commando Knob of Damn Dragoon, and he gets a wipe on that CSM squad. Really, really clean commando play right there. Dude, awesome. Now, we do see the forces of Nurgle, which are just playing under the Legion of the Black Legion, so it's an undivided kind of Black Legion Nurgle-inspired situation here. Moving up, battling with Gojira in the pits, and it looks like Gojira is going to get counter-bashed there as well. Nobody's on their way to Tier 2. Hellhound is the first one to build a really dynamic unit in the sense. He does get some Raptors out, so Raptors are pretty badass. And Tier 2 is going to be coming out for the darned Dragoon. So he does have the teleportation platform. It's going to be coming in, and yeah, he's going to be the only one on his way to Tier 2. On the top side, the Forces of Chaos push back Gojira. Gojira's army is looking all right. His big mech is capturing and is healthy. He's got Slugger Boys, Shooter Boys, Shooter Boys, and a Slugger Boy, so pretty basic stuff. No Storm Boys out at Tier 1 except for Salty Scarab down here. Yeah, close fight though, but the victory tickets have been favoring the Dark Gods pretty freaking hard. They've had the middle of the entire game, and they do also have their home objective here. But look at the Ninja Orcs coming around the backside and coming down through the tunnels here and decapping the victory condition. Now, the forces of the World Eaters going to be engaging versus the Orcish Wa here. We see the Raptors coming in super heavy metal and really able to thump back the Slug Boys. I love that jump pack infantry are really good in this game. That was something I really, in Dawn of War, God, I hate that so much in Dawn of War. I like Dawn of War 1, but I really hate how like haggard the melee against ranged is. It's so janky. But here, we do see the victory point being taken. And the forces of the World Eaters looking all right. They just need to hold this point, and then his ally needs to hold the middle. But we do get a big fight in the middle. The Sorcerer and his Cultists of Tzeentch going to be duking it out. The grenades are a bit of a swing and a miss from the Commando there. And it looks like the Sorcerer does have the Sword of Flame, as well as the Vestments of the Warp for the teleports. And, the Commando Knob is getting surrounded and circle beaten by a lot of Cultists. Orcs are going to be forced to retreat. Chaos Sorcerer chasing him down. Might be able to use his teleport and get the kill here. Okay, he uses the speed. He's got a bit of a speed buff from something. I'm not sure what that was, but either way, the fighting rages on. Tzeentch Marines running away. A big Orcish Wa is going to be moving down the hallways here, and that's a shitload of DACA. And Orc shooting blobs are really good. When you have like 3 Shooter Boys and they have the big shooters, they can suppress you and really melt your shit. But the Sorcerer moves into the middle of them, and is going to be using his Wreaths of Flame ability. Yeah, so he does the AoE Flame ability, does good damage against the Storm Boys, and now the Chaos Space Marines counterattacking with grenade launchers and Chaos Space Marines as the Sorcerer continues really just doing work, man. Teleporting around, causing all sorts of havoc, and I don't know where he teleported. We'll have to catch up with him later. There he is. Yeah, really, really good stuff here from Cringe Name. His micro has been very, very good with this Chaos Lord. Okay. Now, the Orc War Boss getting shot by the Tzeentchian Marines as well as the Tzeentch Cultists back there. Sorcerer is on the hunt, really trying to wipe what he can. Orcs super heavily on the back foot as the World Eaters do make their way through the western corridors and are going to be heading up, bashing the generators. Orcs are on tier 2, Chaos Space Marines coming tier 2, and now we do see the Death Dread coming out. So the first armor is here for the Darned Dragoon, and those bad boys are going to be moving up, looking to buzz off some of the homies. So we'll see what happens, man. We will see. On the side, Slugga Boys coming. We do get the Chaos Space Marines and the Heretics shooting where they can. They're going to need to get a point soon, though. The Orcs only have the 1 victory point, so fighting over the middle is going to be big. Chaos did have some tattered forces there that do get routed. Arctic Wolf's army is pretty small. The Black Legion, who is fighting in the east, their army is really only 2 units, although they have another Chaos Space Marine coming out. Mark of Tzeentch would probably be very good on this map. Chaos Havocs setting up in the hallway, ripping some Havoc-filled shots, but they do get jumped by the Storm Boys. Could this be the comeback of the WoW? Maybe they're going to be able to get here and get it done. Oh, full wipe right there, ladies and gentlemen, on those Havocs. And the Death Dread marching through the hallways, trampling barrels as it goes. And, yeah, putting in some lifting, man. The Orcs trying their best, but the World Eaters have been such a menace. On this side, they've just been really, really pushing this Orc player back into his base. But, you know, it's happening on both sides. Each side kind of has one player who's in a bit of an advantage here, I would say. Chaos Lord on the hunts, and we do see the Chaos Raptors cleaving it about, really ripping and tearing through those guys. Heavy bolters in the base, going to be mowing down what they can. And yeah, this Orc player is really, really trapped up here. Salty Scarab getting pinned in by Hellhound and his World Eaters. Hellhound's a very good player. We, of course, saw him in the last show match. He did lose it, but he's very good, like very, very good. Animal Mother was pretty beast mode. Okay, so Tzeentch trying to hold it down in the middle, but the Orcs do get the double cap right now. We do see the Death Dread chilling there. I don't know if it's snared or something. It has some red aura underneath it. And more grenades. We'll do a little bit of tickling damage here. The Black Legion forces in the east thinking about moving in, but we do get the Chaos Dreadnought coming. Nice. The Chaos Dreadnoughts are so sick. If you get the claws on them, it looks like this thing's being snared by something. Oh, it's the Plague Marines. So in this game, Plague Marines are anti-armor. They have like a rocket launcher and they're designed to kill armor. So they have come out to shoot into the Death Dread there. And the Death Dread gets taken down by the Plague Marines, ladies and gentlemen. Nice play from Nurgle's Chosen. Sorcerer getting in and does get a full wipe here. We have an Orc turret set up from the big mech of Gojira. He sets up a turret in the middle, which is so Bronzodia. I love it. That's so freaking fun. Over on the east, though, the World Eaters completely dominating, and you can see the Orcs push back under their base. The Blood Gods champions. Hellhound has a lot. He's got 2 CSM, 2 Heretics, as well as a Chaos Raptor. So we'll see what he's going to do with that. The Orcs calling out a Weird Boy. Okay, we haven't seen a Weird Boy today, and we do see another Weird Boy over here for the Orcs. So the Orcs are bleeding the victory points. They have their home objective. The middle still being held by the Orcs. They have their Haggard turret here, which will do a little bit of damage. It's not much, but against like cultists, it'll do the thing. These are going to be Shooter Boys with the big melta guns. Not big melta guns, but the big shooters, which are like suppression guns. And now we got a big fight as a Tzeentchian ambush is afoot. They pop out of stealth, and they do have the worshipping going down here. Plague Champion's going to come in. Oh my god, a grenade here would just end their career. Throw the grenade. Oh, the Plague Grenade is active. 1, 2, and 3, and it does blast those guys, forcing the Shooter Boys back, poisoning the other units as well. As the Nurgle champions do arrive, providing some fire support to the middle. And it looks like we're going to have a big knockdown, drag-out fight as the forces of Chaos try and hold back the wall here. The Weird Boy shooting some lightning shit. Some weird magic. I have no idea what it is, but it looks pretty cool. And CSM still has some shooting in the back. And also the Plague Champion, he resurrects dead Orcs when he kills them. So he has a sword that when he kills things, he resurrects the models to fight on your side, which is very, very cool. It does look like CSM get the win there. The Plague Champion and the Plague Marines and the Tzeentchian fire support. And now the Sorcerer's going to be back as well. Oh, Sorcerer going for a wipe on the Weird Boy. He might get it. Oh, he gets the attack, and the Weird Boy does get karate chopped. Okay, I don't know what's going on. Oh, he's spiraling out of control, and then he's going to crash and explode. That's pretty funny. Oh, I've never seen that before. Oh, he just blew up. All right, there you go. But this Chaos Sorcerer with the MLG Pro Gamer plays, man. He teleports ahead. Oh, but he misclicks. He misclicks there for a second. Unfortunate. What a good play, though, man. What a weird play. All right, so Chaos gets control of the middle. It looks like the faction war might be coming to a head as the World Eaters have not even rotated here. They're literally just keeping this player out of the fight. Maybe if the World Eaters collapse on the middle, it would be a little bit stronger. Or they could collapse up top and steal this objective. That Sorcerer, though, doing some MLG anime plays, man. Like flying around, really, really being absolutely menacing. All right, Commander Knob running away. Looking pretty cool as we do see the Shooter Boys on their way back in. On the top side, the Orcs surging back out are going to be able to secure their home point, so that's going to be good. Down mid by power. says Darn Dragon. So he's letting his allies know that his hero is down and needs to be picked up. So you can see where he's down here. Yeah, he's right there. So if one of the other orc heroes picks him up, Salty Scarab says he's on his way. So he's going to be resurrecting his ally right there. And the Forces of the Dark Gods still going strong. We do see, oh, hell yeah. Oh, the Power Claw Dreadnought is my favorite. It's so cool. This thing rips shit up. It is so much damage. Obviously, it has to be close quarters, but the orcs are going to make one final push for the middle. I think we're going to get one last hoorah. And the World Eaters have moved to the south. It looks like they're going to be heading in. If the orcs 3v1 the middle, they might be able to make a game-changing play because there's only 2 Chaos players there, whereas the World Eaters are still kind of chortling on their side of the map and getting a little bit excited to bully here. They do get the, okay, they went Corn Berserker. So they upgraded their Marines to Chainsaw, Mark of Corn Marines, Chain Axe. So they're basically Corn Berserkers now, which is pretty cool. So he's been picked up, and the orcs are gonna have one last go at it. We see shrines being set up in the middle, so the Chaos Shrines of Tzeentch are coming up to really entrench that position and give nice buffs. We also see the Plague Marine setting up a heavy bolter turret, which I love, really nice. Yeah, because they know this is where the final fight's gonna take place. So the orcs are getting ready to move in. Shooter boys are doing some work. The Tzeentchian Sorcerer and the Tzeentch Shrine actually shoots little missiles. See, if they're worshipping it, it actually has a missile attack. All right, orcs coming down the corridors here. Heretics taking some damage. And it is going to be the Chaos Dreadnought trying to rip up the war boss here. But the orcs have a lot of shooting as well. The shrine is not being worshipped anymore. And look at this. We do get some Storm Boys coming around the back. And they're going to be knocking down that heavy bolter turret with a nice little flank right there, guys. Sorcerers moving in. The Wog, they do lose one of the war bosses. So he does go down to the dreaded Dreadnought here, which is just ripping shit up. Oh yeah. They're taking down another unit right there. That heavy armor really, really problematic. Stormboy's getting killed as well. And now the World Eaters are coming from the top side to eat the orcs, and they're living true to their name as they absolutely massacre the orc army in that final fight. GG, well played. Really, really good fight there, man. That was super fun. And we get Chaos Terminators coming out in the 4th quarter, too. God, look how cool they look. Look how cool those Chaos Terminators look. Oh, they're so rad. GG, well played, guys. That is going to be all she wrote. And we'll do another one. Why the hell not? Let's hang out a little bit more. So that was a fun little faction war. Good back and forth. And we're going to move the next one up. That was really cool. The World Eaters like rushing down the alleys of a ship to just like rip some shit up, man. Oh, so sick. Yeah, fun game. Fun game. These 3v3 faction wars in this game rule. It's very fun. All right, so we're going to do public. We're going to host 3v3 faction war. Okay. Turin, noobs. I mean, all skill levels are welcome. I'm just putting noobs so that if we get stuck with a random player, the expectation is there. I don't mind having random people join as long as they're polite and nice and stuff. So, all right. Go ahead and join up here. We have the Witch King, Davok, Animal Mother, Butter Slice, Cringe Name, and Darn Dragoon. Okay. So we're going to get the map, and now we need to figure out the teams. So I want some Imperial Guard. We're going to do the Ulthane Temple. So let's get Guard Bottom. Okay, we can do Imperium Bottom. Imperium Bottom. And then top side can decide on Eldar, Orc, or Chaos. All right, there we go. So we have Imperium Bottom. We have the Ordo Malleus, the Imperial Guard, and another Ordo Malleus. You can do FFA in this game. Yeah, you can. I'll do an FFA next. We'll do one. And then the top side needs to figure out what they're going to play. Yo. Happy to have you, Witch King. All right. So top side, you guys want to go Eldar again? You can go Eldar. You guys can go Orcs or Chaos. Or Tyranids. So top, Tyranids, Orcs, Chaos, or Eldar. Choose one. It's okay if you're not good at a faction. We got, Animal Mother's on. He's on the guard. Uh-oh. The Dark Lord from today's Showmatches. There's no Necrons in this game. Nidstop would be fun. It looks like they're leaning towards Eldar. Yeah, they're leaning towards Eldar, maybe. Imperium is fine. As long as it's recognizable, like, which factions are like, lore-friendly. I just want them to be lore-friendly. Like, Imperium versus Chaos or, whatever. I know it might give the Imperium an advantage because they have more dynamic factions, but honestly, I don't think it matters that much. Yeah. Yeah, Cody, I don't know. If you try, like, this game is really fun, but you definitely need homies to play with. If you try and go play by yourself, you're going to deal with a lot of toxic dickheads. I did. Like, I was joining lobbies when I was new, and people are being, like, literally getting upset because I was new at the game. I'm like, dude, there's 2 lobbies in this whole game, and you're going to give me shit for trying to learn it and, like, play with you guys? It's, like, awful, dude. But if you have homies to play with, it's pretty amazing. Yeah. And occasionally you run into some good gems as well. Yeah. All right, so just waiting for Butter to ready up. So we got the Dark Gods again versus the Imperium, which is great. I mean, Chaos versus Imperium is like the greatest stuff. It's awesome. Let's ready up here. I'm going to start the game. I don't know if Butter's here. I think he is. All right, we'll start the game. He's here. I don't think he said BRB or anything, did he? No. He just said I'm very bad at Imperial Guard. No problem. Here we go. Reminds me of Dota players on Warcraft 3. Oh, yeah, for sure. Absolutely. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Ulthane Temple. It's going to be the Imperium facing off against the forces of the Dark Gods. We have Khorne, Tzeentch, and Nurgle teaming up. And hopefully they brought some of the cool custom schemes. That would be very, very fun. So let's turn off the Fog of War. And ladies and gentlemen of the Grimdark future, welcome to this Duel of Fates. It's going to be... Is that Davok on his dreaded pink guardsman? It is. All right. So, looking at the lineup here, we have Butter Slice with the Grey Knights, and he's actually playing a Grey Knights color scheme. Davok in the Imperial Guard with his Inquisitor, and Animal Mother is going to be using the Lord General, who's awesome. So Lord General is very fun, and he's going to be with the Imperial Guard. We got Cringe Name with the Sorcerer of Tzeentch. We have Witch King with the Khornate Army, and then we have Darned Dragoon, who is going to be playing the forces of the Dark Gods down here as well. All right. So let's get it, man. Let's have some fun. Immediately, the map control looking like the Imperium is getting out of the map a little bit quicker. Obviously, they have a lot of cheaper units, so they're able to Zerg, although Cultists will be out as well. I don't know what these Cultists are worshipping right now. They're just kind of hanging out and worshipping Tzeentch, which is a good time for all. And, yeah, this is actually a very scary Imperium team. This one might be a little bit unbalanced. I see Davok, and I also see Animal Mother here. I don't know about Butter Slice's experience, so we'll see, but... yeah, it's going to be fun regardless. We'll have a good time. Chaos Lord here from the Witch King is going to be charging in, but he better be careful. The Inquisitor going to be using her snipe ability to slow down the Chaos Lord, and now he's getting really dacked down. Cultist and CSM providing a little bit of cover fire as well, as the Chaos Lord is probably going to want to retreat back to his base soon. He does get pounded, and he does have Terminator armor, so he can like trample through buildings and whatnot, which is pretty cool. Inquisitor charging. Inquisitor also taking some damage. Meanwhile, on this side, we do see Cringe Name with a really, really nice Doom Bolt right there, able to nail those units. And Butter Slice might lose his brother captain right out of the gates. No, it looks like the brother captain will be able to get away. And the Sorcerer and Cringe Name able to emerge victorious. So victory for the Dark Gods on the west. The middle is definitely a victory for the Imperium. And now we have a big old pit fight going down here as the Nurglite forces of Darn Dragoon are going to be forced to run, really, really being harried back. Hopefully for them, they don't get any wipes out of the gates. So grenade launcher's already active on the Cultists, and the Witch King getting some nice grenade launcher fire, shooting into these bad boys as the Sentinel does continue pushing and using its little poking right there. Over to the east side, generators coming down, so 2 generators for the Dark Gods, 2 on the bottom side as, ooh, we see a full wipe over here, it looks like. Oh man, no, he got away actually, so the Strike Squad was able to escape right there. But so far, Cringe Name really, really living up to his Tzeentchian schemes. Now, Cringe Name is a very good RTS player. When I was playing Age of the Ring, he was, when we had our beginner tournaments, he was one of the best beginners for sure. He was regularly getting into the advanced stages of the beginner tournaments and is just generally good at RTS games. So we're going to see what he's cooking there. Okay, back on this side, we do see the Forces of Chaos being pushed back pretty heavily. Animal Mother with the dreaded double Sentinel opening. Interesting. Nurgle's going to be coming out, and Cringe Name is getting harried by Davok now. So Davok's going to be rotating, which will allow some time for the other Chaos players to get back on the field here. Ooh, beautiful Doom Bolt. Man, nailing that whole guard blob. Cringe Name is really good with those Doom Bolts, but he's going to need to run right now because he's going to get 2v1. So just retreating away is going to be the play. All right, guys. Sentinels are here. Yes, yes. And once we know the skill level of the various players, we're going to be better at balancing these. Is that a Noise Marine coming out? Oh, he's got Noise Marines, but he's got the Death Guard Noise Marines. That's kind of cool. The Noise Marines are pretty decent damage, and when they get tier 2, they can get a crazy good upgrade. Shooting into the Guardsman squads will do a bunch of damage. You can see the Mark of Slanesh over their heads. Nice. Good damage coming in, forcing back the forces of Animal Mother, as Chaos is resurgent on the battlefield, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of CSM. Plague Champion has his Blight Grenades. and the Slaneshi Nurgle Marines. You can see he has the Death Guard scheme, so they're all like Plague Marined out, which is really, really cool looking. All right. Cringe Name replenishing his forces. He's still being 2v1'd over here, but that allowed his allies to surge forth. And his allies on the other side were able to win the 2v1 and push back Animal Mother, and now they're going to be taking control over some of the middle of the map there. So that is pretty neat. All right, big 2v1 coming in for the Power Bash. Doombolt here is going to be nasty when it does go off. Cultists thinking about moving in. Overall, not going to be great for them. And the Sorcerer moving in, and he's using the flames. He uses the AoE Flame Strike, and it's going to be hitting all those units, but he needs to probably retreat now. Yeah, just melting the Stormtroopers. And look at Giga Chad Cringe Name here, fighting off 2 players, essentially. Really, really nice. Using the Flame Sword, moving into the enemy army, and getting a great punishment. And Butterslice, yeah, he better retreat that Captain there, or else it's going to be very bad. All right, guys, so we have a more contested game on our hands than would first appear. Although the Plague Champion here really being melted, and it looks like the Sentinels are just unleashing the Jacka. You got to retreat that Plague Champion. Oh, run! The Inquisitor's coming for that booty right now. Chaos Lord's coming in to help, but the Chaos Lord should probably retreat too. This is just a Doom situation. So Chaos Lord trying to help, but it looks like the Plague Champion will be able to escape. Time to retreat that Chaos Lord for sure. All right, he gets stunned by the Hammer of the Witches, which is the ability that the Inquisitor has, and he's going to be retreating back. Cringe Name taking over this side of the map. The Forces of Chaos do have some Raptors, going to be retreating here. As the battle does get into the later stages, it's been pretty good. It's been pretty solid. Both teams have one objective. The contested one is going to be going to the Dark Gods, as Cringe Name is winning that fight here. So he is going to be controlling this objective right there. And yeah. Command and Conquer, I think, General, I would play Command and Conquer Red Alert 2, Yuri's Revenge. That was the one I played, so I'd probably go back and do that, if anything. That would be the plan. Yeah, good little scrap. Good little scrap. Tier 2 is coming out for Davok. Tier 2 is coming out for Dragoon and for Witch King and Cringe Name. I don't know if he already got Tier 2. I wasn't looking at his tech, so maybe he did, maybe he didn't. But I love the Noise Marines. Noise Marines are pretty good. Their Tier 2 upgrade makes them into like a siege unit, sort of, which is really, really nice. Big attack coming on in, as the Sentinel does have the Stomps in case the Marines want to get aggressive, and in case Chaos wants to get aggressive. The Witch King and Cringe Name going to be teaming up here, and the team fighting portion of the game soon to begin. Sentinels really marching all over the battlefield. Grey Knights getting a Purgation squad as well as a Strike squad, which can teleport in and do some big L-bonking. But look at all the tech incoming, guys. All the homies are getting Tier 2 right now. Everybody's on their way to Tier 2. And we're going to see what the plans are going to be. Grey Knights coming down the corridor here. And we do see the Chaos Raptors getting into combat. And actually getting a decent little stun on the Guardsmen. But they end up getting crossfired a bit. As more... Oh, what guard scheme is this? Oh, that's Talarn, I think. Yeah, it's the Desert Fighters of Talarn. Awesome. Heretics, though, planting their feet in the ground, getting some good shooting. But now there's going to be a Grey Knight flank coming in. The Grey Knights coming from the flank with their Strike Squad. And they will bully these CSM in melee. They have power weapons. And we're pretty much born and bred to do this. They also have the Tomb of Titan, which is pretty neat. They get some psychic abilities and they can smite. TSM getting pushed back. Pone, Chaos Lord, going to be kind of trying to peel here, but overall Chaos does look to be getting routed in mass. Cultists, though, pushing away the Talarn fighters over here. And we do also see the Noise Marines advancing. Beautiful Blight Grenade from the Nurgle Champion, gets a full wipe. So the Nurgle Champion there, the Plague Champion, who is still alive for now, was able to get a beautiful wipe right there. And probably is going to need to retreat now, though. I think this fight is a little bit precarious. Granted, the Noise Marines are doing good. Nurgle Prayers will heal all nearby allies, which is incredibly good. And Nurgle clutching it a little bit right here, as they actually do stabilize the combat. Noise Marines still very much in combat, doing some good damage. And maybe one of the Sentinels is going to be falling here. It's very low. 26 HP. Oh, man, it's going to get away, I think. 6 HP on that thing. He needs to click on it. Oh, the Sentinel gets away. Now back down to the base. Cringe Name is being hammered by the Grey Knights. So the Grey Knights, after that successful flank, are going to be moving in right here. Sorcerer is back in business. The Chaos Lord is coming, and he's getting Lightning Claws, which will let him rip apart these Strike Squads very, very hard. And the Cultists continue their blasting, and they continue their old DACA. Raptors coming in. They do have the Thunderhammer Champion, and the Grey Knights are going to get forced back real quick, ladies and gentlemen. And the battle continues to rage on. As the Plague Champion maybe overextends a little bit too greedily and too deeply. Yeah, there's the Brazier ability coming in from the Inquisitor. Able to melt in. Oh no, full wipe! Full wipe on one of the Plague squads. And we do see the Blight Grenade active. Davok's going to dodge that. Ooh, that grenade does hit home though. And then he is going to be retreating. All right, guys, the battle rages on. All right, I'm going to be AFK for like 20 seconds. I got to let the dog in. I hear her complaining, so I'll be right back. Oh, come on, dog.
Your forces obey you.
in business. Here we go. The beast has been let back in. You can just hear me thundering through the hallways. Yeah, so, I mean, a slight favor maybe for the guard and for the Imperium. While you were gone, nothing died. Good, I'm glad we didn't miss any of the action. So we do see some Tier 2 coming out. It's going to be a Chimera. But look at Cringe Name hard teching to Tier 3, ladies and gentlemen. Hard teching to Tier 3. You gotta love to see it. In the meantime, looking around, we do see the Sentinels setting up shop. Advanced units for the guard. We do see a Terminator Librarian out. Stormtrooper Squad Chimera. Ogrins as well. Oh no, blew up my own bunker. Apparently a bunker was blown up, which feels bad. And the Chaos Lord does find the Terminator Librarian, and he will bully the hell out of that guy. With the Lightning Claws, his damage is pretty nuts. Oh, Nurgle Dreadnought's out as well. We have a Chaos Dreadnought with the autocannon, so that thing's going to be putting some hurt down. Now the Chaos Lord is going Giga Chad. Is he going to get a kill on the Inquisitor with 39 HP? She just barely gets away there. Chaos Lord is now in the midst of combat, and the Ogrins are going to be trying to close the distance here. The Dreadnought should be able to fight them. Raptors coming in, jumping on top of the Talarn infantry as the Chaos Lord's shields finally dissipate, the Dark Halo or whatever it's called. So the Chaos Lord's going to want to retreat right now. He does manage to get a kill on the way out, but now the Chaos Lord is going to be fleeing the scene. Meanwhile, the Dreadnought is battling the Ogrins, and the Noise Marines using their stun ability to knock down the Ogrins, disallowing them from getting into melee with the Dreadnought. Very, very cool usage right there. So Dreadnought keeps fighting, Noise Marines providing some support, but the Ogrins get the Dreadnought down. Well played. Giga Chad Ogrins getting the job done, and the Imperium breaks the lines. The Guardsmen backed up by the Grey Knights and the Sentinels able to push back the Heretics. Plague Champion getting mowed down on the other side as well. And it looks like the forces of the Dark Gods are going to be broken and routed in the open field there. All right, epic fight. That's so cool seeing like an Imperium army just march through these guys. Yeah, they're saying they need reses, which makes sense. On this side, Cringe Name didn't have all of his units in the fight. Looks like some of them were. We see the Plague Champion is down. He lost the Dreadnought, yeah, and the Imperium is going Tier 3 now. Cringe Name hard tech to Tier 3, though, so I'm curious what he's going to be doing. Oh, my God. He has 1,200. What is he doing? What is he saving for? Cringe Name has 1,200 resources. Oh, man. Is he building stuff, or is he saving? He must be saving, but they just don't have the power, I think. I think he's saving for a Great Unclean One, guys. Yeah, that's tough. So he's got his little bastion of troops here. Oh, he's stealth. He's trying to hide from the Imperium Hammer Squad. Okay, what is he going to build with that? We see Blood Crushers coming out for the Witch King. Cringe Name has 95 power. Yeah, he should just be buying power for sure. So he attacks in. We do see power on the other side. The battle looking very Imperium favored right now as the Heretics were pushed back horribly in that middle engagement and they lost a lot. Cringe Name getting a little bit of an ambush over here, but, you know, the guards still just massively outnumber him. The two cultists are going to be forced to run. The Chaos Sorcerer is going to have to teleport away soon. So Cringe Name hasn't built a unit in a long time. That could be costing his team. Maybe the greed is too much. Yeah, I don't know what he's doing with those resources. He's got 1,500 resources? What the hell is going on here? He's got 200 army ability. He's Tier 3. I think he needs power to call in Terminators or something. That would be my guess. How much power are Terminators, guys? Yeah, and the Great Unclean One, I think it's a power issue. I just think they don't have the power. We do see the Chaos Sorcerer trying to bonk down points. He's going to be teleporting away, trying to unify with his Heretics, and the Chaos Lord picks up his Nurgle homie. So the Nurgle Champion is going to be up now. And no idea. He's hoarding more than Smaug. I don't know what he's up to with that. Bloodcrusher will be very good at killing infantry, but the Hammer of the Imperium is coming. They got Purgation Squads, and they do have the Side Cannons, which are pretty brutal. And yeah, and then obviously they do have the Brother Captain and a lot of Stormtroopers out here. Bloodcrusher is going to be trying to jump on top of the squishy units and route them back. We do see the Heretics of Chaos being forced back here. And now Cringe Name is... Oh, okay, he was going for a Chaos Predator. Okay. So he's going for the big armor for the Tier 3. And we're going to see if it can turn this out of the fight. Are we going to get a wipe here? Purgation Squad getting away with 15 HP. The Bloodcrusher trying to chase him down, but I don't think that's going to happen. Chaos continuing to fight. You know, the Chaos Lord's being an absolute Giga Chad with his Dark Halo and his Lightning Claws. Plague Champion lurking nearby after getting resurrected. But the guard shooting is adding up. And we're going to start seeing Tier 3 guard stuff out. We could even see a Baneblade. We'll have to see. Not out of the realm of possibility. So, we do see the Chaos Predator out. Points are getting captured. Middle fight is looking very, very good for the Imperium as the Heretics come across with some Zinchian Marines. So they have the Zinch upgrade? They do. Mark of Zinch gives you really good shooting DPS. It's a very good upgrade in team games, especially. I don't know if we're going to see the Baneblade. It's possible, but this game may be over before then. So Cringe Name moves up. He reclaims the side point, which is going to equalize that. He's getting his power back as well. He's definitely going to want to rebuild the power for his team. And the Imperium looking very entrenched here, guys. Oh shit, the Stormblade is coming out. Davok setting up a heavy turret. I love it. Oh, Animal Mother's turret, actually. Davok is getting the Stormblade. Dude, are you guys ready for this? Oh man, it's coming. All right, so the Predator is going to be very good here. Might be able to even get a kill on that thing if he chases, although he doesn't chase, so that thing will be able to get away. But he's going to learn that there's level to this. Chaos tanks are cool and all, but the Imperial Guard is what it's all about. They are the tank people. All right, Dreadnought's moving out. Blood Crusher, I would not charge this position. The heavy turret of Animal Mother is going to melt these things down. The tank's coming in, CSM moving forward. Heretics just charging, man. They're just beelining it. On the flank, we do see the tank coming in as well, which is going to provide some fire support, and I wonder if any army abilities are going to get called down. The Dreadnought is very dreaded, but I think it's time for the Dreadnought to retreat. It's going to get swarmed, and the heavy turret here that is here for Animal Mother is going to do some fat damage. The Chaos Predator almost getting the Chimera down. Chimera is very low, and it looks like Cringe Name is going to finish off the armor. So the Chimera does go down, and the Chaos Predator does have the Mark of Khorne, which makes it better against infantry, if I'm not mistaken. Could be wrong. In the middle, Chaos continuing to fight, and we are going to get the Stormblade out very, very soon. So that is going to be nasty. Chaos Lord gets forced back, and the attempted blitz of the position does not end up working out. Granted, the Predator, I think it replaces it with heavy bolters. Let's see. Yeah, potential bloodlet increases speed of the heavy bolter damage and auto cannon damage. Okay, pretty cool. But we do see the Brother Captain and the Terminator Librarian in the heavy turret potentially able to get this tank. Cringe Name is going to need to run and get this thing away. It looks like it's probably going to get killed. And now Dad is here, guys. Oh shit! The Stormblade is out. The big Punisher is coming to kick some butt here, guys. It's going to be moving right up to the middle and looking to cause some havoc. All right. So, that's so cool. I just crashed into the wall and explodes. That looks really good. Looks really, really good. Two cultists down here, moving around the south side to do what they can. And, you know, it's all fun in games for Chaos until the Stormblade arrives. I wonder what Cringe Name's going to call out next. So Cringe Name, oh man, he's sitting on so much requisition. He should honestly just make some CSM squads and upgrade them to have something to fight with. Stormblade is coming. I think we just followed this thing's career. Yeah, the giant pink Stormblade. Yeah. And look at it running over terrain. Yeah. That is something that Iron Harvest did really well. Like, building destruction in Iron Harvest is some of the best I've ever seen in an RTS game. It's honestly pretty good here, too. All right, so it's going to be over soonish, most likely. When the Stormblade arrives, it's looking tough. I mean, Cringe Name basically has, like, a Tier 1 army. Witch King has some nice play with the Blood Crusher. Darn Dragoon's got some mean units, too, but nothing really advanced to handle a freaking Stormblade. So when Davok rolls up with the Omega Chungus, as Gallahan has called it in chat, oh, dude, just like almost one-shotting the Chaos Sorcerer. He's like, screw this shit. I'm going home. All right, so the Guard are moving up, and yeah, they're going to start melting some shit. Oh, man, I think it's going to be base camping time. Chaos is gathering. I think he's saving up for to build something big, like a Great Unclean One or some Terminators or something, but yeah, he really needs to spend that requisition. But again, he might be new to the game, guys. So we don't know. We got a lot of new players playing today, so people are learning the game. So let's give him a break. All right, Stormblade's moving. Going to be shooting in, and immediately the Chaos Forces just routed. They know they can't handle this big Chungus. Yeah, look at the blast. Here it comes. Oh, just exploding those guys, man. Holy shit. And, oh, Chaos Terminator's called in by Cringe Name, so he does have the big super heavies. Chaos Terminators are amazing units, very elite. And Chaos trying to overwhelm here. Terminators might be able to get a wipe. We'll see. They are really good. Chaos Terminators can get some mean-ass upgrades. If you get them with Lightning Claws, too, they can rip shit up. Teleporting are the Grey Knights, and the Stormblade continues to just pound the foes of the Imperium. Animal Mother, going to be getting some, how do you say that, Cascarin or whatever that is? Yeah, they're pretty good units as well. Big shot. Oh my god. Melting those guys, man. You melting them. As we do see the Stormblade preparing for round 2. Going to be melting into some more units. Beautiful stuff. The Stormblade is taking good damage, though. I mean, these are Plague Marines. They have anti-armor. And also, we see the Chaos Lord and the Blood Crusher and Terminators on top of it. So Cringe Name making a nice play here. Getting the Terminators at melee. And the Baneblade, or the Stormblade, might go down here, ladies and gentlemen. Chaos is all up on it. It's trying to get away. It's got 172 HP. And the Heretics, wow, I did not think they were going to be able to kill the freaking Stormblade, but the Chaos Terminators showing their mettle, man. Oh my god. Kasserkin? Okay, thank you. That's how you say it. Inquisitor also going to get torn to shreds, most likely. So it does get knocked down. Going to be trying to escape, and the Inquisitor dies. Oh my god. Could Chaos come back here? Could this be the comeback for Chaos? Davok lost a lot. He has a Bane Wolf in his base. Okay, what the hell is this thing? A Bane Wolf? I don't even know what that is. We're going to see. But very, very close victory for the Imperium. The Imperium just needs to hold the objectives a little bit longer. And they need to get the side one. We do see the Chaos Sorcerer running away. Chaos Terminators moving into the fray with their heavy bolters and their power claws. That turret is going to be a menace to deal with. Heretic setting up shop in the middle. We do see the Corn Lord coming in and also the Blood Crusher. Terminators might be able to drag down this turret. It's going to take a minute. As the Bane Wolf is going to be out. So there they come. Oh, it shoots like flames or toxic sludge or something. Holy shit, okay. Heavy turret taken down in the middle for Animal Mother. And Davok is down to 1 unit, guys. He has lost a lot. Whereas the Chaos armies are still pretty numerous, but it doesn't matter. Points are going to get it done. Almost a Chaos comeback. Almost, guys. That was really close. If that game had gone another 5 minutes, Chaos might have been able to claw their way back and get the objectives. Because look how raggedy the Imperium looked. I mean, Butterslice had a big army, but Animal Mother's army was very weak. Davok's army was almost non-existent at that point. Yeah, very cool. GG, well played. Great game. Great game indeed. All right, so we're going to get one more faction war here. Uno mas to rule all faction wars. There we go. So when you jump out of the game, we got to do this. Exit game here. That was fun. That was a great battle there, guys. Great battle. Okay, so waiting for the game to load. Your librarian was not good. No way they could have come back. Come on. I don't know, dude. Did you see how bare bones those Imperium armies were? Yeah, it might have been enough. Okay, hopefully I'm not frozen here. Let's find out. Okay, are we going to get there? Might need to restart the game real quick, so give me a second, guys. BRB. And we're going to restart the game. Closing that down. We're going to do one more. You guys all played great, honestly. It was really cool seeing everybody kind of learn in real time there. Oh, Dao 2 is such a fun game. I forgot how fun it was. It's because we hadn't played it for a while. Okay. Imperial Guard is so epic in 3v3. They are. They're really cool. Dude, when that fat battle tank rolled up, it was sick. Oh, the Stormblade. And then when Chaos managed to take it down using the Terminators and the Plague Marines. Cringe was getting you with the stealth. Yeah, he was. You wanted Termies fast. Oh, Cringe, dude, you were sitting on so much requisition, brother. You were sitting on so much. You played very well though, man. You're really good with that sorcerer already. Really, really good. Like when I see he's a hard character to play, and it clearly suits your style. All right, so public, host, Turin 3v3, faction war noobs. Okay, so lobby's up. Let's do this, and we're gonna go to the spectator slot. We're gonna move on down there, and we're gonna close the slot. Okay. Oh, we got Plague Penguin from Total War. Oh, I love that. I didn't know he played this game. All right, that's fun. So let's get in here. Should pull it up right now. Okay, so we're going to do Tyrannid's Top. Tyrannid's Top. We need a Tyrannid one. We haven't had a Tyrannid faction war yet. You kind of like the Eldar and the Chaos. Yeah, Eldar players should play the Chaos Sorcerer. So we got Tyrannid's Top. Feel free to switch spots. And let's do, and we can do Eldar Bot is fine. So you guys can offer to switch spots if you want to. We're doing a bit of a faction war here. So we got the Tyrannid's Top. And, yeah, we'll see if Plague Penguin knows how to play, Penguin, can you play Eldar? If you only have played Guard, you can stay there. Eldar have fought with Imperium. Okay, I'm talking to the Plague Penguin. Trying to figure out. I don't know if he knows where the chat is. If he only knows Guard, that's fine. He could play them. Guard's been reinforcing a billion. Yeah, it's fun. It's fun. Nids is a bit tough to wrangle, but now, yeah, Nids are fun. All right, so we got the Exarch. We have double Hive Tyrant, I think. We need to switch the map because we just did this one. Let's get a different map. Valderis Refinery. What does that one look like? I like the ones where they're more like together as a team. Typhon Arena. Oh, that's a kind of a cool looking one. Let's see how this goes. Yeah, I remember this map. This is a cool map. This is a cool one. All right, ready up. Or I'll just force start the game, it's fine. That'll do, pig. Alright, guys, we're in the arena, and it is going to be the Tyranids versus the Eldar here today in this 3v3 faction war. Yes. So it begins. It was a fun stream. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Boone. I'm glad you're enjoying the good times, man. It's been a lot of fun hanging with you guys. Oh, stretch the old man hands. My hands hurt and I'm not even playing. It's been bothering me lately. Ugh. Dude, the Imperial Guard tanks were nasty though, man. Holy shit. That Stormblade was just like one-shotting things. All right, guys, let's break it down. Turn off the fog of war. Ladies and gentlemen of the Grimdark future, spawning on the west side of the map, it is going to be the Eldar. So the Eldar are going to be played by Plague Penguin, who's one of the best Total War players in the world. Very, very good. Certainly top 16. We have Aspect on the Eldar, and then we have Cringe Name on the Eldar as well. Over to the east side, it's going to be the Tyranid Swarm. It's going to be Hellhound, a very, very strong player. Animal Mother as well. So two former enemies in the best of 3 matches have now become allies. And then we are going to get Wobbly Wombat as well. Very forbidden. So it is going to be a Hive Tyrant, a Ravener Alpha, and a Lictor Alpha. So they do have all the heroes represented here, which is great fun. Great fun indeed. All right. Hormagaun's coming out. Just little bugs. Starship Troopers all up in here. Another Guardian squad is getting made. And Aspect, not sure what he's doing. He's only built a TAFK. Oh no. Can we pause the game? I don't know if we can pause it. He was literally here. Okay, there he is. He's on the board now, so he's going to be moving out. I think he was just AFK for a moment, but not a big deal. He'll be out on the board in no time. So, folks, well, you know what's wild about Aspect, man? The Eldar player, he's from Poland. So for him right now, it's like if he's playing at 5 a.m., this man is going hard in the paint right now. Yeah. Aspect dropped. Did he drop? Did he? I can't type to the players. Okay. Remake. No, I can't type to you guys. All right, if any of you guys are on stream, if Aspect dropped, then we can just remake. Did he drop? I don't see him in chat or anything. Let's give it a second and see if he actually did drop. Okay, he does the Force Lightning. He charges in. Is this player still here? Did he actually drop? No, it looks like he's here. I don't know if this is intentional, though, what he's doing. Yeah, this looks more like a bot. Yeah, I think he dropped. There was a message. Did I miss it? He dropped. Okay. So let's remake the game, guys. So I'm going to take a screenshot. Cringe name. If one of you guys can take a screenshot of the players too and let me know. Remake. Yeah, remake, guys. Cringe name. Just tell them in chat that you're listening. So just tell them we're going to remake with the same players. All right. So same players. So please don't join the lobby unless you were in this one, because these guys were in there. Okay, perfect. So let's remake this. We're going to multiplayer, custom games, and let's go ahead and do public. 3v3 Turin Faction War Remake. Same players. All right, so please don't join unless you're one of those players, or else we'll just have to move you, unfortunately. And we're gonna move to the spectator slot, and we're gonna move down there. So we got Wobbly Wombat, Plague Penguin, Hellhound, Animal Mother. Okay, everybody's coming back. I don't know if he's still around. So go ahead and rejoin the teams you were on. Okay, sorry, buddy. We're trying to get our player back. Aspect, are you even here, or did your internet go out? Let me check. Checking here. If he's not here, then we could just let. Yo, you playing? I'm checking with Aspect. Maybe he fell asleep at the keyboard. My internet got chopped. Okay, are you coming back? Yeah, because we got a spot for you. We're just remaking. Yeah, he says his internet chopped, but are you done for? Are you on your phone, or are you going to come back into the game? Let me know. If not, we can get somebody to step in for you. The unbeatable Professor Pone strategy of the mass Wraith Guard, or whatever those things are called. Okay, checking with him. Yeah, so his internet's out. Yeah, I think he lost his internet's full on karate chop, so that's fine. Butter can play, but Butter, you need to play Eldar. So Butter, go ahead and switch to Eldar here. Or maybe he's going to let somebody else play. All right, we got an open slot. Anybody's welcome to join now. And or Butter can just bounce back and forth. That's fine too. But you'll need to play Eldar if you want to play. We got Tyranids versus Eldar here. Okay, so he's going to be playing the Exarch. And the Tyranids are going to be swarming all up on this map, man. It's Godzilla time. All right, so everybody's ready. Let's fire it off, and good luck. Have fun. Sorry, stream desync with game. I'm not sure what you're saying. Okay. So it begins. Yeah, why is this game not... Is this game... Do they have servers for this game? Does Relic still have servers? Like, why is it not laggy? I mean, if it were peer-to-peer, we would be lagging, right? With 7 people, but... Yeah. No idea what's going on there. So, Eldar versus Tyranids faction war game. Introducing the players and the teams. On the east side of the map, it's going to be the Tyranid swarm. The Hive is here, and with their disgusting-looking buildings, it's going to be launching out the old hordes. And to the west, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be the Eldar Alliance, the last alliance of elves, looking to push the Hive fleets back into the dark reaches of space. So, should be fun. Cringe name. It's going to be using the Farseer. Warlock with Plague Penguin. Butter Slice, Warp Spider Exarch. Ravener Alpha is Animal Mother. Lictor Alpha is going to be Hellhound. And Wobbly Wombat is also going to be the Hive Tyrant. Okay, there you go. Why do they not choose the same commanders? There's no rule against it, but they're just doing it for flavor to make it more interesting. I think it's actually kind of cool when you have one person on each because it gives a lot of, variance in the gameplay. All right, guys. So the battle is on. The map is being contested. Little space bugs are swarming out of the map. And the Eldar are going to be setting up their Guardians, and their Howling Banshees already out to fight these guys off in melee. The dreaded Lictor Alpha is stealth. You guys see it creeping around here. Oh, the Lictor Alpha is coming in for the ambush. And it does get the ambush on the Guardians. Doesn't kill one of the models, but certainly gets them running. And now we get more melee gremlins coming in, but the Eldar do have some good Guardian fire support. And overall, the Tyranids are going to need to run, or else that's going to be a wipe right away. Oh, he tries to run. Hellhound loses a unit, and the Lictor Alpha fighting a very hard fight. I think very ambitious here for Hellhound, taking a 2v1 fight, and he's going to lose 2 units out of the gates. Oh, no, that's not a good start for him. He has bare bones on units. Honestly, I'd probably just switch to mass ranged for him at this point to be more effective. Wowza. Losing 2 units into the Eldar in the middle. That is some pure pain. On the south side, we do see the Tyranids moving up. Wobbly Wombat is going to be grabbing the victory point, and he will be doing battle against Butter Slice. Butter Slice is going to be getting shot by the Termagants there. And the big Hive Tyrant grabbing what goodies he can. Grenade active. It's a nice one right there. Does nail those guys. And the bottom side is going to be going to the Tyranids, as the Warp Spider Exarch guy is going to be forced back most likely. So in the middle, looks like the Eldar are going to be cackling it up, as Hellhound really doesn't have a lot, switching into the Termagants. On the top side, it looks like Animal Mother able to get some good pressure with his Ravener Alpha, and he does take control of the top. Winning most of the fights, looks like he is able to drag the Howling Banshees to the mud a little bit, getting good shooting on them. Tying them down with crappy melee units, putting good DPS with his upgraded Toxin Sack shooting, and the Howling Banshees do end up losing that fight, and with that, the Eldar are going to be losing the top most likely. Looks like the Lictor Alpha is going to be coming, or Ravener Alpha is going to be coming, and Eldar flank those coming in. Plague Penguin's coming. He's the Bretonnian player. He's the guy who's like just god tier at Bretonnia in Total War. All right, shots going down. Beautiful flank right there. Termagants on the cusp of being wiped, but looks like they're going to be escaping. And yeah, nice flank by the Eldar to secure the top, because they were going to lose that. Bottom side is held by the Tyranids, and the Tyranids building some generators down here. So we do see Wobbly Wombat. He does have the Rending Talons. Okay, improved melee weapon against the infantry. Also grants Seismic Roar, which deals knockback damage. Very, very cool. All right. So Eldar setting up with their improved targeters. So that's going to make his range a little bit more effective. A couple Guardian squads are going to be on their way down. In the middle, the battle rages on. Obviously fighting from a big deficit is Hellhound. Losing 2 units out of the gates is pretty painful. But he does have the Warrior Brutes out. And the Warrior Brutes are able to bully the Howling Banshees. And getting a wipe on a Banshee would be pretty huge. And Guardians will probably struggle to kill Warrior Brutes quickly. The Termagants do get back here. And maybe a surround on the Warlock. Warlock does a nice weeaboo AoE attack there. And potentially going to stay in the fight a little bit longer, allowing the Guardians to wear down the Warriors. It takes a long time, but they get there. And the Tyranids on the north, it looks like they abandoned the northern territories and yield it to the Eldar, are going to be coming across in the middle and looking to get that bump and grind going, that good old push. Okay. Swarming insects. Nice grenade, man. Oh, what a nice grenade coming in from Plague Penguin. That was so clean. Really able to nail those guys down. All right, the Warp Spider Exarch now going to be getting chased by the Warrior Broods, and it looks like the Tyranids are being routed a bit on the map. Not to say they can't come back. Now that we're getting some Warrior Broods on the board, it's going to be changing the dynamic of some of the fights for sure. As we do see a mass retreat from the Eldar. Now, if the Tyranids are really on point here, what they should do is move over here and Power Bash, take down all that power. Because right now, Eldar have 3, 6, 9, damn thing's fine. They got 9 generators. I don't think I could ever say 3, 6, 9 without saying the saying the Little John lyrics. But yeah, they need to bash some of those generators because they are at a huge tech disadvantage right now, ladies and gentlemen. Power generators being built by Butterslice. Butterslice sitting on double Guardian, so it looks like he has lost some units. Tyranid's not doing the counter bash here, so big mistake on their part. I mean, this is free real estate. That would be a huge setback for the Eldar, but we're going to see. Back in the middle, the fighting does rage on. Animal Mother going to be retreating away from Cringe Name's Howling Banshees. And the old Tyranids kind of getting routed over and over again. The Eldar heroes really putting in some work. We see the Termagant Broods getting swarmed back by the Howling Banshees. Some good crossfires coming in, but it's certainly not enough. And an attempted Power Bash is going to not succeed. Maybe, yeah, I mean, it's only 3 Guardians here. You would win that fight for sure. If you put 1 of your melee units on each of the Guardians, you could definitely just bully them off the map right now. But pulling back to the base are the Tyranids, and the fighting continues as Plague Penguin continues to rout the Tyranids here. Howling Banshees heavily in pursuit. And man, that Eldar resource advantage is disgusting, man. The 9 generators against 6, I think, or 5. That's such a big difference, guys. That's such a big difference. All right, Tyranids in the bottom are going to need to get some plays done, man. That is for sure. They're going to have to carry the game. So far, Wobbly Wombat has been having the best engagements, although he does get grenaded in the face really, really hard right there. But he has been perpetually routing his opponent off. Which means that he's going to be the one that has to knock down some generators, equalize the game. Tier 2 is on its way out. And now, I mean, get these generators, dog. Oh, you got to get those. You got to get that. Back in the middle, Tyranids are resurgent. Eldar are on the run. They overstayed their welcome a little bit. Are we going to see the Power Bash? It looks like Wobbly Wombat a little bit cautious. He's worried about being flanked, I think. But I think he should really go down there and bash that power. He could take down all 3 generators, and that would be a massive step forward towards getting the Tyranids back in the game. Tyranids only have 1 Tier 2 on the way, by the way. Eldar are Tier 2 across the board, or they're going to be soon. You can see in the bottom right, all the upgrades are on their way. And nice play here. Good stuff from the Wobbly Wombat. He's able to get in there and wobble all over his opponent's face as he does drag down these generators and gets the job done. Tier 2, Tier 2, and Tier 2. Eldar are going to be calling out some scary shit soon. But good counterattack from the Tyranids. They have not heard no bell. And maybe going to get a wipe on this Farseer? No, looks like there's not enough melee there to kill it. Generators getting popped. And just like that, Eldar lose pretty much all their generators. They got 1 here, they got 4 here, and then it looks like on the top they're going to be losing their generators as well as the power node as well. So the Eldar are going to get some Tier 2 units soon. I don't know what it's going to be. We do see the Warrior Brood's probably going to want to retreat here as the Tyranids are getting grenaded and not having a good time of it. He does dodge that grenade, which is very good. Hive Tyrant with his big old claws going to be chasing. The Guardians unleashing some steady jackup. Here the Warp Spider Man, fully upgraded. He's got the enhanced warp jump, reduces the cooldown of his teleport, gives him range. He also gets energy, range DPS, and then the heavy gouge death spinner. Okay, knocks back enemy units that he's shooting. Pretty cool. So these warriors need to retreat, 100%. I don't know why they're standing idle right now, but yeah, he needs to retreat those bad boys. He does notice. And the Warp Spider Exarch just doing anime moves and trying to pick off whatever he can. In the meantime, victory points, very, very heavily owned by the Eldar, but it looks like the Tyranids are going to reclaim the top side. They have the bottom side. Not on lock, I would say, but they do have it. In the middle, it looks like some power bashing is going to be going down as the Eldar advance. They move in there, and they got the numbers. Is that an enemy hero? Looks like all the heroes are alive on both sides. But yeah, losing the resources here is going to be pain as the power nodes are being rebuilt by the Eldar right there. Massive Tyranid fleet coming out. You can see the stealth dinosaurs there. The Lictor Alpha is so cool. And he pops out of stealth. A little bit of a suppression grenade going down from the warriors. And the Lictor Alpha is now getting bullied by a million angry ladies. So the Howling Banshees able to get some work done. Good shooting line, though, from the Tyranids. It's going to be a lot of DPS, especially those little AoE suppression grenades that the Warrior Brood shoots. It's very, very nice. On the bottom side, the Guardian Squad gathering up where they can. And, oh, man. We do see the Tyranids getting the double cap, but I don't know if they're going to be able to carry on. Because now we're seeing Wraith Lords. Oh, shit. Double Wraith Lord, guys. Yes. You love it. Yeah, leave a like or the Tyranids will invade your planet. That's correct. Wraith Lords are on the way out. Wraith Lords are really cool. So those guys are going to put some L-Bonk down. And look at the Gremlin play from Animal Mother. I love this. Knowing how desperate they are in the game, he's backcapping the Eldar here and just being annoying as possible, which is a great choice. But yeah, dealing with the Wraith Lords. We're going to see how they do it. Another great grenade play. As the Tyranids surge forth, they now have some super heavies. Well, not super heavies, medium heavies. It's going to be a Tyrant Guard, which are strong fighters. Wraith Lords, I believe, will beat them in combat. Uh-oh, we do see the Lictor Alpha getting taken down to the top by the Eldar. And the Ravener Alpha is going to be next. Those Howling Banshees with that Warlock or Farseer are really just putting in heavy lifting. Skeet shooting coming down here, and now the Big Daddy is out. It's going to be the Wraith Lord doing glorious battle. There are some heavy-duty Tyranids here, though. He does the Atomic Pimp Slap and takes down one of those warriors right there. The Warp Spider Exarch, as well as the Guardian Squad, putting good DPS under the flank. Warrior might get taken down by the Wraith Lord. The other Wraith Lord is going to be approaching from the south side as well, and are going to be able to most likely turn the tide of the fight. Yeah, the Wraith Lord's going to be banishing the Tyranids back to the Warp, it looks like. I'm loving this Goblin play, though, from Animal Mother. Little plays like that can definitely get you back in games and buy you some time, because the Tyranids, ironically, still have the capture point advantage because of the Gremlin play. But the double big boys out, and those Wraith Lords are battling the Kaijus. I feel like I'm watching Pacific Rim. The Kaijus are going to be forced back to the base, while the Wraith Lords continue their L-Bonk and are going to get into combat here. All right, guys, retreating is the Hive Tyrant, and the Guardian Squad's mowing down those Tyranids. God damn, mowing those things down. It's also very cool to see Guardians actually do damage compared to Dawan. Oh, Wraith Lord overextending, though. Oh, he delved too greedily and too deeply, and the Tyranids built Venom Broods, which are anti-armor. Could we see a Tyranid comeback? Could the Eldar be greedy? Fire Dragon Squad is out. Anti-armor ranged infantry, very, very cool. So the Fire Dragons are on the table. Wraith Lords are going to be pulled back, and it looks like the Tyranids are getting a nasty Death Star of their own shooting, guys. Yeah, look at that. All right, so there's going to be a hell of a lot of that Jacka right there. Warlock dropping some Harry Potter shit in the middle of the army, but is going to need to retreat right now. And suddenly the Eldar are on the back foot a little bit. Tyranids getting a Death Star together, picking off that Wraith Lord, takes away a lot of the tech advantage. And the other Wraith Lord is on deathbed too. If this thing turns around and tries to fight, it's going to get melted. All right, the Lictor Alpha getting in, but does get killed. It overextends. Venom Brood almost getting the Wraith Lord. He's sitting very, very low, ladies and gentlemen. He is getting Shadow Realmed a little bit here, and maybe another kill in the Warlock, although I think he has enough health to get away. Yeah, the Eldar are probably like, what the hell happened? And that's what everybody feels like against the Tyranids. You're like, oh, we had them under control. Wait a second, there's a million of them. As the Tyranids counterattack, the Gremlin plays from Animal Mother, grabbing the points on the top, buying time, right? If those hadn't been done, the score would be a lot more punishing. Tyranids going to be bashing some of the power, and suddenly the Eldar are the ones on the back foot. Tier 3 coming in for 2 Eldar players. Butterslice only has Guardians. Plague Penguin has Howling Banshees, Wraith Lord, Fire Dragon. Autarch, Howling Banshees, and Guardians here. And it looks like the heroes are going to be getting in a fight. So the Autarch does jump in there. Howling Banshees, karate chopping, and getting a wipe on the Venom Brood. Venom Brood does get wiped. That's going to free up the armor of the Eldar quite a bit, as we do see some Eldar bombardments being called in. I think that's one of their army abilities. Fire Dragon's moving, and now the Eldar are going to be moving in and getting ready to go. Professor Pone with the pro gamer wisdom saying, I find their lack of Wraithguard disturbing. Massing them is the only way. It's true. It is the only way. All right, so how are we looking? We do see the Eldar retaking some ground and reeling from the counterattack, but still okay. Another Venom Brood is out, Warrior Brood, so the army is pretty good with the Tyrant Guard as well. So both sides have pretty good quality armies, but Tier 3 is going to be out. We get a D-Cannon weapon team, so this thing I think is really good against big stuff. I'm not sure. Army Supply, Plague Penguin is maxed out. Cringe Name is Tier 3, so we're going to be seeing some big stuff come out. Oh, do we see a Seer Council? Oh, Seer Councils are pretty heavy duty. These things are Terminators. So I believe that's a Tier 3 unit. All right. So the Tyranid onslaught is upon us. They're coming to get their biomass. They want to eat. It's more of an AoE setup, says Rhino in chat. Okay, thank you, Rhino. Appreciate that. The Autarch calls that in. Got it. The grenades. Got it. Bottom side going to be retaken. Points are actually getting really close. This could end up being one of the closest faction war games we've had today. Seems like we got a really good match on our hands. Eldar gathering up in the middle. Webways are laid down so they can weeaboo teleport around the map. And the Eldar are threatening. Animal Mother with his little goblin squad here is so funny. The Seer Council should annihilate them, though. Yeah. That's going to be a one-sided fight if they decide to fight it. Yeah, and they're immediately going to run. They don't want any of that smoke. Nope. High ground point being taken by a Guardian squad. In the middle, we have a big Mortal Kombat as the Wraith Lord charges in again and does get some good L-Bonk, but is going to be getting hit by the Venom Brood. And the Wraith Lord is killed. Eldar losing some big centerpieces here. as they move in. We're going to see how they deal with that. Do we see the D-Cannon team set up yet? I don't know if we do. Tyranids so far are engaging here versus the Autarch and some of the hero characters. Taking some big casualties though. They're definitely, you can see all the Termagant brutes here of Hellhound are getting worn down. And the Fire Warriors are going to melt them, or Fire Dragons melt them down as well. Okay, wipes potentially active. Yep, Hellhound taking some wipes here. As the Eldar army seems to be sustaining a little bit better. Wobbly Wombat still fighting on the bottom pretty hard, but all 3 objectives have gone to the Eldar right now. Tyranids have lost their grip on the battlefield, and man, look at the D-Cannon team, giving the fat D to the Tyranids here. Oh man, that big beam did some big damage when it shot there. Pretty cool stuff. Is it going to move up? Right now, it looks like it's going to be going after the Tyrant Guard here. You're going to see another D-Cannon shot in a moment. He's going to be relocating that team where he can. This could be the end of the Tyranids. They're getting forced back pretty hard. We see the Seer Councils coming out. The Seer Councils are a menace. As they get in combat here, they hit like trucks and are getting us around on the Tyranid leadership. Well, the D-Cannon is now set up again. You can see the Beams of Doom nailing the Hive Tyrant. Hive Tyrant gets killed, and the Hive Guardian gets killed as well by the Seer Council with the D-Cannon set up. Tyranids have their last bastion of strength here, but they're really pinned in. Animal Mother going to be trying some gremlin tactics as he moves his Hormigaunt brood up there on the top side. But overall, Eldar looking to be in a pretty good position as all the Eldar players have pretty healthy armies, whereas the Tyranid armies are looking a little bit worse for wear. That is for sure. Heroes doing anime moves and flying in. We do see the Autarch moving in as well to do a little bit of pressure. And, oh, look at that. Look at that animation. That's so cool. The Lictor Alpha getting levitated in the air, and the D-Cannon is now set up too, so it's going to start blasting this guy in the butt here. All right, guys, big battle is underway, and we do see the Eldar, the Howling Banshees screaming as they run down the Tyranids. Very, very epic stuff, and that's going to be all she wrote, as the Tyranids are routed, and the planet has been saved. We don't know why the Eldar did it, but for some reason they deemed the Tyranids could not have this planet. Perhaps there's an Eldar colony here, you never know. And that is going to be all she wrote. No way the Tyranids are going to be able to come back. They are too beat up. Eldar are all on tier 3. Tyranids are all on tier 2. And we see Seer Councils coming out, and, you know, tons of elite units are going to be coming out in perpetuity. Animal Mother with the Gremlin tactics. So they're going. No biomass today. I mean, they got a little bit, but at the end of the day, they're going to be losing it all. Hormigaunt Brood jumping on the victory point, just to try and buy time and basically use Goblin tactics, which is hilarious. Eldar are going to be sending a Guardian squad up there, which can probably deal with it. Tyranids thinking about trying to move out of the base on the southwest side as the victory tickets continue to ebb in the favor of their opponents. Seer Council moving in, doing big leap there, which is pretty cool. Looks like it did some AoE damage. I don't know all the mechanics in this game yet. On the far side, we do see the D-Cannon, which if they keep moving in, they're going to get in line of sight here, and you're going to see the cannon fire in a moment. And here it comes. It should be lined up, and there's the D-Cannon charging up. And is it going to shoot? Oh, it looks like it was aiming, and then it kind of got canceled there for some reason. Eldar getting in the mix, coming down. A huge army right here as the Tyranids are losing models. This Ravener Alpha on the cusp of death. Still fighting pretty good on the back foot out of their base, but it's just because they have the home field advantage. But the Eldar army with the elite units really able to just route them back. And we're not seeing any super crazy stuff out of the Eldar. Looks like the Guardians were able to take care of the ninja capture on that side. And these little gaunts are just trying to get away, man. They're just trying to live their life. Special crystals on this planet with lost Eldar souls in them, most likely. Yeah, I think that's going to be our headcanon for this one. All right, Warp Exarch Spider melting these bad boys down. We do see him getting absolutely shredded there. Pretty cool. The Warp Spider guy is pretty pimped. And yeah, Tyranids just fighting at their front door. Can't really escape their base. Victory ticket's going to be creeping up on them. The triple cap is not in effect, so it's a little bit slower, but they're going to be out of here within a minute and a half, most likely. The Eldar are just basically base camping them. But, you know, have to retreat, obviously, because they're overstaying their welcome. Random spores being thrown out of the base. So these are the turrets, these little turrets here, the hive nodes. They shoot these, like, little spores out, which do some decent damage and bombard these units. Okay, some sort of a call in here. Let's look and see. Does anybody have enough for their ult? Oh, yeah. There's people who could use an ulti right now and just nuke this whole army. All right, so we do see the tentacles coming up. Oh, the Eldar are doing it! Look at the farce here. Oh, that's so cool. She's levitating the whole army and then just blast them away. That was a cool-ass ability right there. Damn, son. Damn. 26 seconds left. Tyranids are going to have to gremlin. You can see Wobbly Wombat has 1 unit. There's the Eldar Storm. Yeah, that's the one that's going to punish. And that's just going to wreck that army. Unintelligible hive noises, says Animal Mother. Yeah, that's basically it. The Gravity Blade for the win. Very, very cool. This game has a very good spectacle, honestly. And also, you get to the later game stuff, too, which is fun in these team games. Grenades coming out. Shots through the heart, and you're too late. They gave Love a bad name. The Hive Tyrant down. 14 HP. Hive Tyrant does fall. Going to be easy to resurrect. Oh, guys. The game's going to be over, but look who's here. It's the Avatar of Cain. Oh, it's a shame we're not going to get to see him in action, but it is the Avatar of Cain coming across the board. We have 2 of them. GG, guys. Well played. So that was a really fun stream today. Now, if you guys want more of this, if you want more Dawn of War 2 Elite mod, please do drop a like. It helps out a lot and lets me gauge what I'm going to stream and what I'm going to cover. So we will be back with more of this. We'll do like maybe a Faction War style tournament or something. We could even do an open one as well and see what people do. But all right, guys, very fun stuff. I had a great time hanging with you guys today. Thank you to our new channel members and Twitch subscribers. And we will be back streaming tomorrow, most likely, unless my hand falls off tonight. And Dexor, yes, this is the Elite mod, correct. You never played Tyranids before. Well, you did really good, Wobbly Wombat. You looked like you knew what you were doing down there. You looked like you knew what you were doing. Yeah. All right, that's going to be it. See you guys around. We'll be back streaming tomorrow. Maybe we'll do this again. We'll see. Total War video in the morning. I have a really epic Total War replay, which is a Mass Blood Knight build in tournament. So that'll be going up, and then we'll probably play this in the afternoon. I know, I hate when my hands fall off, too. It sucks. All right, folks, take care of yourselves. I'm out for tonight. I appreciate y'all. And that is it. GG. Well played to everyone. And thank you, folks, for playing in our show matches as well. Adios. See you around.